All righty then. Let's see here. Well, this is the 1122 Wingnut Radio. This is the Wingnut Radio Show out here, y'all. I am now live and in living color. And I gotta find something to talk about. I'm not sure what to talk about yet. There's not really anything. Moonchild, good to see you. Let me see. Independent. All right. I got some truckers on there. I got some truckers on there on channel 19. Early morning, some dump truck drivers and stuff out here. 12 Bravo, NC Girl, Gas Hole. What's happening, everybody? Look at you. Cool. I got Moonshot Independent. Okay. We'll see y'all around. Be careful. And you guys, you know, feel free to pop up. Um, I've got a link pinned up there at the top and all that stuff. I'll sit here and listen to CB for a little while and try and get some people in here and go from there. You know, that kind of thing. And yeah, it'll probably take a minute, all that stuff to kind of get things going. I don't mind, y'all. Really, when it comes down to it, I mean, I know everybody's got to have a place to go somewhere, man. You know, so I don't mind at all. Um, I don't do like regular lives like some people do, you know, that stuff. I just do it whenever I, whenever I feel like it. You know, yeah. Independent. I thought you were gonna go live tonight too. You know, I thought about it. I mean, I'm surprised you didn't, but that's all right. Oh, we'll have to get that thing going on some other day. Southwestern Mountains. I used to live in Asheville, NC Girl. I don't know if I told you that or not. But yeah, I used to live in Asheville and Waynesville, North Carolina, for a while. Yeah, Charlotte grew a lot. Actually, I used to know some people lived in Charlotte, but it's too big of a city for me. I don't like living in big cities anymore. Hendersonville. Yeah, I used to live out there by that. Yeah. Matter of fact, there's a little town called Edneyville. Used to have a school. I used to go to high school in Edneyville. It's outside of Hendersonville. That school's not there anymore, but yeah, I used to go to school in Edneyville High School, actually out there outside of Hendersonville. So that's pretty cool. That was a long time ago, though. back when I was living there or going around, living around that area. Jump off rock? No, not right offhand. But I used to go to Sliding Rock. Have you ever been to Sliding Rock? I've been there. Uh, uh, yeah, I used to actually. If you know, North NC Girl, if you know um, um, where Mount Pisgah and all that stuff is. There's an inn up there. It's called the Pisgah Inn up there on the top of the mountain and stuff. I used to work there as a cook. Now I think about it. Yeah, I lived in Asheville for a while. I lived there for almost I don't know 2 or 3 years or something like that. I used to live right downtown. Um, I mean, literally. I mean, literally. Steps away from the main. Center of Asheville. I used to. I mean, right in town. That's where I used to live. I used to live in uh, a studio apartment above some of the shops right there on what is it? Oh crap, I can't remember the name of the road, but it's right there. I mean, literally, it's walking distance to the center of Asheville. Chimney Rock. Yep, I used to work at Chimney Rock. I was the elevator operator in Chimney Rock. That job was full of ups and downs. It's an elevator joke. But yeah, I was the elevator operator at Chimney Rock at one time. What's up, Savvy? Yeah, yeah. Well, it used to be a hippie town. A lot of musicians, a lot of hippies and stuff like that. I don't know if it's like that now, but back when I was living there, that's what it was. Um, but yeah, there's there, I don't know. It's a real transient town anyway, man. I used to know a lot of kids that traveled around the country on rainbow gatherings and stuff like that. They would always pop in and out of Asheville all the time and all that stuff. I used to go up on the mountains and stuff. I love the mountains. It's just I can't not stand snow. I hate snow. It's the only thing. I mean, if it didn't snow up there in the mountains, I'd be happy. That's probably where I end up being if it didn't snow there. Yeah, a lot of homeless. Hell, there was homeless back when I was living there too, man. But I'll tell you this: if I ever, I sure as hell do not want to be homeless in towns anymore. If I ever have to be homeless, I'm gonna try and figure out a way to do it like in the rural areas where I have very little, and instead of trying to live in a freaking town anymore. I at one time, man, I was actually, I guess you would call it homeless. I mean, I was couch surfing a lot. I used to couch surf a lot at the time when I was living in Asheville. Um, There's probably about, I don't know, probably about a dozen different people I would crash on their couch at one time. So, yeah, but still, I'm telling you, man, this snow is not my thing. I never really liked it. You know, the first time I was, actually, I've been exposed to it before then, but like my grandmother used to live in Knoxville, Tennessee and stuff. So that was the first time I was ever experienced snow was when I was visiting my grandmother. But um, uh, I ended up, what was it, the blizzard of 1998. I was in Kentucky at the time, and boy, there was like 7 foot drifts of snow. I just never experienced anything like that again. I do not want to ever do that again. Yeah, 4 and 6 foot. Yeah, screw that noise. I don't really mind snow when it's like coming down because it's actually not that cold and it's actually kind of nice. It's everything else. you know, with all the damn slushy, wet, fucking crap, snow, mud, and I hate it. I just can't stand. I can't stand snow. I mean, I grew up in Orlando in Ocala, so I'm used to hot weather, man. You know, I'm over it too. I mean, I didn't really live in it for that long, full brother, but I'm gonna tell you, I'm over it. But I'll tell you this, even living down here in Florida, I've lived around beaches most of my life. I'm so over the beach. I'm so over salt water. That's why I like nowadays, man. I mean, I don't even go to the beach anymore. I mean, if I want to get on the water, I get out here on these rivers and stuff and these creeks and stuff, man, and find like freshwater springs. That's what I like doing nowadays. I'm so over the beach. I can't stand it. I've been around them all my life. Yeah, 2 foot. Screw that. I'm telling you, man. I'm just like, it get below 60 degrees. I'm cold, man. I'm like shivering, like trying to layer up, turn the freaking heat on. You know, I mean, like right now, I've got the heater going. Um, I don't even know what temperature. It's probably around, probably around 60 right now, 59, 60 degrees, something like that. It's supposed to drop like in the next couple of days, like it's supposed to like tomorrow night, I think, and the night after. It's supposed to drop down to the 40s or something, maybe even the 30s or whatever. But it's supposed to have like a cold front coming in for the next couple of days, so it's supposed to get really cold. That reminds me, like, was it Survival Living? The guy, that YouTube channel Survival Living. He actually lives not that far away from me, and he's going to be camping when it's supposed to be dropping down that damn low. I'm like, yeah, yeah, have fun with that. Uh-uh. Yeah, Scotland. Yeah, dude, one of these days, man, I'd like to get out of the country, man. Ireland. I think I got some of my dad's side of the family. If you trace it, the farthest back you can go, it goes back toward Ireland. I think I would love to go visit Ireland and Scotland and the UK and stuff like that. But mostly like Ireland, simply just because I mean, I'd like this. I'd like to see some of see some of that. I don't know. Plus, like like in Ireland, Scotland, and around in Europe, all around Europe, there's all these really old ruins from way back. I mean, there's just nothing like that around here. And I was talking to a buddy of mine that lives in Scotland actually, and he was telling me about like he's driving past like 1,000, 2,000 year old ruins every single day when he goes back and forth to work. Doesn't even think anything of it. He sees it all the time, so he doesn't even think anything of it. I'm just like, I got nothing like that. I mean, it'd be cool to like just to be able to put my hand on like and touch a 2,000 year old ruin. You know what I mean? I don't know. That'd be cool. You know what I mean? I wouldn't mind even going down like down toward like Peru and stuff like that, man. Checking out some of that stuff. Some of those like Sacsayhuaman and what is it? Um, some of those Inca type um, Broken Patriot. Good to see you out there, Joe Kerr, Finding Kino, Eddie James. All right, cool. I'm glad to see all y'all coming in. Yeah, it is. I mean, well, okay. There has been people on this land for thousands and thousands of years. I mean, even out there in where is it, the Grand Canyon, there has been Egyptian hieroglyphs that were carved in the canyon out there. So evidently, somebody that spoke Egyptian or knew how to write Egyptian hieroglyphs, was in the area. There's also Egyptian hieroglyphs out in Australia, which is very odd. There's a place out there where they have found Egyptian hieroglyphs. It's kind of weird. I mean, it makes me think that there were some people that were able to circumvent this whole freaking um, planet easily, evidently. You know what I mean? And then you start looking at like what is it, the polygon building, like the big megalithic type building construction, and and the similarities from all like Peru to India to Egypt. I mean, it's like the exact same building process. You know what I mean? But it was like evidently it's like thousands and thousands of years before the mainstream, narrative says that there's supposed to be people around. Like they talk about the ones down in Peru, the mainstream, archaeologists and all that stuff. They claim it was the Inca that built it. No, this stuff was built way before the Inca came in, and when the Inca came into power, they just found it and squatted in it, and you know, um, built on top of it. Same thing in like in Europe. You know, a lot of the megalithic buildings and stuff that they were already there, and then the Romans came in and they just built on top of it. You know what I mean? So a lot of that stuff, is, thousands and thousands of years much older than what the mainstream narrative says when it comes down to our history. Because evidently back in those days, it's like, okay, like today, we can manipulate metal into almost anything. All right. Back in those days, they were able to manipulate rock and stone, which is the most common thing on this planet, and they were able to manipulate that into anything. And the knowledge and the technology that it took to do that has just been forgotten and lost over millions of years or whatever. Yeah. Um, Knights Templar, the Vikings. Yeah. The thing is, dude, I mean, what was it? I can't remember how old they said it was, but um, hell, they're even back, thousands and thousands of years back. They even had battery technology. There's this thing. It's called the Baghdad battery. It's found in Baghdad, but it's basically a clay pot with a like a copper tube and a iron spike that went in the middle of it, and it was inside a clay pot that had like, I don't know. I think it was um, like uh, like wine or vinegar in there as a catalyst or whatever. Ended up being like a um, like a rudimentary battery. You know what I mean? I mean, so they had electricity and batteries way back in the day when freaking the pyramids were, when all that stuff was being done. Yeah, Coral Castle. You talking about the one in? Yeah, Coral Castle, the one here in Florida. Yeah, that was Ed Lee Scallion that built the Coral Castle. Um, he did all that himself. He quarried and moved everything all himself. Nobody knew how he did it. He did it all at night. Nobody saw him do it. He claimed that he knew exactly how the pyramids were built. That's how he uh, built Coral Castle, because he knew the secret on how it was built, and that's how he was able to do it. But Coral Castle didn't originate where it's at now. It actually originated further south, Florida, and then he moved everything to where it's at now. It's pretty crazy, man. I remember reading a story about it, like when he was um, moving a lot of that stuff from South Florida up to where it's at now. There was a driver that drove like a big ass like uh, long bed type truck. What's morning time, Nikki? That that he had contracted this guy to, like, help transport a lot of the boulders and rocks and stuff that he had quarried or whatever, to make the castle or whatever. And the guy was like, "Do you need any help doing this or whatever?" And he's like, "No, I got it covered." The next day, the guy come back, you know, and Ed had that whole truck loaded. Did it all by himself. I mean, these are massive, massive pieces of coral rock, and that he had quarried out and shaped. And yeah, it's crazy. There's still a lot of people trying to figure out how he did that. You know what I mean? Even me. I mean, um, what is it? I can't remember what he called it right offhand, but um, the perpetual was it a perpetual motion magnet, or a perpetual motion? It's not a motor, but it's like a perpetual motion something or other. I can't remember the name right offhand. They called it. It was part of the main technology that he used. See, yeah, well, see, all right. Now, everything has a frequency. Everything's got a harmonic. And the theory is that he figured out the harmonics of that stone, of the rock. All right. And if you manipulate the harmonics to the point, and like adjust the frequency just a little bit, one way or the other, like for instance, let's for visualization. All right. Let's say you got that. Oh, what's going on, Andy? Jack, man, what's going on? Let's say, for instance, you figured out the harmonic frequency of that stone, all right, and you adjust that frequency to the left a little bit, all right. That would it would change the molecular composition of that stone to the point where it would turn almost to as soft as clay, all right. If you manipulate that frequency to the opposite direction of its harmonic, it would levitate. Now, if this is true on how, like, all these megalithic buildings were built, they used something that could generate the harmonic of that stone to where they can shape these stones any way they want to, because you could use it was like clay, so you can mold it any way. That's why you see a lot of these things, these big megalithic buildings, all these blocks are like, it's like jigsaw puzzle, you know what I mean? And they're like, so there's no mortar, and they're so close together. They got nothing. I mean, you can't even put a playing card or play like a you can't put a sheet of paper in between them. They're just, it's just so such um, um, a tight fit. All right. Um, Now, if you were able to take this stone and soften it to the point of clay, and you can return it to its hard state, using that frequency thing, that would explain on how they shaped them, how they shaped the rocks. And then also, if that is also true on that same thing, when it comes down to the levitation part of it, that would also explain on how they transported them. Because a lot of these buildings, all these like megalithic things and stuff like that, the quarries that they got these rocks, or these big ass rocks from, were like hundreds of miles away. And we don't have technology. We don't even have cranes and all that other crap that can actually duplicate that today. We don't even have that today that can do that. So evidently there was some kind of technology that we forgot or been hidden from us for a million years, because evidently they figured it out way back then. They were able to manipulate stone, which is the most common thing on this planet. You know what I mean? Like we can do with metal today. They were able to manipulate stone just like what we can do with metal today. And I find that interesting. I mean, there's a couple of people that I keep track of that are actually actively trying to figure that out, on how, like for instance, how Ed Lee Scallion, who built Coral Castle, how he did it. And I think that would be kind of cool, because I would love to I would love to build me a big ass stone freaking um thing. Oh, what's going on, SG? I didn't see you in there. Hold on. Yeah, good to see you, bud. Good to see you in there, man. I was starting to ramble on about really weird technology. And like I said, if anybody feels like they want to pop up and talk, that's fine too, man. I got it pinned to the top, but um, otherwise, I'm just kind of trying to give a place for people to sit for a minute. Nah, no worries, Indy. No worries. I totally understand. It ain't no big deal. I'm just throwing it out there if anybody does. Oh, who that? Who that? Who that? Oh, what's up, SG?
Hey, how's it going? Excuse
Wrong
me.
with you? How you doing this afternoon time over there?
5 to 10 in the morning.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Oof.
So how are you doing?
Um, I've been resting, kind of,
Right on.
kind of. Yeah, I kind of worn myself out. Oof.
Well, you don't want this stuff to kill you now. You got to get your,
There's
you got to
plenty
get
of
your.
other shit trying to kill us in this goddamn world, eh?
Yeah, I know. I mean, you don't
Yeah,
want
we
to
don't have
like,
to kill ourselves. Like,
you don't want YouTube to, drain you of all your energy.
I agree.
You know.
Excuse me.
Yeah. A bunch of us a bunch of people that are in the chat. We were all over at another live, and he decided to shut it down. So I was like, well, shoot, I'll go ahead and pop on one, and if you guys want somewhere to go for a little while, shit, I'm gonna go ahead and throw it on. So here we are. You know, I've been
Here we
popping
are.
around. I've been kind of like popping around all day, man. I've been kind of like um, making my rounds, popping into here and there.
Yeah, that's we do.
Yeah, yeah. But yeah, I was.
So I got a bit of stomach acid this morning.
Yeah, 36 hours. Yeah, let's see what NC Girl says.
Hold on.
Yeah, you got an echo going on over there.
Oh shit! I might have to jump out then. I'm back in.
Okay.
I'll be back.
I haven't even made any coffee yet. Yeah, 36 hour streams, man. Come on now. I mean, that's like, he's a beast. I mean, I did a 20-hour stream, man. That was long enough, man. You know, all right.
Good morning.
All righty then. Yep. Okay. All right. I don't hear any echo, so that's good. You're good.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. And Gregory in there. Look at that.
Oh.
That's cool, man. I'm getting a mixture of everybody in here tonight. That's good. Or this morning. That's cool.
Oof.
Where is it? Is it cold over there?
Well, it is where I am right now. Yeah, keeps going cold, then getting warm, then going cold, then getting warm for a couple of days or something.
Oh, I was about to say. Yeah, because I mean, it's actually, man, it's supposed to have a damn cold front coming in for the next couple of days, man. The next couple of nights are supposed to get down in like, I don't know, 30s and 40s Fahrenheit. So I mean, it's cold now, but I think it's only like in the 50s or something like high 50s or something. It's still cold.
That's funny. You
What?
said read the chat. So yeah, I'd just like to say hello to everyone. Eddie James, Independent Money, United, Cat Dodd, and Seagull, Joker,
Yeah.
Gregory, Auntie at Jack. Okay. Finding Keno. Okay, so yeah. Oh. But yeah, 36 hours is enough to. Where is it
Yeah.
now? Is that the one you were saying?
Yeah. It's
Yeah,
like
I
you're a
listened to that
freaking
song,
beast.
NC Girl.
Yeah, you're a freaking beast when it comes to that 36-hour live stream.
Yeah, but it's I don't know if it's a good idea then.
No, I mean, unless you like um rigged up like a co-host that can take over for a little while you can rest
Yeah,
and
I know.
instead of like, sneaking off. You know, it's like, here, I'm gonna go take a leak, and you sneak off for a while and go to sleep for a couple hours and come back, you know?
I don't think it was. I don't think I've ever done that.
Oh yeah. Or you just fall asleep
I think I
in the
fell
stream.
asleep by accident. Yeah, while I was just there.
I did that one time and I was like, nope, I'm not gonna do that
I
again.
know.
I
I've
mean,
said that myself.
you
I've
know,
actually literally said I'm never falling asleep again, and then I kind of did
yeah.
for a minute.
I'm telling you, man, I was like, I did that one time and I was like, okay. And I know why I did it too, because I had a couple people on here and I was just not being engaged at all. I was just like getting really bored. I started, I just nodded off and I woke back up. Everybody's gone. I'm all by myself. I'm like, oh, okay. Well, I guess I'll shut it down.
I think Joker's right there. He said I never snuck off. I just crashed out.
Right. Yeah.
Morning, Ian. Hey, Ian.
No, I haven't heard anything about the Ukraine government website being hacked. I have not heard anything yet. See, yeah, see, the U.S. government wants to, the U.S. corporation, technically, they want to get involved in all that crap. And they're wanting to use our damn tax dollars to do it too, and it pisses
They
me
want
off.
to use all of our money. They don't want to use their own
Fuck no,
unless it's investing in something far away or from home.
no, it just drives me nuts.
I don't
It's
know
like
why I made that rhyme. Sorry.
you're a poet and didn't know it.
Yeah,
No, I
possibly I
just
could be a dickhead, but I shouldn't show it.
right. All right, all right, Nikki, man. You talking about damn coffee, man? I'm gonna have to make me some coffee. I haven't made any coffee yet.
Yeah, I haven't had any coffee in ages. When I went
Really?
to Burger King or something 3 days ago, was it?
Yeah, I haven't made any yet this morning. I was like, well, it's only like, was it 2 minutes after 4 o'clock in the morning here? So
Hmm.
the sun will be up in a couple hours.
My son, the sun here is up, should I say? Not my son. My son's up here.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the sun's been up over there for a couple hours though. It's been up for a few hours anyway. Or, I mean, what time does it usually get up? Around 6, 7 o'clock in the morning?
For me,
Yeah.
oh, for when the sun gets up, I don't know. Yeah, about
Yeah.
then.
Yeah, around
Yeah.
6 or so. Yeah, that's one time around here, around 6 or so is when it starts popping up over here.
Mm.
So I've got a couple hours before it comes up. And this is the time of the morning when it gets real cold, when it wants to get cold.
It's the top of the morning.
Yep. Yeah.
Well, I might drink a coffee if it was made for me, but I'm not going to make one.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean,
You know, if
I'd
I
offer
like
you a
buy a
coffee,
coffee,
Yeah, I'd
if I
offer you a
buy a
coffee,
coffee,
man.
I don't have to make it.
Yeah, I'd offer you one, man, but it'd take a while to get there.
Yeah, it might be a bit cold.
Yeah. you know, might as well just go ahead and freeze dry it and just send it over to you, right?
Yeah, like a lozenge.
So,
a,
so yeah,
a lozenge coffee.
Yeah, you just sit there and suck on it for a while.
Yeah.
Oh man. So how's everything going on over there, man? I mean, you're all right. I mean, you taking care of yourself and all that. I mean, come on now. I mean, seriously. I mean, you got to look out for your health. I mean, tell you, you gotta keep. You gotta look after yourself. I mean, everybody does, but I was just curious. Uh, you know, I do as
Yeah.
best I can.
Well, I suppose a little bit. Yeah, I'm looking after myself a little bit.
Well, good. Well, nobody else is going to do it.
Yeah, you're damn
You
right.
know, I'm serious, man. I mean, I'm in that position. It's like nobody else is going
Yeah.
to do it, so I gotta look after myself, man, because I ain't got somebody that's going to do it for me. So
Isn't it funny when we say that and we know that's the truth, but like we also know the government ain't gonna look after us either. They're more like gonna make our lives more fucking
yeah,
difficult.
that's not their that's not their goal. All right,
It's
when
not
it
their
comes down to
purpose either.
well, when it comes down to governments anyway, they're the only thing that governments care about is to keep continuity of government. That is it. They don't care, and they'll use any means necessary to keep that continuity. That's all they care about. They don't give a shit about anything else. All right. That's what. No matter what government around the world, that's the only thing they care about. And that continuity, that's that that holding on power, holding on control. You know what I mean? So they'll do
Yeah.
anything to keep that. Once they get it, they got it. They don't want to ever give it back or give it up. So
And
that's the
that's
only thing
always
they care
been the
about.
way.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, yeah. I was, that's the thing too, man. It's like I've been talking to people all over the world, man. I was sitting there. What was it? I was talking to somebody. Was it a couple days ago? That lives in Greenland, and he was telling me about all the damn restrictions and stuff, man, because he doesn't have the crap. All right, so they're not letting him like go into stores and go to the movies, go to the gym, all that stuff. It's really working on him bad, like emotionally. I mean, I don't know if he's actually going to go if he's actually thinking about it, but I got off him and like he was down to like almost thinking about suicide because of it. You know what I
Who was
mean?
that?
Um, oh my gosh, I think his name is Daniel, if I remember correctly. Um,
Hmm.
Independent. She knows who I'm talking about. But yeah, it really bothered me, and I've talked to a couple other people in different countries too, man. That when it comes down to what's going on, and it's a little worse off than what it is in the UK, and it's definitely a little bit worse off than it is here. And it's like for instance, okay, there's a guy I haven't talked to him personally, but I've there's a guy named Bjorn. He lives in Norway, and I'm gonna
Okay.
tell you something. He oh man, I mean, he's got Viking heritage, man. So I mean, it's hard for me to, you know, like my gosh, these this guy is like a Viking, very strong, you know, and he's almost starting to sound like he's being defeated. You know what I mean? It bothers me. You know what I mean? And I don't know. I hate the fact, like for instance, like even in Norway, it's like it's like what I think they got up to like 90%, fully
Yeah, I think I've
vaccinated.
seen that guy on, if I'm thinking right, the odd live stream, right?
Oh, I don't know. He's got a YouTube channel.
Or am
Yeah,
I thinking of someone else? Sorry. Oh, I'm
yeah,
thinking of a guy from Germany. My bad, I think.
yeah. Well,
I thought
yeah.
you were
No,
talking about somebody on YouTube.
no, well, he's on YouTube. He's got his own channel, but he's in Norway. Um, yeah, he's a independent Many United. She knows who I'm talking about. Um, uh, he matter of fact, he was doing a live stream earlier, basically just talking about, because they're talking about the COVID
Um,
passes and stuff like that
yeah,
that they're trying to push on to everybody. He doesn't want anything to do with it, and
no,
making it
there's a lot of us out there.
really hard. Excuse me?
There's a lot of us out there, and it is really hard when they put something like that in.
Yeah,
It's going to be such a different world.
yeah. And well, I mean, and there's even like there's even a story in Canada. There's this thing. It's called the Ronald McDonald House, where it's like, for like children that have like diseases or whatever, or like they have, like, cancer or something like that. And this is a place for,
Yeah.
it's like a all like a, what do you call it, like a um not a fundraiser, but what do you call it, like a where you can donate money to these things. But anyway, and because they don't have the vax, the kid doesn't even have the vax or anything like that. They want to kick them out,
Yeah.
and he's got cancer. You know what I mean? He can't really get the damn jab because that'll probably kill him. He's
Yeah.
already got freaking cancer, and they're
And I
wanting to
never got
force
that
it.
whole, if you're, vulnerable, medically vulnerable in any way,
Right,
comorbidities or anything, then you
right.
should have the jab.
Well, it's pissing
I
me
never
off
got
because, I
that.
mean, honestly,
I
man, I
mean, I
mean,
get
this
it
is
from their point of view, but I don't get it from the other side of the view. And it's got to work both sides, hasn't it?
well, I'm telling you, SG, I have yet to see any evidence this even freaking exists in the first place. I mean,
I know.
but with that aside, it's really it's not the actual disease that's actually becoming most of the problem. It's all these damn policies and all these damn restrictions and all that stuff. That's
Just the
what's killing
lockdowns
people.
were enough
Yeah,
to
that
do
all
damage.
that stuff. I mean, it's like that guy I was talking about in Greenland. I mean, it's just the simple fact of not be able to go to the store, not be able to go into the movies, not go to the gym.
Mhm.
It's emotionally, it's really affecting people to the point of they just don't want to be here anymore. That kind of thing.
No,
And I
a
mean,
lot
hell,
of
even the
people giving up,
suicide rate has just gone sky high
That's
here in
what I'm
America.
saying. A lot of people been giving up.
Yeah, I know. And
I nearly gave up before I came on to YouTube.
I'll tell you this, SG. I'm
Or
gonna tell
should
you
I say,
something.
I think I had given up and dragged myself
Well, I'll
somewhat,
tell you this,
somewhat out of
SG.
it to come on YouTube.
Well, I'll tell you this. Don't give them what they want, and that's what they want. They want you
No,
dead. Don't give them what they want. You know. I mean, that's what's keeping me going. It's like, I'm
they'll
not
have
going to
to,
give them what they want.
they'll
I'm
have
not
to
going to give it to
take
them.
what they want,
They're
not
not
give,
going to even.
not
I'm not
let
going to
me
give it to them.
do it.
I'm not
Yeah,
going to give it to them. If they try and take it from me, I'm going to take a whole shitload of them down with me. You know what I'm saying? That's how I feel about it. I don't care. The way I am, man, I'm like, there's going to be some people dead. I might be one of them, but I'm sure as hell going to take a few of them with me. You know what I mean? I ain't worried about that. I just, when that day comes, I'm not, I don't know. That's why I'm so frustrated because, I mean, there's quite a lot here in America that, um, they haven't woke up, they haven't awakened them, they haven't opened their eyes, and they're not seeing it, and and they're not angry, and that's what's bugging me, and it bugs me even more when I see all these other countries and how people are just, they're just being very nice and very polite about the whole thing and all that stuff. I'm like, no, you need to get fucking angry. And I wonder, and me personally, I kind of hope, and I hope this and that. Hope is an empty thing to me, but I hope that.
hope will drive a man insane.
Well, that's true. I mean, I
But it's
have my
better to
own.
have hope than nothing.
Well, that's true, but still, even that is an empty
You got to
concept.
replace it with something, haven't you?
Well, I wonder, like
An
for
achievement
instance,
towards the goal you had hope for.
yeah, I wonder when it comes down to, like, for instance, people here in America, if it gets down to the point and we actually stand up, if we can be like the beacon of light and hope for other countries and to follow suit, or at least the people of those countries. I don't give a shit about the governments. As far as
I
I'm
think what
concerned, all
independent money
governments
says.
around this. as far as I'm concerned,
We
all
got to
governments
connect.
around this fucking planet can just burn to the ground. You know what I mean? That's how I
I
see it.
know they're all
I
in
feel
this, aren't they?
huh?
They're all in on this.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. So I mean, I mean, I wouldn't care one bit if all of them just all burned to the ground, and so we can just be left alone, and and so we can live and be left alone. I'd be all right with that. Um, but you know, I'm kind of hoping, and like I said, it's a hope thing, but I'm kind of hoping that I don't know if it's going to be us over here that will be like kind of like the first ones to jump off the bridge type of thing. I don't know, but
Mm.
um, it's got to happen somewhere, and the only reason I think it could be us is because we still have our weapons, and we have a better chance at least fighting back on that level if it came down to it than most other countries. But I think if the people from if a lot of people from other countries they started seeing us do it, they'd be like, well, I think we can do that too, that kind of thing. Um, I don't know.
That's
Uh,
how ideas spread.
well, I don't know. That's the reason why I talk to everybody, SG. That's why I like talking to everybody. And I don't want to just stay right here in my little bubble right here. You know what I mean? That's why I get out and I talk to everybody I can.
Yeah.
And you know, even though some of my ideas might be a little radical, I guess, in some people's eyes, but in my mind, it's not radical. It's actually like what my ancestors did. My ancestors said, "Fuck all you goddamn kings and queens," and then they came over here and decided to, to be free people. You know what I mean? That's what my ancestors did when they came over here. All right, and I want that to continue, but they're trying to squash that. So that's another thing too that bugs me about how they're like they're trying to get a lot of these people coming in from South America and Mexico and all that other stuff. That's in my mind is diluting that American values and American I don't want to say patriotism, but somewhat because they've grown up in all these damn socialist communist damn controlled countries, and then they come here and they bring that same mentality here, and it's like no 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 no, that stuff you can leave that shit back wherever the fuck those other countries are. You can leave that over there, but I mean, that's the thing. It's like I actually want that brush fire of freedom to ignite in people's brains all over the fucking planet. I want it to spread everywhere like a wildfire. And
Every fire starts with a small spark.
right, I know, and that's the thing. It's like I mean, I'm kind of like that in a way, a small spark. You know what I mean? And I kind
We
of
all
want
are.
to, yeah, exactly.
With enough
And
of you, you can make a sun.
well, that's what I'm saying. I want that spark to ignite into a brush fire that would just spread, like almost uncontrollably, a brush fire of freedom. You know what I mean? That's what I want. But I mean, I don't know if I'll ever see that completely or in my lifetime, but I would sure as hell like to be a part of it. That's why I have an urge, I have a drive to do what I do,
Yeah.
to talk to people and and plus I like to understand things. I like to understand other people and their cultures and where they came from and why they think the way they think and why they believe what they believe and blah blah
Mhm.
blah. You know, you know, one of my favorite things to do is to people watch. I mean, that's like a hobby of mine. I like doing that. I learn so much about humanity just by watching people, you know. And
Well, 12 Bravo, the government will find a reason to lock us down soon enough. Some of us, anyway. I mean, they never really locked down the politicians, did they? Certainly not in the UK.
no, they're not doing it here either, man. I mean, there's a lot of talk, but I have yet to see any actions, and that's what bothers me. There's a lot of damn lip service, you know. They just it's like I don't know. I see a lot of talk, but I have yet to see anything happen. It's like there's even talk of like arresting and imprisoning Hillary Clinton, Fauci, Maxine Waters, damn, what's his name? Freaking, I don't know, I can't remember the name right off him. Yeah, all them out there, they're talking about it, but I have yet to see anything like that even coming close to being even an action coming true. But I would
Mm.
love it. You know what I mean? You know, sitting there watching like Nancy Pelosi sitting up on one of the podiums doing a speech, and next thing you know, a whole bunch of cops come in there and just put her in handcuffs and drag her ass out, put her in prison. That would be
Well, I mean,
awesome on live TV. That would
I
be
mean,
awesome.
first they should be like point the guns and go right, stand on one foot,
No,
hop over
I
there,
want to see
arms
her
up.
ass getting fucking tased and fucking, thrown on the ground and kicked a few times in the
Oh, hold
head and
on.
then put in handcuffs.
Let's think about it like a police officer would. Okay, so
Exactly.
first
Yeah.
he's gonna shoot her in the leg a couple of times. Then he's gonna spray the pepper spray in the gunshots, and then he's gonna taser. Probably,
Yeah.
that'd be
Well,
the.
maybe in UK, but here in the US, what it will happen is what will happen is they'll taser us, all right, and if she fucking makes any kind of a move like resisting, they'll shoot her and then put handcuffs on her and then drag her ass out and throw her up against the damn back of a car. That would be awesome to watch on TV. I would love to watch that in live TV.
What would
But
it
it
be?
just
The only time that we want police brutality to be acceptable.
exactly. Exactly. That'd be one time I'll be rooting for police brutality, but
Yeah.
I
They're
don't
like, hey,
see any of that kind
tyrants
of
in the
thing.
police, come here and do your fucking job for once.
Right. Or even like the military, kind of like a military, almost like to the point of like, because these people are so like somewhat untouchables. I mean, you would have to have like almost like a military tribunal to take them down instead
Yeah.
of like a regular court
And they
system.
could sit there with mortars readily aimed and say, if any
Right.
shit comes out your mouth, you're going to get
Right.
one of these.
I mean, until I see some actual evidence of actually something actually happening instead of them just saying, "Oh yeah, no," they're talking about it. I'm seriously tired of talk when it comes down to that shit. I mean, I think the time for that, for diplomacy is over with, man.
It's hard to disagree, and I've said that so many times, but I only say that because I can't say what I want to say, and usually the only thing I can say is we are the people we've been waiting for,
right.
and the time is now.
Yeah, because if it ain't now, when? And if it ain't
Yeah.
us, who? You know what I mean?
Well, if it comes late, then it's too late.
Well, the longer we the people, no matter what country we're in, the longer we wait, the more difficult it's going to be. The more, the further on down the road, where it will be irreversible. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
I think there's still, time to to correct it or flip that script on its ass.
Well, it's not okay. Independent money, yes, it's not too late. It just gets harder and harder and harder.
Yeah.
Which, if then you wait too long,
Oh, what's
I
up,
don't know.
Dave?
I don't know that maybe there is a too late. We're not there yet.
I don't know. Um,
I speak
yeah.
to so many people who are like, "We can't win," and I'm like, "Yes, but I want to be more positive than that." But
Well, see, that to
we
me,
can't win.
that's a defeatist attitude.
That's what I've said, but a lot of people say it.
Yeah, I know.
I'm just saying, yeah.
That's what bothers me because I was like, it's like listening to the tone of Bjorn out there in Norway talking,
Mm,
and it's almost like a defeatist type of attitude.
mm,
Almost. I'm not saying he's defeated, but it's like almost like that type of, well, shit. There's just we can't do anything about it, and we're fucked. That kind of thing. And I'm just
mhm.
like, I don't want to. I don't. If you cannot believe, if you do not believe that you can win, well, you've lost the battle before you even start. You know what I mean?
Yep.
You've already lost. Oh wait,
Yeah.
who's that? Somebody's coming up. Who's that?
Mm.
Oh,
Hang on, morning. So you don't think we're there yet?
Well, too late.
Point. Well, You were talking about, like,
I don't think we're at too late yet. No.
I think we are. I think legalese has took over the common sense law.
Oh, it did that a while ago.
Oh, of course it did, right? I think legalese under personshood forcefully consents all acts of Parliament because acts aren't law. And we all know acts are not law. They're only given
They
the
only
power of law.
act as a law.
Well, no, an act's not a law. Acts
No,
are
it's
not law.
acting as.
No, it's not. I can explain it to you. Acts are not law. They're only given the power of law when consented by the governed. So you have to consent.
Yes, but I didn't mean they were law. I meant they were acting.
Yeah, they're
Yeah,
acting
yeah,
like
right.
law.
Yeah. They try and say they have royal assent and
No,
whatnot.
that's not what I was saying.
Half of them don't even have it.
Yeah, absolutely. For me, all acts and statutes can go shove themselves into their own page and then burn.
Yeah, but you can't do that because the acts and statutes, right, are based upon the premise that a business has the same rights as a person. And a person is a fictitious legal entity made up so governments and corporations can make money. And that's the definition.
And it's fake.
Of course it is. It's fictitious. That means fake.
Yeah.
Right? And the key word fictitious legal, which is legalese. Right? Yeah. So that's how they get you to forcefully consent your acts, because they tell the business and the employee of the business that they must comply or they get sued. And that's how the lassie in UK got sued for the lassie dying on the plane, Batista and Valerie. It was the end agent, the server, who got sued, not the corporation, not the CEOs. So just like Mein Kampf, Hitler's book, where he told everybody, if you want to control a country and take all its stuff away from it, do it bit by bit, increment by increment, and eventually it will be too late. If you don't think it's too late, can you explain to me how it is you'll reverse it in a legal way? Because you'll have to do it legally.
I know. I disagree. Legally, it doesn't fucking matter about legally this or legally that. It doesn't matter. Yeah, it really doesn't matter. That's their system.
Specific
Legally,
yeah.
Yeah,
I was not
legally,
being
it's
my
their
normal
system.
nice sense. Sorry, and
I'm not gonna try and fight their system under their rules. No,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna do that at all. I'm gonna do it under our rules.
And as you might say, Joe, you're putting on their hat and trying to beat them at their own game.
Exactly.
No.
Take that hat off.
I'm not trying to do nothing, right? I'm just conjecturing. I'm trying to figure out how it is we're going to do it, how we're going to turn it around. I mean, it's like I'm not trying to be negative at all. I'm trying to get like I've thought about this for a long time, right? And like SG, you already probably know that I fight back against the Scottish government within their system. I use their rules against them, right? And I've never paid gas or electricity in Scotland for 10 years.
And see, this is another thing too that actually bothers me. It's like I've known a few Scots, man, and this is like a very proud people that I know that are in Scotland. All right, and, they come from a very strong people, and it's like bugs the crap out of me how a lot of them are actually just falling down to their knees and complying with this shit. I mean, where's that's huh?
I was amazed. I'm an 80s kid, so I was born in 1980 in a scheme in Edinburgh, and I'm telling you, I was mortified, shocked, disheartened, and completely dumbfounded when they put the lockdown and people complied. I was like, holy shit, the fuck is going on here?
I mean, can you imagine what your ancestors would be thinking right now?
Dude, I can imagine what would have happened in 1989 when I was 9 years old. We would have all been out in the street rioting. Every police car would have been turned upside down, and they wouldn't have came in the schemes again. They would have been
changed?
What changed? My honest opinion was, I think it was Labour. I think it was Tony Blair, Gordon Brown, successively, and then the Tories came back into power and did the exact same again, whilst with the other hand try to take it back slowly. But after like 1979 and then 84, key points, us losing the third part of the world currency, the UK going to shit, the special relationship, and then let's invest in a military complex called the Falklands and secure all those oil, mineral wealths and all the rest of it, and slap a few folk about to make us be Maggie's stormtroopers again. But then after all that, I kind of finished, and Maggie had assets stripped to UK at the start by privatisation, milk stealing, you name it, shutting down coal mines, whatever, the whole malarkey. Labour came in and started making new offences whilst giving people money, whilst paying them off.
Yeah.
And then what happened was
Mhm.
that was the start. That was, well, not the start. I mean, if I look at like in the UK, just specifically the UK, when the IRA were running about bombing everybody left, right, and centre, the only right you lost in the UK was wearing a balaclava in the summertime. The Taliban, or Al Qaeda, whatever you want to call it, they started bombing bits and bobs of the UK and everywhere else, seemingly. And you look at how many rights the UK have lost during that exercise.
Yep.
And it's astronomical. I mean, I now live in a country in Scotland where we're almost like Canada, with the civil laws now in the criminal law.
Right.
With the, which basically, I asked a sheriff and I asked an MP, does civil law try to forcefully consent every act of parliament against the sons and daughters of Scotland? And that MP phoned the police on me because it was a good question. Because it does. It tries to forcefully consent. It cannot forcefully consent, but it can for your person, because your person's a fictitious legal entity made up so governments and corporations make money. And the non-crimes, they take you into the same places where they do for like council tax evasion. Yeah, the legal court where you go to get access to your kids. They take you in there and just fine you £300, £400, £500 for nothing. So the whole system, whether we like it or not, right? Every country in the world is now adopting that civil law into their criminal law, and that's how they are forcing compliance from the human beings. Because it's quite weird. It's like really hard to explain. You have to like try and comprehend it. We're all dead at sea. We're all
Yeah.
CS.
No. I
You
understand
talk
that.
to people who have tried to understand this previously.
Yeah, I've delved into it myself when it comes down here in America, when it comes down to the natural law and common law, because that's what America was. That's what we. And my answer is that's what we started, and then like what 300 years ago when the Constitution and all that stuff was written and all that stuff, man, everything kind of changed because then they turned it. Everything was flooded. The land was flooded. All right, with the Admiralty Maritime Law instead of the natural
Yeah.
common law. All right, and they just want to brush all that stuff under the natural common law, all that stuff under the rug like it didn't exist. Kind of like the Constitution, period. I mean, honestly, man, the Constitution here in the states, it's like the damn paper it's written on it's not even worth the damn paper it's written on because there's nobody actually honoring it. Nobody's actually enforcing it either because technically like the rights that are endowed to us or by God that was written on paper to be protected in the Bill of Rights, they're ignoring and they're actually going against it.
Yeah.
So who and it's supposed to be up to us, the people, to enforce them because those are not laws for us. Those are rules and laws for the government to follow.
Yeah.
All right. And nobody's following. Nobody's enforcing them. I mean, because it's up to us to do it because you can't expect the government to enforce laws on itself. It won't do it. All right. Because it investigates itself. It ends up doing all this other crap. It makes it. It gives itself immunity. I mean, you can't ask a master to be a better master. All right. And that's the thing too that bothers me. Is like I see there's some benefit of the protests, but what you're really doing on the majority of it, you're just yelling at a damn wall. They don't care, they don't really care at all. I mean, if we use the same tactics that they used toward us back at them,
Yep.
Yeah.
That's why I was asking about like using their rules against them. Right? Because we know what the government cares about, right? It's not blood, it's not life, it's coin. Because governments don't make money. All they do is collect it and allocate it technically, right? So all they're interested in the coin, right? Now we now find ourselves because of technology, because of the lie in what technology would bring, and the fact that wages don't go up with inflation, specifically for my country, right? We now have a situation where the government are supposed to get most of its tax now from the corporations, right? Which is the reason why the corporations get all these wee mad deals and all the rest of it, which all shaft us and makes them billions because the government's like, well, all right, I'm getting 24% of that. But they didn't get 24% of it anyway, 9 times out of 10, because they all evade paying the tax, right? But the government believes that they don't make any tax off us. right? Yeah. So we're not making them enough money, right? You know, it's like the old analogy, air stealers or whatever, resource users, right? Because they're not producing enough, right? Now, if they're interested in money, so why don't we start attacking the government in a monetary way? Why don't we start costing the government money? Now, I know it costs ourselves money, but when you look at the world debt and ask who it is we owe each other, we owe it money to anybody, these trillions, you find out that we owe it to ourselves because it's government debts and we are the government, so it's therefore we owe it to ourselves, right? Now, if we start costing them money, they'll stop doing a lot of the stuff that they're doing, no?
Well, I mean, I know that is one thing. It's like if you could, yeah, hit them where it counts is where the, you know, in the
We've
pocketbook.
spoken about this before, haven't we? Global non-compliance.
Yeah, in a way.
Like,
I mean,
against
because honestly,
all of these big
you know,
companies and the government and everything. Yeah.
yeah, in
I
a
mean,
way, that's where it comes down to. But then it's like, okay, you know, trying to figure out how we
well, we
can
did it
come
in
together
Edinburgh.
as a people, in a sense,
It was,
to
it,
start
it
up
was,
our own systems, in a sense. You know what I mean? Start up our own courts, start up our own money. You know what I mean, or whatever.
Mhm,
Hold on, somebody else is
mhm.
popping in. Who's that?
Well,
Oh
we
my
kind of
gosh, Peter
we
wants to come in on this.
we kind of did it in Scotland, right? When Nicola Sturgeon started the vaccine passport
Oh,
stuff, right? In Edinburgh, the capital of Scotland, all the businesses, when they started refusing people, right? The people that were going to the business and getting told, no, you need a vaccine passport, you're not getting in. The people turned around and told them, aye, is that right? Well, I'm never coming back here again. If you enforce that shit, we'll never be back here. Their footfall in the first weekend it got deployed went down by 60%. And all the public houses, all the pubs and restaurants, they all went to the Scottish government and says, nah, we're not doing this, bolt. And it stopped. And that
well,
was because the
it
business
should
got
be.
hit in its pocket. The people told the business, just like they did it with Nike in America, when Nike tried to put the prices up and you all chucked your trainers back. That's what needs to happen mass around the world. It's no point it just happening in the UK. It's no point it just happening in Canada. It's no point it just happening in America. They need to be hit simultaneously in their
Yeah,
pocket
I
around the
agree.
Western world.
Yeah.
Boom, man.
Well, that's
1
what they're
month
trying to do
later,
right now.
no, no,
They're trying to destabilize pretty much all the countries all at the same time. You
of
know,
course.
take away our monies, or take away the labor, our sweat equity, in a sense. All
Mhm.
right. You know, and well, in a sense, in my mind, it's just like, in a sense, reverse that. All right, because th- they want to live off of our sweat. They want to live off of our labor, and so they can live a comfortable living. We've got to stop that. We got to stop funding our own slavery, in a sense.
Yeah,
You know?
and we're also allowing our own slavery.
Well, I get that also, SG. That's another thing.
It's like we live on a planet that is being turned into what resembles a half-open prison.
Well,
All
yeah,
we have
like
to do is put something on the news, and then we follow it.
well, it's kind of
Instead
like
of
what they did
them
with Australia. It
telling
was
us
a
in a
prison
prison,
colony.
they tell us in this prison. You know,
Yeah,
we
I
do
mean,
it.
it's like they did with Australia. It was a prison colony. I think they're trying to turn the whole damn planet into a freaking prison colony. Right? And I mean, come on now. I know there's so many people in so many other countries, man, especially like, for instance, the Scots. I know some people are the Vikings in Norway. These are proud, strong people, man. And it drives me nuts to see that these people are just bending a knee to this shit. I mean,
Well,
I have to admit, there are people here in America that are doing the same thing. So, I mean, you know, it's not like, you know, it's not any, you know, it's not just over there or over there. It's actually here too. You know what I mean? So, I mean, it bothers me about that. But, you know, and you know, because I know there's a lot of, I mean, I don't know. You know, I can't speak for everybody.
I can't physically do much in a
bothers me.
war. You know, I've got my voice, it seems, and that's about
That's
it.
all I've got at the moment. You know what I mean? That's all I've got, and that's the only thing I've got to, when it comes down to like that spark we were talking about.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It just
Morning, all.
sparks. Morning, Peter.
How you doing, Peter?
Yeah, not too bad yourselves. There's an easy way out of what you're saying, and it's so easy, it's untrue. Just educate yourself. Once you're educated, nobody can put their opinion on you.
You just say no, Peter. You just say no, and there's nothing they can do.
That's it. As soon as you're educated and you know what's right and what's wrong, and you know exactly what people's jobs are and where you stand in your life, and the way to stand in your life is take your power back. Stop giving it away.
Yes,
As a
yeah.
man, A man that has no rights is a man that gave his rights away in the first place.
That was kind of what I was meaning by we give them to them.
Well, that's
Yeah,
the thing too.
We do it for them.
Yeah.
Do you not think that the vast majority of people out there actually do believe that the government give them their rights rather than they retain them?
People have no
Yes.
idea, do they really?
It's
Most
because
people.
we have been dumbed down and force-fed BS all of our lives. We've been told to look left and ignore right.
Well,
So-
I must admit, I know more about my rights, and not because I'm ex-forces in that. I learned a lot about when I was ex-forces because I got sent to Northern Ireland, and you basically were the police officers, protection officers, basically, right? So you had to learn a bit about laws and all that kind of stuff, so you didn't get sued, basically. But I've really learned most of my knowledge when it comes to like my rights and stuff like that at school in Scotland. I learned that in high school.
It's not taught us in England anymore. It
And
used to be taught.
I was born in 1980, like I'm 41 right now, and I was taught that in high school. I was taught about the Children's Charter and everything.
Wow.
I mean, but I'll be honest with you. I think they regretted it because, like we literally, like, we were quite naughty, and every time they tried to do us with stuff, and I used to cross the railway line every day to go to school. I'd get caught every day to go to school. I'd get charged for it every day, and I would not get done for it because there's no such law as trespass in Scotland. And I learned that at school.
The best
And
couple of things I ever did at school were we got to read 2 books, and one was Animal Farm, and the other one was 1984. The rest of it was shit.
You know, we never got that. We never got Animal Farm in 1984. We got Roots.
Oh, that wasn't part of the curriculum the next year. One of my friends who was a year below me said he didn't know anything about that shit.
Well, I know that a couple of years after they first gave us our rights at school, they stopped teaching that. They literally did it because, like, it was around about 92, 93 where the policing kind of changed too, where they stopped becoming constables and they started becoming officers, like working for a corporation rather than working for us, basically, if you know what I mean. And it was in Scotland where all that was piloted and tested before it then got introduced everywhere else in the UK. The same as the poll tax, the same as the civil law getting put into your criminal law. And that's happening in the UK because they said every European statute law will be made UK statute law, where your civil law is a European law. That's what it starts with. You know what I mean?
It goes back to the Romans, from what I understand, man. When it comes down to a lot of this, it goes back to the Romans. A lot of it is that Roman law. I mean, even part of Roman law was like if one can be if one can be deceived, let them be deceived.
Yep.
You know, or something like that. I can't remember exactly the words, but it's like that.
Yeah,
you know?
he who is to be deceived, fault on him or something. You know, it's like
I can't remember exactly how it goes, but it's along those lines.
Or you know, it's like, oh, praise you if you defeat them. You know, it's like a war to do with law and business.
Well, yeah, in common, it's like it'd be like
I can't remember the term. Somebody said it the other day.
Yeah, if I can lie to you and you believe it, you know, it's all your fault. It's your fault for believing it.
If you think about it, right, like there's 3 places in the world that are states within states, right? Washington, the City of London, and Washington DC. Sorry, no Washington.
Isn't Vatican as well?
The Vatican City, right? Now, when you're in the City of London, you can be on one side of the road, right? Yeah. And what is fraud for me and you is not fraud for the other side of the road. It's called business. It's business.
Most people don't even know that London is its own separate place.
City of London, right? That's how Tony Blair never got done for war crimes, guys.
That's how Washington D.C. is. You know, Washington D.C. is technically not even a part of the United States. You know,
not state within a state. The same as the City of London and the same as the Vatican City. So some people say that the Vatican City is the religious arm, Britain is the financial arm, the City of London, and Washington is the military arm.
Do you know that the church takes a lot of their paedophile priests and puts them in the Vatican, in an old folks' home there?
Yeah, but do you know that the Church of England is actually called the Catholic Church of England on Company's House?
Oh, I believe that, yeah.
No, it is. It's mental.
Yeah.
It is. And the Church of Scotland is actually called the Catholic Church of Scotland as a business.
Mm.
That's because the Queen's the defender of the faith, of the Catholicism.
Defender of the faith.
Aye.
Let's listen to that defender of her faith, more like.
Well, I mean, technically her faith is not Catholicism, it's Protestantism. which is just protesting Catholicism.
Yeah,
If
yeah.
you research it, really, they didn't want to pay that extra tax. This is never skint bolt. You're not getting it.
And America's was kind of the same, except that they didn't go the religion way; they just went the country way.
No, America still pays tax to the UK.
Oh yeah, I did. I did explain this many times, but to people,
Four
there was
states,
actually
four states in America do not pay 4.5% tax to the UK because America, Britain learned from Hong Kong. When
it became independent, they wrote a debt to the king basically, and he had them pay a tax, a rent.
Yeah, pay 4.5% tax, the same tax they were paying us when they were selling to the French, and that's why nothing important happened today in the King's Diary, because every new state that was formed up until a certain point, this is why America stopped forming states, because they still had to pay in perpetuity the 4.5% tax. So every American, when you pay your federal tax, 4.5% of that goes to the crown. So you're paying Andy's more. You're feeding international criminal groups that transport children all over the world and put them into caves by Biden's troops. You're paying for it via your federal tax.
I was sitting there talking about that the other day.
So
we've got the technology to fucking hunt one person down all around this freaking globe, but yet our children still end up being disappearing all the time. Yeah. And it's like we have the technology to find all these missing children, but yet we don't for some reason.
Did you ever catch me talking about a movie that's coming out based on true life? True story, which is actually still happening now, based on a Navy SEAL, ex-Navy SEAL, who decided to go down the route of rooting out these, child traffickers and finding some of the children that had gone missing, and bringing them back.
It's due out.
Sound of Freedom. It was due out in late October, but it still isn't out. They're trying to block it. I swear. It's really
they're trying to block it, but it's coming out. It'll be out a bit later on. The reason why they're holding it back is because there's too much information, and it will blow the public into the next week, sort of thing. Most people, when this information comes out, most people are going to commit suicide because they're going to realise they let this go on. Yeah, here's a question for you. Here's a question for everyone. Okay, we're living in a world that seems to be upside down. Why are we living in a world that seems to be upside down? What is that purpose? Remember, everything has a purpose. So what is the purpose that we are living in this world? What is the cause? I've got the answer to it, and that is we're living in a world of evil and good. The evil at the moment is prospering. Now, if you look at it in that directive, you might go back to becoming a biblical sort of person and start listening and looking at the world that we're living in, because that's exactly what they're following is the Bible, and they're creating all the misery they possibly can. Why? Because it's evil world we're living in. The devil is running it.
It's like looking at the garden, right, and going, you know what? I haven't really looked closely at these plants lately. We've been here a while. When I planted this garden, it was all good. Let's just have a look. Hold on. There's some horrible plants in here that are strangling the other plants, by the roots and taking over this garden. Soon it's going to be a horrific garden of life-killing plants, and my garden will be destroyed. I better get working on the garden and root out some of these weeds and killer plants, get rid of all them and replant some decent stuff. And then, you'll just have to do it all again now and again to make sure that the garden lives. And we have flowers instead of weeds.
Well, okay. All right. Then it's like, okay, all right. We need to weed out those rotten ones. Then we need to root them out. All right. And honestly, it's like we got to get people on the same page, though. I mean, you know what I mean? Because just a few pockets here and there, I don't think it's going to happen. I mean, honestly,
it's like a few oases within the desert.
But that only works if your theory on this is life is correct. I mean, what if this is the actual life? I mean, the Bible talks about three planes. The Bible talks about heaven, hell, and purgatory. So as above, so below. Straight in your mind right now, you've got two hands above and below the earth, yeah? So heaven is above, hell is below. Does that mean this is purgatory? Does that mean that's why it's eternal torment and you relive the same mistakes? Is that why we have deja vu?
and we have primal deja vu.
As above, so below.
Yeah, as above, so below, right? So we're upside down, we're turned upside down. But then if we take in calendar shifts and whatnot, right, and you look at the text of the biblical again, we are now in the rapture. So this would tie in as well. And we're at stage 5, 6 of the rapture, depending on where you've got to believe. Ken crickets, locusts, they will attack these places.
Yeah, well.
So
I believe you're right, Joe, because the rapture is, they say, one will go, the other will stay. Look who's dying. Those that's taking the jabs, those are the ones that are going. And the ones that are staying are the meek that's going to inherit the world.
I mean, and it kind of, like, I mean, there's a thread that can go through it. I mean, every religion, whether you believe it or not, they all believe in the same ending. They all believe in the same similar yearly cycles as well. Between
And you know, that fire and brimstone ending, it isn't good, is it? You know, rivers of blood.
But that could just be down to a pole shift, guys.
Well, let me ask you, Peter. Peter, when you say the meek, okay, I've had this thing when it comes down to actually just trying to find like the definition of the meek. All right, now I'm trying to picture or visualize who the meek would be that would inherit the earth.
It's just the strong people that can carry all the shit that's been thrown at us now. We become the strongest, and we get given all the benefits. You've got to understand this. You've got to walk through the fire of coals with bare feet first. Yeah. Right. If you can make it to the end, you've got everything that you've ever wanted.
That's so wiki.
Oh, so thank you, Autumn, for she's sharing the damn stream out. That's pretty cool. Thank you, Autumn. Yeah.
So if you look at the meek as the strong, all the weak will fall, and the world will have no more weak. So if you look at it that way, you can also look at it as good and evil. All the evils can be wiped off the earth, and only the good is going to stand. So there's two ways you can look at it.
So I mean, okay. So if we, I guess, lack of better words, the purebloods can survive this end time, I guess you would call it. If we would be the ones that would be able to. I guess we would be the ones benefiting from the 1,000 years of peace. I guess you.
The only downside to that is the rapture lasts for like 500 or 600 years or something like that. So we'll not get any benefit. We'll be gone.
Well,
can I just give the biblical definition of meek?
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Meekness is essentially an attitude or quality of heart whereby a person is willing to accept and submit without resistance to the will and desire of someone else.
Wait a minute, say that one more time. I'm sorry.
Meekness is essentially an attitude or quality of heart whereby a person is willing to accept and submit without resistance to the will and desire of someone else.
Yeah, that would mean the meek are the vaccinated.
Okay, that's what that's what I got from it right off the bat.
I just thought I'd read it out because I was intrigued by Googling that and then looking for the biblical definition, because that would be the definition that's needed in trying to find out what meek means, right?
It seems to me that the word legalese comes from what you just mentioned. You says meekness or something. It's the meek. There's
meekness.
There's no ness on the end of meek in the Bible.
Well, it says here definition of meek. You know,
I thought it says meekness.
Yes, but in the definition, it says meekness.
Yeah, well, that's been changing it from one word to two words.
It'll be
what's the word?
You get alert, and then you'll also get alertfulness and alertness.
Yes.
And you get the similar names that come under the same definition. What it's saying, meek and meekness are the same. Basically, that's what it's trying to. That's my understanding. Like dictionaries with definitions, anyway.
See, my definition of what you just said sounds like weakness.
Well,
weakness.
Certainly sounds like.
Mm-hmm.
So to me, that isn't what I took from it. The meek is those that are strong and will inherit the earth. All the weak, the meek, or whatever you want to call them, are going to leave this planet. Yeah, literally going to.
What you're saying is the planet will turn into a hell,
No, no,
and the meek will be in it.
no. What's happening is the world is changing. We're going, like just say Mother Nature's had enough of us, and she only wants to carry the good, So the Earth's going to open up, and it's going to take all the badness away, and it's just going to give us a pure life, which was offered to us before we was born. Yeah, by God, the Creator, He offered us the perfect life, and at the moment, because the devil's running things, and we have to live an upside down world.
Well, it is upside down. It's all double speak, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's all like inverted in satanic systems.
Yeah,
can I also, sorry, add before we move somewhere be away from it, I've actually found as well notes for the meek shall inherit the earth definition as well, what it possibly means in the Bible. And it says the saying implies that those who forego worldly power will be rewarded in the kingdom of heaven.
Yeah, okay. And that's what I was about to say. I was under the impression that after the end of days and the Saviour comes back, he takes you away. He takes you away. He doesn't leave you on this earth, because this earth recycles. You go to heaven, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
That's why they say you go to hell, and then you can either go to heaven or hell, right? Or you go to purgatory. Right, and purgatory is where you really are bad, eternal torment, and this is purgatory. Are you enjoying your life?
No.
It's the same thing.
I mean, I have
coming in and biting you in the ass.
Yeah, I have some good times, but man, no, I know it can be so much better if there's certain peoples that don't want me to have it better. You know what I mean? They're using force and violence to keep me from having that fulfillment of life, that enlightenment. You know what I mean? To achieve enlightenment today, I mean, seriously, I think Buddha would even have challenges. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, for real. I mean, there's just too much bombarding us every day. You know what I mean? And it's done on purpose. It's all done by design.
One of the meanings of meek describes it as also down to earth. Isn't that strange?
Well, I'm gonna hold my line. I am personally. It
means down to earth, as in like what Joe was saying, like meek, down to earth. The others who are not meek are up somewhere else. There's a hope. Sorry, what not what Joe said. What Peter said.
Right.
Like, well, both of them.
Let me hey, I want to say, hey, to Black Spring Autumn, I don't have any way of donating to me, but I appreciate it. And much love for sharing the stream out there, Autumn. I really do appreciate it.
You should probably think about that. Who thinks that?
I know. NC girl. She's on my ass about trying to get a PayPal or something like that.
Stay on his ass, NC girl.
Yeah, she's not going to stop. Honestly, she's on my ass.
You better sort that out then, mate.
Yeah, I know. I got to figure out some way of doing something like a PayPal.
Do you want me to help you with that?
Who, you?
You asked me once, and I was like, I could try.
I don't know, man. I honestly, I kind of need somebody to kind of hold my hand and kind of walk me through some of that stuff, man. But I'm just, I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, but I appreciate it, Autumn. I really appreciate you sharing the stream too, man. Because honestly, these conversations, I think, are important. And I think right now, we're actually at this moment, I think we're representing 3 countries at the moment. So, I mean, Peter, you're in the UK also, right? Yeah, I think Peter's in the UK also, right?
I think so.
Yeah, so I mean,
Scotland and England are actually 2 different countries.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's like 3 different continents. Yeah, 3 different continents sitting here represented right off the bat. So, I mean, that's what I like, because, I mean, honestly.
I just represent the 3rd dimension. I think.
I'm in
think.
the state of
think.
confusion.
I'm only a three-dimensional perspective guy, though.
Funny,
I mean, the fourth dimension is kind of evades me. It's
funny
like
you should say that.
I'm a flat person living in flatland, and I'm trying to explain
On the
three
flat Earth?
dimensions.
Funny,
Yeah.
Yeah.
funny you should say that, SG, because there is some people out there that believe the Hadron Collider is the reason why it's upside down as well. When we try to simulate the beginnings of the universe, that might have shifted us into an alternative reality. I did read a.
Well, I was talking about alternative realities the other day, and I played some Philip K. Dick, the author, when he came out in 1977, and kind of said, "Look, I think we're living in some kind of computer simulation."
Mm-hmm.
And he spoke about God as being like the controller of the computer model that is,
It makes sense,
runs a
doesn't it?
simulation.
You got to understand, when something makes sense, there's got to be truth in it.
That's kind of debatable. You know what I mean? Because perception is reality, and everybody's perception is different, so everybody's reality is slightly different in some way. If you get what I mean? Because everybody's based upon their own personal experiences and sometimes what's projected towards them by various entities, whatever, right? But it's still what they've kind of seen or what they've repetitionally learned, which is, you know, I mean, if that makes sense, right? So everybody learns differently as well, which is why everybody will take all the same repetition in. So everybody's reality is slightly different. So I get what you're saying, but
Yeah.
and on the basis of that theory, I'm like, but because I actually do believe everybody's reality is slightly different. If you get what I mean, it's like my filter works different. You know, the ones that ken me will know the reason for that. You know what I mean? No, I get you. But my filter works slightly different, which means that my reality is slightly different for the average person. If that makes sense.
Oh yeah, definitely.
You know what I mean?
Hey?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So sorry.
Yeah, definitely. I understand what you're saying. I really do. Gives me a different way of looking at it as well.
See, I love these conversations, man, and I appreciate Peter for you got me coming up, and Joe, I really appreciate, and SG. I'm serious, man. I really enjoy these things. I mean, honestly, you know,
I didn't know if my brain was going to work yet properly.
Well, that's right. I wasn't expecting. I wasn't really expecting to have. I wasn't expecting it also, because me and Independent United and
Honestly,
Instant
I felt
Girl.
like I've been doing like fucking 3-week bombing runs constant.
We were on another live stream, and when he decided to shut it down, everybody needed a place to go, so I decided to start mine up, man. So that's why I started it up. So I wasn't really expecting to get into these conversations, but I love these conversations, man.
It was what was
I think
it?
they're
Something
important.
I heard the other day. What was it? Everyone's been bigging me up, and I really thank them for it. But I can't get used to it.
Well, hello,
Morning.
Miss J. Morning, Miss
Good
J. How are
morning.
you?
Good morning, good morning. I had to come on because the panel.
Mhm.
It's such a good panel. Oh, such a good panel.
So, what do you think about the Meek thing? Mrs. J?
What, the meek inheriting the earth?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Who are the Meek?
it's a book.
But there's also language as well, and kind of what I read about the definition of Meek, and that what it
Oh
kind
yeah,
of
because I
implies
was
as
grabbing
well.
my
Something
my
deeper
coffee
than what
there.
we might have normally have said until now. I think
Let me
certainly
just get
rings true now, and their plan.
Yeah, I'm just gonna get meek up. So I was grabbing my coffee when you were having that chat. So I'm just gonna get the word meek up. What
I
do
have
you all think meek means individually? What do you see it as? Not including what the Bible says. What do you think the word means?
I honestly don't know right offhand. I can probably.
I've just read a load of definitions, so
Yeah, I know, but
I
I had a feeling at one time of what I thought it meant. You know what I mean? It's more like all right, when everything was to be, when everything is destroyed, and and the ones that are actually thrived through that is the meek that inherited the earth after everything was like the rapture and everything, when all that
I hope
stuff.
I'm getting on the spaceship.
Yeah, when everything goes to crap, and what the strongest that survived through it, I don't know. That was what I thought, and I still struggle with that word because I've actually tried to find that out myself.
I do. It's been preached at me for a very long time because the word means to me is the submissive.
Right.
Yeah. Which is what the biblical says, the definition says as well.
That's how I've been brought up to believe. That's what the word meek means.
Is that submissive to other humans or men, or is that submissive to God?
To any kind of authority, really, I thought.
Authority.
Just meek in general.
Okay.
So my father, my vicar, my prime minister, my president, because that person's in authority. So I have to be meek to that person and bow down to that person and submit to that person.
They train
do as that
meekness.
person asks me to do.
Yeah, it's like they train meekness, don't they? In all parts of society, never mind just the church. You go to school to teach you how to stand in line, be the same as everyone else. But yeah.
Especially in this country, we're good at being in queue, aren't we? In this country, we're good at following rules.
We have been anyway. It's not easy nowadays. When people push in, things are changing.
Because we can't be hypnotized anymore.
Well, I hope not. I really do.
I don't think I was hypnotized for a long time.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of people even here in America.
Well, I'm still hypnotized in some ways.
That I've met, it's taken them a long time to even get to this point where they're at now, and because I know a lot of people, man, it's like, for the longest time they were totally drinking the Kool-Aid the whole time, until recently, for something happened in the recent times that kind of made something click in their head, and they're like, oh, wait a minute.
Well, you had to legalize, decriminalize pot. That woke a few people up a bit.
Yeah, I don't know.
My interpretation of meek is, let me see. I've just lost my train of thought. I'll come back with it.
Yeah, right on. I'm gonna grab a coffee. You guys. I'll be right back.
That's exactly what I did. As soon as I heard the panel, I was like, oh my God, medication, coffee, straight.
I haven't even had any coffee yet, and it's getting around 5 o'clock in the morning here, so it's about that time for coffee. Yeah.
Like I said, Mrs. J, I didn't know whether my brain was going to start working properly or not yet.
Yeah, I mean, and I'm totally digging this conversation, and it seems like everybody else in the chat is into it too. So this is good.
The origins of the word meek, is Norse. So the origins of the word meek is Norse, and meaning soft and gentle. And then when it moved into sort of English, it became courteous and indulgent.
That's what I was going to say about many years ago they used the word meek. Today it may not be the same interpretation meant them days. What my interpretation of meek is those that are awake, those that get the understanding, those that stand strong, those that don't budge are the ones that are going out the earth. Those that are awake to and see and want to make change.
Where's that? Where have you found that?
Where that's not what meek means, though.
No, I'm not saying that's my interpretation of what I get from it, because many years ago the word meek may not be used then. You see it today. That's all I'm saying.
How old are you now, Pete? Nice to see you and speak to you, by the way. We've debated in chats occasionally. It's nice to speak to you.
Thank you. I'm in my 50s.
Oh, so similar to me then. Cool.
I've kind of gone down through my illnesses and whatnot, and my accidents and whatnot. I've gone down the biblical route. I've even sat and had questions with Jehovah's Witnesses and people that come and knock your doors. And when I start asking them questions, they run away.
Yeah, I've noticed that.
Yes, I bet they do.
I've noticed that. I didn't invite them in. I turn around and say to them, how long do you think you'll be like? And they normally say about 25 minutes, half an hour in that. And I'll turn around and say, right, well, I'll tell you what, if I give you that 25 minutes, half an hour of my time, to discuss what you want to discuss. Will you do the exact same for me? And then when they say yeah, I invite them in. Normally, 10, 15 minutes into it, they want to leave. You know what I mean?
No, they leave at the front door.
I
They leave at the front door with me. I only asked one question, and that is, are we going to talk about the Nephilim? And they said that it never exists. So then I shut the door.
Wow.
for me
some people
personally-
say they never exist. Sorry.
For me personally, I have specifically, in fact, arranged times when someone like that comes to my door. I arrange a time with them. I say, right, exactly like you. It's Joe, isn't it?
Yeah.
Hi, Joe.
How you doing?
It's nice to meet you. And I always say, right, well, can you come back and say in a couple of hours' time, because I'm going to have the rest of the time. I'll get that kettle on, I'll get the cake out. Let's sit down and talk about it. I lived next to Jehovah's Witnesses for 7 years, and I got quite a lot of information from them. I met some lovely Mormon people. She was preaching, and I said, "Oh, please, give me a few hours." I invited 2 of my friends over because there was 2 of them who came, and we debated about it. Meek to me, without looking at what the definition is for me is submissive. Do as I'm told. In a nice way, not a oh god, got to go and do that again. All right then, off we go then.
Not even a whimper.
No.
Yes.
So you're saying positive, in a positive way, it's used. Is that what you're saying to yourself?
No.
So you're saying, my interpretation of what I got from you is that you're saying that you believe that it's a strong way.
No.
It could mean it makes a slave. Could mean it makes a slave, and the slaves will inherit.
Yes.
Well, that's what I was getting from the Google answer. That's what I was getting from.
Yeah, that's how I've even slavery is like it's like you want to do it though rather than slavery. So it's like you're willing to work for nothing to achieve the final goal. For that, but for somebody else, not necessarily for yourself. And with that, you will be enriched.
But we're talking about text, right? That's been changed, chopped up, smashed up that much, and an organisation that refuses to admit the St. Thomas Gospels that basically say, "Didn't go to church and didn't pay for the privilege." So how can you be 100% sure that the word meek is given to you in any kind of true form?
I didn't look at it like the true form. What I looked at it was what they're trying to push.
I'm never said you did, SG.
Don't worry. I didn't think you did.
So the meanings and duality.
It's almost like a quality as well, though, isn't it? You have to have a quality about you to be meek.
You need to be special to what like.
Yes.
You need to be special to like being a slave. That's right.
Yes.
I agree. And what it is knowledge, because knowledge brings you the power.
No, not knowledge. Meekness is definitely not knowledge.
Well,
no.
It's those that who are going to inherit the earth is going to be well knowledge and well versed everything that makes you perfect. So I'll go back to, once you're knowledgeable, you will have the key to the gate. That's
in other words, you won't be meek anymore.
Does that mean once you're knowledgeable, you'll be enlightened? Is that a Masonic tone?
In a kind of way, yes. Because if you look at what the Illuminati say, they say they're the enlightened ones because they have the information that we don't, and it's up for us to find that information that they hold to become the enlightened one without following their,
the Illuminati. If you're going to use the Illuminati as an analogy, they are the people that were
Masons.
built up because they saw, but they are, they saw what was going on more than anything.
The Gnostics.
Yes.
Well, I wouldn't say
Luciferians.
Illuminati is the same as the Knights Templar, if I'm honest, because remember in the Knights Templar, the only reason that Scotland gained independence for England. Robert the Bruce. So did the Knights Templar come and free the evil lands of Scotland so they could be evil more, or did they release them from the evil lands of the English? Because bearing in mind, that's Terfic Rectory, right? And also Roslin Rectory, right? And bearing in mind that the Romans encased the Lothians and borders between Hadrian's Wall and Anthony's Wall. Some people say that Edinburgh is the new Jerusalem, and the old Jerusalem, many years ago, with the 7 hills around it, the seas, and Temple Mount actually being Edinburgh Castle. I'll give you a podcast for that, Wingnut. You'll probably like it. Because Anthony's Wall goes all the way to West Lothian, and Hadrian's Wall covers the borders, right? Yeah. So
Yeah.
let the Knights Templar come and free the Scots, because the Scots are all evil, guys. Bearing in mind that Scots law, before we got it, was the most fairest law in the world. The one that you all based your laws upon. And actually said, even though you based it upon it, you actually said, well, that's still fucking better. But it's not like that anymore. You know what I mean?
No.
So, like the Knights Templar, look at the Knights Templar as ISIS, right? Because we all know ISIS ain't Muslim. Right, we know it's the Israeli security intelligence services. That's why Daesh got upset. So look at the Knights Templar as possibly the Scots Rite says it's the worst Masons ever. But then there's more levels on the Scots Rite than what there is on any other rite, and it is the highest rite. Who's to say that everything underneath with all these bad things happen? Yeah, well, mostly still happens in Scotland, but there's no smaller area, obviously. That these aren't the ones that have actually subverted what the Knights Templar was all about. Because some people say, honestly, Edinburgh Castle is the Temple's Mount, and some people say St Arthur's Seat. Well, it's a Sphinx.
I have heard such things.
Yeah.
Just, you know, if you look at what they say about the fallen Jerusalem, it ties in quite well. And it's quite funny how Pontius Pilate, he did ring, didn't he? That's a certain area of Scotland. But so I don't know if the Knights Templar are good, bad, mediocre. Right? I just find it hard to believe that the evil ones came and freed Scotland because Scotland was evil.
Well, for me personally, I think the Illuminati are the good ones rather than the bad ones, because you know, I think they were kind of established to because they were seeing what the Masons were doing. This is my sort of looking at the research on stuff that I found out and stuff, and doing some studies on it. You know, the people who are awake, the the ones that can't be hypnotized. That's who I see as the Illuminati. The non-meek, yeah, the non-meek. Personally,
it's something to think about too. I mean, you know, because I'm struggling with a lot of this when it comes down to even my own, when it trying to understand it on my own level.
Yeah.
And, so
Well,
what little I know about, like, for instance, the Illuminati, for instance, the Masons and stuff like that, you know, and what little I know about it, because I mean, here in America, for instance, all right, there's a Masonic temple or something like that in almost every freaking town. There's, you know, or something like that. There's
Same here.
You know what I mean? And then you know, what is it?
I see them most times when I go through towns. I just happen to drive past it, and I'm like, "Oh, look, a Masonic temple."
Yeah, I mean, almost every town. It doesn't mean.
I use it
almost
as
doesn't
a
even matter.
Don't get me started on the Masons.
Well, I mean, it's almost like they're placed in strategic places around the country.
Of course.
Of course I use them as landmarks. If I speak to someone in their town and I go, "Oh, I've been there," do you know where the Masonic temple is? And they're like, "Yeah," and it's like, "Yeah, just near there." But I went past that, and they're like, "Oh."
I live 10 minutes.
We're going to use the bank as
Do you know where Lodge 1 is? Do you know where Lodge 1 is? I bet you all think it's Temple Bar, but it's not. It's in Edinburgh, just next to Edinburgh Castle. It's called Mary's Lodge, Lodge 1.
Are you near there?
I come from Edinburgh.
You not live near there?
Right
no.
now, I could walk out my house right now, and within 3 minutes, I'll be standing outside a lodge that's roof represents 3 pyramids.
You're going to auditing.
Mine,
No. My ex-wife family members are
I'm just
Mason.
kidding.
Let's understand
Yeah, I
it.
was just kidding, bro.
What I find amazing.
you know how I feel about auditing these Masonic lodges. I want everybody to do it. So it's why I've been campaigning and asking people to do it.
Yeah.
I live 10 minutes walk away from mine, and it's a beautiful building, absolutely beautiful, and it's just off the seafront in Torquay. It's absolutely stunning. You know, it's a beautiful
Well, the one in
place.
my town doesn't look very good, but it is an old chapel. It used to be a chapel, and then it became a Masonic temple lodge.
Yeah, the
So they
ones
bought
the ones that are around here, they're pretty much just a block, square building with one door and maybe one window, and that's
a bit
it.
like mine.
Well, see when you go in them, right? Is it right?
Yeah.
Apart from the Americans and the Canadians, right? Have you ever wondered why there's an American bald eagle and all there was? With acorns. And let's be honest, the Masons they were formed before America was found. But so why did they have the acorns and why did they have the bald eagle on all their temples? Bearing in mind that Scots Rite is the oldest rite, yeah?
Right.
Yeah,
And
I was going to say that hold on, brain freeze.
That's it. That's old timers.
I love interrupting and then getting brain freeze. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, look at you. Come on, get with the program,
Have a
SG.
pipe, so I'll be good.
SG, come on.
I'm getting there.
Some 36-hour live
Come on.
streams are getting into you, man.
Do you know what it's like being awake for that long and then sleep and then awake and then sleep and then you go like, what's going on? Why am I not able to function?
Please tell me you had some sleep, SG.
I've had some, yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
So,
dude, I'm gonna tell you something. My
I did
sleep
remember what I
schedule
was gonna
lately
say.
has been all crazy because I'm like trying to keep up with you guys over there. You guys are 6 hours and 7 hours ahead of me, and then like trying to keep up with people around here, on my own
You can't
local
keep up.
time zone. It's
You
just
can't
like
keep up unless you come here, mate.
I'm
Yeah,
totally
local
trying to
people.
keep up with everybody, man. It's like, man, my damn sleep schedule has been all crazy. It's weird,
Yeah.
So I mean, I try to keep my finger on the pulse, man, worldwide.
You got it.
Trying.
You got it. So the Scottish Rite Freemasonry, if I believe rightly, you can surely tell me if I'm wrong, was partially like kind of formed by the Knights Templar, or some of them that went to Scotland.
They came to Roslin Rectory, the same thing that you see on that Dan. What kind of that film? Which came? No Angels and Demons, the other one.
And Seagirl, you are right.
There's another rectory, right? Because like Roslin Rectory is basically Midlothian, right? Now Edinburgh itself is Midlothian, guys, right? But there's another area just outside, like Pennycook and stuff like that, right? Now Pennycook's the 1st Battalion of Royal Scots ancestral home, right? Edinburgh and Pennycook, Midlothian, right? That's why the Royal Scots were the oldest regiment known to man. Their nickname was Pontius Pilate's bodyguards, and they were the ones that the Vikings that started it all. The Royal Scots were actually originally, in the ancient days, they were mercenaries that fought for everybody. They actually fought for the French against the English. There was a French cavalry squad that's reckoned they were the oldest known regiment. And when the Royal Scots says, no, we guarded Jesus Christ's body, this outfit said, well, if we were on stag, we wouldn't have lost it, which was a bit cheeky when you think about it, yeah? So the Royal Scots proceeded to kick their head in, basically, in France, even though they were fighting with them, they smashed them. You know what I mean? So when you think about it, right, I put that link for you in that podcast about Edinburgh being the old and new Jerusalem. It's in your private.
Okay.
Thanks.
When you think about it, right, when you look, we were all talking about earlier on about like symbology and all that kind of stuff, yeah, all the signs and yeah. When you look at a fireman's cap badge, a policeman's cap badge, a Royal Scot cap badge, they've all got the same little points that go all the way round, yeah.
Yeah.
That's symbology. That represents
symbolism, imagery.
Imagery represents the sun.
Yeah.
You know.
It's all sun worship.
Yeah. Well, a lot of it is, but. If our Lord God, everything in the universe is made, in His image, yeah, right. The sun's made in His image as well. Then, you know what I mean. At the end of the day,
exactly right.
The light of God.
I've completely and utterly agree with you. And on the research that I've done, and as you just said, SG, with the light of God, etc., this is what got me interested. I met funnily enough, I actually met David Icke about 30 years ago in his shell suit phase, along with another chap who introduced me to what the Illuminati was, because at that time I had no idea. And it's interesting to see how that sort of sidestep there, and how they've gone up with that, and I've lost my train of thought now. Say what again? Because I've just had my med. Say it again, Joe. Sorry, I lost my train.
Basically, like if the universe is made in God's image, then the sun must be God's image too.
So, thank you. Yeah, sun. Okay. So yeah, sun. That's it. Yeah. So the word sun, the light, the sun, is what we all are originally worshipping. That's what it was originally, and I think that's where it comes in with how we are with Jesus Christ now.
We're all stardust.
Yeah, it's
Everything is stardust.
It's like you've got Thoth, and then you've got Illuminati, and then you've got now, and it's sort of like a long journey. And I think things like the Bible and stuff have been written to keep people on the right track, in the light, keeping us in the light, in the right path. Yeah. I think that's how the Bible's ended up being as it is. Hello, my lovely.
I'd like to thank you for being so knowledgeable.
I'd like to thank you for being so knowledgeable. No, I think I said something similar once. Like, I can't believe how good you sound.
It's amazing. How you putting it together. You've really done some research, because I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, about us all following the Son to be Jesus and everything. And going back to the Bible, which you just left off with, the Bible. Now it says in the Bible, you're told to look up the stars and the galaxies that you see. The Bible is written from the stars above. So when we get the story about Jesus and the Virgin Mary and everything else, it's actually, we're going through that stage now, where there's a birth ready, and we're all waiting for Jesus Christ to come.
Isn't the Milky Way spread out from the breast of the mother?
From
but you look at what people do. They look up and they worship. They put their hands up and they worship up and up and up. They're looking at the light. Yet the Illuminati became a very negative thing, a negative word, and yet actually they're an incredibly knowledgeable, not hypnotized bunch of people.
So okay, on that level, okay, for instance, all right, the Illuminati and the Masonic order, the Masonic order or whatever, so would those be, in a sense, on that level, would that be considered opposites? Is that where you're going with that?
This is my research and where I'm thinking things are going.
I'm just trying to understand everybody on how I'm trying to get it all up in my head. That's all.
Well, the way I look at it is, right, if we're going off like everything's based upon up in the sky and all the stars, and that's what we're praising, right? Well, that's paganism. And as we all know, Emperor Nero turned paganism into Catholicism, Roman Catholicism, right? And all the stories, all your teachings, right, are rehashments, and all your celebrations are pagan rituals.
Yeah, absolutely.
Jesus was not born on Christmas Day, right? Mm-hmm. Jesus was born on the 1st of March. He was born on the new financial year. That's the uproar. That's the slap in the face, because Jesus kicked the money manipulators out, i.e. the currency men, i.e. the bankers from the temple. But you celebrate Jesus' birthday by a new financial year. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely.
Realistically, what we're basically saying then, right? If you believe in Jesus Christ, you believe in paganism. But you're not doing the slaughter of the kids bit. You're not doing the drinking of the blood wine and all that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? Because whether we like it or not, I'm not any atypical religious person, right? I studied religious education when I was at school. I got my hires when I was in the forces doing it, because they allowed us what you call learn direct stuff now. Well, we had that like for decades. That's the only reason you got it is because nobody really used it. You know what I mean? Aye. You get what I mean? Aye.
Yeah, yeah,
It was,
yeah, yeah.
it was a European funding that had to get used, and that's why there was a big scandal about all these folk paying for the ECDL so that they could make money off you. You get what I mean? Doing the computer
Yeah.
didn't sell. There was busloads of folk from England coming up to sell it to Scotland, and the same vice versa, right? So the bottom line is, right, you've got to look at it as, my honest opinion is, you've just got to go and read the St. Thomas Gospels, right? And that's all you've got to read. And if you want to read the St. Thomas Gospels quite easily, watch Stigmata. Because at the end of it, the film Stigmata, at the end of it, they give you the St. Thomas Gospels that the religious, the Vatican City, denounced, even though they were found in the Valley of the Kings, the same material as the Ten Commandments, and the same type of stones, and the same type of chiseling and hand chiseling. But they won't acknowledge them, because it tells you that the kingdom of heaven, it ain't in bricks and mortar. It's in your heart and your mind.
Right.
You shouldn't be anybody collecting money whilst giving any mass sermons.
And that little statement there is the key to this. We are our own God. We are our own person. We are the one who projects the light. We are the one that brings in the light to ourselves, and everything around us is God. We are God. And when we realize that it's inside us, it's only us that can change this. It's only us who can sort things out. And that's where the Illuminati, in my research, is going towards. It's like, they're bad, you know. Ooh, no, man. They can't be controlled. They can't be controlled. So
then you are the meek. Then you are the meek. Going back to that.
Well,
exactly that.
Well, how about this? Have you seen any of these claims by people that basically there's a new philosophy on the jibby jabby stabby, that when people have it, some of the people that are really, connected with like God or something and feel God within them, they don't feel it anymore. And there's a philosophy that it's potentially killing what kind of God connection we have inside of us.
So
severing the connection to our spiritual side potentially.
Well, this is what I said the other day. When people are taking, you see, your DNA has got the God's name in it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
As soon as the jab's been taken, this is what I say about it being biblical, and we're living in an evil world, and the devil's trying to take over. Now, when you get that jab, what it's done, just imagine, this is my way of looking at it. Just imagine that we have our DNA is our umbilical cord directly to God. Now, when you get that jab, because the evil and devil wants to take your soul and take as many as he wants, so the story says. Yeah, as soon as you have that jab, your DNA now, your umbilical cord is cut. It's like you coming at being reborn again, but this time your umbilical cord has been cut from your mum, so you're not actually a part of it. You know what I mean?
That's how I kind of look at it, also, Peter. I kind of look at it that way too.
You've kind of done that kind of thing to God. What you've done is you've turned your back on God by accepting the devil's mark. That's I didn't want to cut you off, Peter. I'm sorry. Sorry, I'm just saying that's just my opinion. I did finish there. Go on. Sorry.
Well, what I was sitting there, what was going through my mind though is like, all right, then I don't want to think this way, but it almost makes me think that the ones that receive the mark are the meek, or am I wrong in thinking that on those like somewhat definitions?
Meekness, as they says earlier, meekness. So yeah, they are. But what I'm saying, it depends on how you really want to see it. Yeah, like I say, the text was used many years ago in a different way that we're using it today, because we've got definitions. Them days they didn't have a definition.
Right.
Well,
things have definitely been changed over the thousands of years anyway, when it comes down to even from the first, like the Dead Sea Scrolls and all that stuff. I'm sure it's been reinterpreted and then retranslated and all this other stuff over the overall time.
You heard about those scrolls that were found later in like the cave?
Which ones are you talking about? Which ones?
There's a few, but
there
is a few.
There's been loads of antiquities that have been found that just didn't see the light of day. They'll not even let you test them. I mean, the Vatican's like fucking giants. You know what I mean? There's been pictures found in Peru of giants. You know what I mean? But they didn't exist.
I like talking about the giants.
You know, it's
The
like,
Atlanteans.
well, the Atlanteans are there. They're in ancient Celtic mythology on the west coast of the island. Aye, yeah. Past that big rock formation.
There's lots of myths as well.
There's lots of myths, you know what I mean? But the same myths also talk about 2700 BC, the sea peoples who end up in Egypt, yeah? Because, and the key word is peoples. Some people say that's Eastern Europe, guys. That's why there's mudslides, because it was a biblical flood. You know? At the end of the day, I mean, the sea peoples, that's the ones who sacked Troy, according to biblical texts and Egyptian texts. But they all ended up in Egypt. And it's funny how the pyramids are supposed to represent true north on our axis. You know?
I mean, there's the potential that they found the, you know, the remains of Atlantis in Africa. Have you heard of the Richat structure?
What, you're talking about the Eye of
Sahara, yeah.
It wouldn't surprise me. I mean, they found grass and all that.
Concentric rings.
In the Sahara. They say the Sahara was once wet.
Yeah. Well, you look at that area of the Sahara, yeah, and it looks like it was shoved into the water and then came back out. Everything was dragged across the entire area of that point.
You look at parts of where the Sphinx is and stuff like that. There's the amount of weather erosion. It's actually, man, it's water erosion. It's not by wind. It's water that
that's water. Yeah.
Yeah,
so I mean, it had to have been built when it was a lush forest at one time.
They've told you though. They've literally told you that the Nile constantly moves.
Yeah, it was right next to those. It was built on the Nile, basically.
Basically, the Nile was constantly shifting.
And the Nile moves to the east?
I think it does,
I like Egypt.
What happened to Miss J? Where'd she go?
I don't know.
I don't know. It's probably because I mentioned 2700 BC, the sea peoples.
I'll tell you what, I'd love to see into the past.
I've heard stories about the sea peoples.
They totally went right through the Mediterranean and they sacked everywhere. And the key word is peoples, more than one nation. Yeah. You know, and it's funny how if you look at all like our medieval times and all that kind of stuff, right? Like there's no history for about 800 to about 1100, if you get what I mean. And some people theorize that was that period, yeah, where they came back for the Mediterranean as they started to realize that water had receded and whatnot. Because there's a bit called the Digger Flats in between us and France. They reckon that actually at one point was pretty much, you know what I mean, there was no water there, the same as you could walk through like Scotland.
Yeah. There's an old map showing that.
Yeah. You could walk from Scotland to Holland as well, and there's actually tunnels.
Doggerland.
Aye, that's it, Doggerland.
So they're bringing up lots of stuff from Doggerland lately.
Aye. I mean, but then if it was a pole shift that caused that sea people's mass migration / sack and pillaging, because if you think about it, these peoples at that point in time, they're oldish. What would have been more human nature to them would have been the Vikings. They would have been sea voyages and smashing everybody and getting what you need to make your people survive. And that's how the Egyptians done the truce with them, basically, because they were sacking everything. They were going right round the northern Mediterranean and coming right round to Egypt. You know what I mean? But the technology we had back then was not like it is today, but we did have technology that we're just realising. I mean, there was a thing on the BBC.
They had a deep knowledge.
Of course.
I believe they had some stuff that we haven't quite worked out yet. But I mean, things like I can't remember. It might have been. I can't think of the exact place. But you know, those big H blocks.
Yeah.
They're thinking that those are like some kind of molded polymer.
Well, they reckon
it's similar to rock.
They were discussing
geopolymer.
Yeah, geopolymer. Thank you.
Yeah, but they were also at first they reckoned they were just like melted rock, because there was also
I've seen that kind of thing. Yes, absolutely. And why not use something like that?
Well, my
explain how they were able to.
Which ties in with what Wingnut was saying earlier on about the resonant frequency turning the stones into tiny Auschwitz.
Well, have you ever heard of what's it called? Not Stone Castle. Anyway, it's a place in America where this guy built his own little castle network,
Yeah.
and like,
Coral
what was it
Castle.
called? Coral
Coral
Castle.
Castle.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes,
Coral Castle
and
here in Florida.
he did it all by himself.
Yep.
With
Yep.
they've worked out that the blocks that he messed with have now been lightened a certain amount by whatever he did.
Well, yeah. Well, see, that was the thing. He
needed
yeah,
them for the
he-
job that
he quarried
He did use
the
them for.
coral rock right out of the ground all by
Mm.
himself and placed these things,
Yes.
put them and all that
Like-
stuff all by
like a way
himself.
to change the the way it works in this place.
Yeah,
Changed all the rock if he needed to
he's
do that.
the guy that did that. Is his name is Ed Lee Scallion. All right.
Yeah,
He
What
I'm
amazing-
glad you know about it.
Oh
What
yeah, I know.
amazing-
I've been there.
Oh,
So I've
wow.
seen it. Yeah, I've been there. It's not that far away. It's down.
And they've got that spinning main door.
Yeah, it's not spinning any longer.
No.
It's not any longer. They tried to fix it. They had all these engineers and all that stuff
They
up there
couldn't
trying to
work it
fix
out.
it. Couldn't figure it out.
WD-40. Get sprayed.
This is
I mean,
why I believe
seriously.
that. This is why I believe that the technology that we have today, we also had many years ago. Because if you look,
Absolutely.
there is all this technology just repeated. Yeah, that's all I believe. That we had it many years ago. It's just repeated.
It's miniaturized. Just miniaturized.
There's a mobile phone, an ancient mobile phone with a.
I've seen that.
Yeah, well, there you go. So it does go back, and then people were showing videos the other day of time travelers, mobile
Yeah.
phones.
Look at
I
It
totally
looked like a
believe
Nokia,
time
to be
travel
honest.
is or already has been invented. It's inevitable.
No, I think it's lateral changes in time.
Well, see, I start thinking
I'm
about
just
like the
going with the
Mandela
whole
effect and all that kind
yeah,
of thing.
I am.
I mean
I am.
that to me is also like it's almost
Well,
like evidence that there is some kind
yeah.
of time travel type of.
This is what I was trying to cover the other day, and by Philip K. Dick, the author who first voiced any kind of thing about this in 1977. He said he's probably not the only one, but he's the only one that he knows of that's speaking of it. And he put it down to personal experience of some kind of changes in the world that he lives in, and he particularly said that it was like a lateral time kind of shift thinking where like the controller of the computer simulation would change some variable in the past, which would change something now. And
Yeah.
every time that happened, it would create a parallel universe.
Yeah, branches off.
Yeah, those were the only
timelines.
times it created. And, later people are like, hold on, this sounds like the Mandela effect. And then now all the goddamn astrophysicists are saying we'd live in a computer simulation.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard that. Yeah.
Hey, Kino.
That's the current thought process on this big universe we live in. It's computer simulation.
But the thing is though, right? Quantum mechanics has discovered that the fact of the matter is matter doesn't exist. Everything you experience as matter is nothing more than the cause and effect of an unseen force of a vibration. Right?
That's right. It's light. Everything is created originally from light. So we are light, and that again brings in light.
If you take I get where you're going with, like where the calculations would come back saying computer simulation, because your mind
Exactly
is nothing more than a computer, and what you see is what you get. Chakras, you project your reality, right?
Yeah.
So it's everybody's consciousness, because that's what the universe is made up of. Consciousness.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know.
So where does subconscious come into play?
Well,
I think
subconscious
therefore I am.
because there's they reckon 17 levels of sleep, hence things like meditation and all that kind of stuff,
Right.
right? They also, when you were talking about DNA earlier on, they actually reckon that DNA's primary function is for cellular up-regulation. Now, what that means is, in broken down terms, the placebo effect,
Mm-hmm.
right? And what that means there then, if 33% of all clinical trials have placebo effects, and 33% of the placebos walk away beating cancer, everything, that means that They believe it's going to work, so it
Morning,
works.
new guru.
So it works. That's right. Exactly that.
And that's
Just like Christians, when they heal somebody, you're
Yep.
healed. I've healed myself, you know. They
Yeah.
haven't healed themselves or whatever,
I
or they
know,
have
Karen.
healed themselves because they're mentally able to do that through. But if again, it's all connected. It's the same as meditation. It's the same as, you know, religion is all under the same thing of tapping into it, tapping into the light, tapping into the energy that we are, the energy that we give, and the energy that we gain. Churches were designed thousands of years ago to bring in that exact energy. If
Right.
you look at the stonework, if you look at the way it's been designed, if you look at the way they're
Amplifiers.
designed,
amplified.
they are amplifiers of energy. And you take
Election
away the wind,
devices.
yeah, and you take away the glass, etc., etc. You look at the shape that they're creating. It's the flower of life, and it's also the seed of life. And if you look on churches all over UK, is really, really good for it. You can see all of the seeds of life images that are everywhere in this country. And the Masons saw that, and the Illuminati saw that.
It's called squaring the circle. That's what it is.
Yeah.
The flower of life. It's squaring the circle.
What?
It's
Yeah.
still a mathematical
Oh,
equation.
can I just say?
Yeah, it's
JK?
sacred geometry.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, the Fibonacci.
Sacred
There's
geometry.
loads
of chance.
more. I was trying to when I got down, when this happened, I was trying to actually download to be able to put in the back to give to everybody the book of the flower of life. I have it on my phone. I've got the book. It's absolutely fascinating how it brings in all of what we're talking about making sense. It kind of puts it all together, and you see how it all works, as you rightly say, Pete, with the square and the circle, etc. Well worth reading the Flower of Life. It comes in 2 parts, and you get it in a PDF. I will try and get it for you all, and you can have a look. As soon as you understand how that sequencing works with, I mean, I'm not a mathematician, do you know what I mean? But I can see I'm a visual artist. That's how I operate, and how I process. So when you see in black and white what's actually going on, and you see how it evolves, and then it goes out and out and out, the sequencing that we have, the way in which it's been drawn thousands of years ago, they must have known the molecular structure of a cell to be able to create that thought and that image.
They knew
Originally they knew.
The DNA, the double helix it's everywhere. It's in Mayan carvings, it's in Egyptian carvings, it's everywhere. You know what I mean?
We see it because we see the light. We can see
Double
that.
helix.
Yeah, Nikola Tesla says if you can understand the frequency 369, you will understand the universe.
Right. That's
Exactly right.
Yeah.
I was about to say earlier on when I can't remember who it was. It said that like there was a lot of technology that we just forgot how to use. I think Nikola Tesla knew how to use it, and I think that's why all his suitcases with all his data disappeared at that hotel.
Exactly.
And
Yeah.
that hotel, funnily enough, that he got to stay there rent-free to do his experiment. And the reason why I got to do that is because that hotel inside was the exact same as the model he made to transmit the energy.
And that's what the Masons didn't want us to. That's what the Masons didn't want us to know. They're trying to keep us nulled.
Well, yeah, because they couldn't put a meter on that technology. It was free for everyone.
It's free.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
But that was one thing that Edison didn't want, is because they wanted to put a fucking meter on it so they can charge you. You know what I mean? And
this is what's happened over the centuries, and how we've got to where we are now, and in fact how we've got to right this moment here. You look at we as a 5 know about that sequencing and understand how that sequencing works because we are awake, we are in the light. Yeah. Then you have Then you have oh bollocks, where was I going with that bit? Give me so much I need to tell you. It's like, oh, my brain, and it's only what I've only been awake for like 2
You're
hours.
all right, love. That's okay.
My brain isn't working properly either. Don't worry.
Yeah, it's so much to say. Yes, it all. Yeah, so going back 150 years ago, where you have the, let's say the word Rockefeller, Rothschilds, right? So around that point where they went, hold it, we can still control these people if we remove the natural remedies, the natural things that give us healing.
Yep.
If we take away that and get them to buy that off us as well, just as they've done with the electricity, they've gone, we'll charge them for that.
Yeah.
Well,
Bob's your uncle.
Think about it this way, right? Think about your mobile phone, right?
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
Now take your SIM out and dial 101. What's it get through? Do the math. Like there used to be a hack for Nokia's years ago when you were on contract. You put *760*256# and it would stop the SIM clock stop, which meant if it would just stop the SIM for 59 minutes for register and that call.
Wow.
The SIM card, the only reason the SIM card is there is to tie in an account to bill you for using the airwaves. That's it. You can still dial 999 for a mobile phone or 101 for a mobile. I don't think you can do it for you can get it for a mobile phone for free with no credit, but they charge you 25 pence for a landline. You don't even need a SIM card in to get a HUD of the police on a mobile phone. You can put the SIM card out, put the battery back in, there. Or I'm not inciting everybody to start making crank calls, but it'll get through. It will get through. It's an emergency service. It will get through. So you don't need the SIM card. The only reason it's there is so you can be billed for the privilege of using the airwaves.
Yeah, so that just anyone can't suddenly.
That's true. Yeah, because
make a
I mean,
call.
yeah, I started thinking about that too. That's about right. You know what I mean? That is what the SIM card really does. Is really just so you can be charged or
They'll be controlling us soon. Wi-Fi, you know. I mean,
but
you know,
already
with the
doing
whole
that.
jibby thing, you know.
What do you think you're getting 5G for everywhere?
Yeah. I mean, you know, Tesla said, "My brain is only a receiver."
Right.
But anything that can receive.
Yeah, that's the transceiver technically. Because I mean, honestly, you get into what is it, telepathy or something like that. All right, that to me, I know it to be real. I mean, I have had instances through my life where I have seen it working, and I think my brain is basically just an organic computer, and I can train it if I work it the right way. If I train it, and I can train it to where I can actually tune into that other people's frequency in a sense. All right. Now,
Yeah.
everyone has their own.
Yeah, I don't think you train your brain to do that. I think you untrain your brain to be able to.
Well, okay. I'll get. You know how I explain.
Like RFD device.
All right. I look at it like this. All right, check this out. All right. Do you guys know what a didgeridoo, the instrument, musical instrument, a didgeridoo is?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, all right. The way to play that is it's called circle breathing, where you're constantly blowing out your mouth, playing this thing, and you're breathing in your nose at the same time. All right. It took me almost 4 years to figure out how to retrain my mind or retrain myself to breathe in circle breathing, because I'm so used to just breathing like normal. All right. So I had to relearn how to breathe. All right, and that was basically that's how I picture it. For instance, to train your brain to do for instance to scan the frequencies or how to focus in on a certain frequency, or even be aware of your own frequency. You know what I mean? It's like retraining your brain basically.
See, I always looked at it as not always, but as technology's advanced, I look at your mind now as like an RFD device kind of on your phone for doing the Apple Pay. Okay, right, and when you do things like meditation, I get what you're saying, retrain your brain, but I always try to look at it as untrain your brain, because you're untraining what you've already learned because it's
Well, yeah.
more natural, and your mind's like an RFD device. So just like when they like steal your card details when they brush past you, right? Yeah, with a wee scanner. Yeah, your mind is that scanner, and it scans everybody else's frequencies. If that makes sense. The same as what you're saying, but just I think it's like you untrain your mind because we've been taught, like we said earlier on at school, keep to the left, do as you're told. Don't question me, or I'll ridicule you and put you in the corner. You know what I mean? In front of everybody.
It goes. It also goes back to not being able to be hypnotized.
Well, yeah. I mean, yeah. And to be able to recognize it, the hypnosis in the first place. I mean,
I was very young when I saw it. So
hypnotized. I'm fine.
I was crazy once. They locked me in a little black room. I died there.
This way
Little
to
black
the
spider ate my brain.
vaccination.
It tickled like crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once.
This way
They
to
locked
the
me in a little
shop.
black room. I died there. It tickled like crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once.
I'm the Prime Minister.
They're
You
coming
can
for you.
believe everything I
Coming to
say.
get you. Yeah. No, I mean, you know, that, I mean,
Into my parlor.
Joe, that was, I mean, I kind of see what you're saying is like, but I mean, that's, it's almost like you have to, that's for me, it was more like I had to forget on how because I look at it like the circle breathing. I had to totally forget on how I know how to breathe. I had to relearn it. You know what I mean? And that was the same thing in my mind when it comes down to certain things. I had to completely forget about how I learned it and relearn it. I had to redo it. You know what I mean?
You have to seem to do that with everything, don't you, in this world? You've been taught wrong.
Well, yeah.
Time for us to see the other options.
I wouldn't say we've been taught wrong, right? I mean, that's I'm not something. We've just been misinformed.
We've
not been given the full picture.
Well,
the whole point to get in a world of
I would not use those words at all, Joe. I would not use those words at all.
Well,
we have been programmed, and
I get that.
as
somebody wants your link. Sorry, Joe. I've just got to mention. My bad.
Chat again.
Somebody wants your link in here. John H. He really likes what you're saying, and he wants to sub to you.
Yeah, that's why I was so excited about this panel.
I didn't really
just thought I'd let him know. You now know.
It's blocked, so I didn't make content in there either. So you know what I mean. It's
I
just
don't make content.
I didn't have a page, but there is stuff there. But you might not like it. It's not about this conversation. It's not about this conversation. It's about rogues.
Yeah, Joe's just like swinging about from different, live streams to different live streams.
Like somebody only shows you the back of the heat now in the UK.
We are as a nation here in the UK. We're programmed to do as we're told, to become meek,
to
become submissive.
Yeah, we're programmed to not understand anything.
Yeah, docile, domesticated.
We're only programmed to stand under the laws that they tell us to.
Well, that's the thing. It's like I think we should go back to the wild in a sense. You're not necessarily living in caves and fucking grass huts and shit, but no, I mean,
we're trained to be meek.
Could you imagine how delighted I would be if I was physically and mentally and financially able to do that? Wingnut would be fucking awesome. You know, I've lived in a commune. I lived in a commune for 2.5 years. And removing yourself out of society to concentrate on yourself and who you are, I can't recommend enough. I cannot recommend it enough.
I will admit that when you get into that situation, the voices from the voice from the creator is so much easier to hear. You don't have all the distractions. You don't have all that bombardment of all that other crap. You know, it's so much easier. Yeah, well.
It's a lonely ride.
I wouldn't call it lonely at all. I'd call it enlightening. I've really enjoyed it.
This whole place is electric, isn't it? You know,
you just left with your mind. You're left with your mind. That's why I say it's a lonely ride. You're just left with your mind. Even though you got everybody around you, you seem to be on a different plane than them, especially when you try and explain things to them. You notice that, hold on a minute, am I enlightened? Do I know something they don't? Do you know what I mean? You tend to look at yourself in a different aspect. That's, again, just my point of view of looking at things in my life, the way I've dealt with things.
Mm.
Yeah. The new is like trained, domesticated, more specifically, even potty trained.
Everything trained, yeah.
Yeah, but that's I've always looked at things, right, as it doesn't make a difference how you get there as long as you get there. And everything that happens on the way there was only there to get you there, if that makes sense. Because you only become, it's only easy if you know how, and you only know how if somebody shows you. And that's it really. And everybody out there struggling. Everybody out there struggling. You might think folk are getting by, right? But what you really genuinely can do is you get by in some way that works for you. They get by in some way that works for you. You might not be able to do what they do, and they couldn't do what you do, if that makes sense. Everybody's struggling in some way or other. It's just that everybody's good at getting there in a different way. And that's how everybody, like, reality is different because they've all had different experiences. But it's like we've all got different experiences, but we kind of agree on the hinge point, if that makes sense.
Yes, absolutely, 100%.
Which,
you know, I've listened to Peter. I think 3 different streams in the last few days, actually, Pete. And the passion that you have for what you feel and you want to get across is really clear. And it's so good today to be able to have this conversation with you, because I wanted to talk to you about stuff as well, and just hearing how you've come to where you are with meekness, and how I've come to where I am with being enlightened about things. Because I then think, right, okay, enlightened, what does that mean? Does that mean I'm Illuminati? You know what I mean? I've been like really seriously thinking about, is it because there's no if right or wrong on any of it. None of it. We're in a warren where we've gone down the rabbit holes, and we're now like, oh yeah, that person's got a really interesting idea, really interesting way of looking at this, and how we got to, are we in the Great Reset? Is this us being reset deliberately? Are they taking away stuff so that we are programmed? And it is absolutely fantastic listening to you all. I'm so honoured to be a part of this, honestly.
Oh, it's my pleasure, Miss J. I'm telling you, my pleasure also. I'm telling you.
Everybody.
Hello, Kathy.
Hi, Kathy.
Good morning, Kathy.
Hi, Stu, Peter Pope, Mrs. J and Joe. I'm
I'd like
finally on the panel with Peter Pope at last. I've waited 3 weeks.
This is gonna be interesting.
Welcome
I
to
know, isn't
Wingnut
it?
Television, Anarchy Television.
That's right.
With,
That's right.
Peter Pope
Welcome to
and
the
Kathy.
Wingnut Radio Show.
How are you, Peter, love? Are you AFK?
Oh, I'm gonna put the thing on. Hold it.
Yeah, I'm fine, thank you. Thank you for asking.
There you are.
I do go through a lot of flack, but I do bring it on myself, so I do accept what
I do bring it on myself.
Well, I must say, after what happened that night when I was trying to talk to you and I was booted off, and I didn't know I was booted off for like 10 minutes, and I was extremely upset by that and the way they attacked you, because, I mean, you were giving it too, but they just would not let you speak, and so I left the channel and ain't gone back since.
Yeah, I've stayed away from a lot of channels as well. I would like to just put this thing out when Miss J was talking about something. We'll get back to you in a sec, sorry.
Okay, what are we talking about then today?
Everything and anything. But there is a thing that I learned for myself. And that was this old saying I say to myself when I get confused. If you have no understanding, you can't understand. It's only when you understand under the understanding when you will get the understanding. If you get it. That's what I give to myself when I'm in any kind of like struggle with a thought.
Yeah.
But anyway,
you could do what Danny Shine does and just count to 60.
Yeah, sometimes I lose.
I've got
start again.
30 then, or 20 even.
Oh, two seconds. Auntie at Jack has asked us, question to all of us. Do you think that Leonardo da Vinci was Illuminati? Other nefarious organizations?
I say
Yeah,
the
100.
mayor's part of it.
There's
I say
usually
100%.
someone there in all great organizations that are in some sort of secret society. Sorry, I was talking more like Captain Kirk.
Yeah.
Never then. It's just a failing of mine. I go slow and start to sometimes emphasize the next
Yeah.
word. And I'm,
You totally
just at the
sound
moment,
like
I'm
Captain
missing the emphasization, you know. Yeah.
Stardate.
Can I ask
Yeah.
a question, SG?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Please?
Oh, can I answer that, please? Before we can we all answer that question?
Yeah, I'm not
'Cause
even
he's
sure
asked
how to.
us.
I have no idea
Yeah,
how to answer that. Go
okay.
ahead. Go ahead.
Well,
Do
was
I
just gonna say,
think?
nice to
Okay.
see you, and you know, welcome back. That's it.
Yeah. Cheers.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Miss J.
Leonardo da Vinci. I've been to Milan and I've seen his work. I've physically seen it. I've seen the Disciples and a couple of other of his incredible, insanely amazing pieces of artwork. You know, and you look at how that person has come to that conclusion, and have things been painted out? Was Mary Magdalene painted out of the picture, etc., etc.? Is Mary Magdalene the wife of Jesus? These are all just questions. We are never ever going to know the truth, and sometimes it does bog people down because they're looking for the why. Regarding Leonardo da Vinci, he is phenomenal in the way in which he has created, designed, and put forward his artwork and his theory and his philosophies. The man was an absolute fucking genius, basically. Totally enlightened. Whether you call that Illuminati, he was definitely awake. 100%. He could see. But at that point, you know, how many times have we been reset again to avoid us understanding about free energy, etc., etc.? But then you go and see a painting like that, which is painted on the actual wall. How did that man paint that with no light? Because it's inside a building. You used to question things like that. How did he get that light to paint that?
What's your theory? What's your theory on Leonardo's painting? That when you X-ray at it, the one where he's got the cherubs and that, and the angels going up the ladders inside the church, yeah. He's got the two. When you X-ray it, underneath it, it's all pagan.
Yep.
How do you think? How was he? You obviously
Because
said he's enlightened.
I
Was he
think
telling
he
us exactly
also.
what the Catholic Church was? It's all based on paganism. Basically, that's what I took for it.
See, Catholicism has used ritualistic measures to create Catholicism. That's how they've done it. But of course, over thousands of years, we all know that, as you know, the classic Mandela effect, over and over and over and over and over and over again, it's going to be a completely different story. It's going to be the narrative that they want you to hear, just like everybody who does write books. Oh, you must hear it like this. This is right.
Right.
I'm right. None of us are right, because it's all theory. It's all of it, every single bit of it, because we weren't there. We weren't experiencing it. We can only summarize, we can only guess, and we can only use the tools that we are given. And the tools that we are given indicate this man knew exactly what the fuck was going on.
I agree with what you got to say, but we kind of like all live a lie. Yeah, like for instance, say SG's truth isn't my truth or anybody else's truth. We all see truth in a way that we want to accept that to be truth. There's no such thing as truth. It's only acceptability of what you want to accept that makes you comfortable. See, the hardest thing in life is learning to say no. We all say yes too much. So when it comes to the pictures and whatnot in the past, we're all too quick to say yeah to somebody else's story. Whereas a picture paints 1,000 words, as my man just says, it was painted over something else beforehand. So to me, when you hide something, you're only telling one side of the story. So I tend to stay open-minded, and I don't really take him into believe in anything of what says. I believe it's just being forced upon us as some kind of like food for thought.
Well, for me personally, I think there is truth. Okay, let's for instance, if me and Peter, for instance, if we have a conversation or we have a fight about something, there's going to be Peter's side, there's going to be my side, and then the truth. All right. You know what I mean? So to me, it doesn't matter if we all believe it. It doesn't matter if we agree with it. It doesn't matter if we whatever. The truth will always be the same.
I agree with you, but nobody gets to the truth. That's what I'm saying. People always see your side and stick with your side. My side, stick with. Nobody goes to the truth.
It then goes to truth, of course, and I'm in agreement with what you're saying here. But you're using the word truth instead of fact. So that's where we have the issue. This whole fucking, it's my truth. It's my truth. I'm okay with your truth. But this
I can say one thing. Truth does not change, even if one person knows it or nobody knows it.
Right.
Exactly. It's not.
I agree with everything Mrs. J said. And I'm just going to say Billy then for some reason. Peter. Yeah. So well put. Beautifully put, Mrs. J, what you said.
Thank you. Subversion. Yeah. And someone else in the chat just wrote about Leonardo da Vinci might have been a futurist. It's not, there's no label to any of this because we all are coming at this all from different angles, and you go back to then and they were doing the same thing. You know, you have people that went, I just can't be asked with any of this. I'm just going to live my life and try and feed myself. But then you have someone like Leonardo da Vinci, who obviously had money to be able to do what he did and create what he created.
Dude, he died. He died broke as hell, though. You know.
Who's got feedback?
Is it me?
It may be me. I'm out walking the dog. So
yes.
I thought I could hear outdoorsy sounds.
Oh, lovely. Hello, dog.
I can hear birds. I can hear the lovely birds twittering.
That's nice. My birds. Yeah,
that's nice. I like that. Yeah. And I can hear more birds coming from Joe, and I got birds coming from outside. And seagulls. I'm surrounded by wildlife.
I'm just on a website, Agent Lord Adams, the true Illuminati agent, and it says Illuminati billionaires. A person who is poor can save a life, but a person who is rich can build a hospital and save 10,000. Poor can do little to help the poor, but the rich can help as many as they're able. If a person is rich, they have the opportunity to do good, but if they're poor, they are unable to help anyone but themselves. Those with a little can do so much, and so on, and so on. Who are we? We are an elite organisation of the world. Leaders, business authorities, innovators, artists, influential members of the planet. Blah, blah, blah. And then there's, practice makes perfect. The Illuminati has truly been a beacon of light forever. For me, ever since I discovered it and I got my talisman. My mindset has been so focused, and the talisman makes me feel so comfortable and positive in my daily activities. Money is not the root of all evil. Money is the root to all freedom in popular culture. And then the human species is guarded and preserved by the coalition of its most elite members called the Illuminati. The light, follow the light. The light every human is guided by in a compass that points towards the light, revealing truth and direction, and so forth. It goes on, and it's just like quite a good little, advertisement.
So then Yeah, so
join
then
at
you
the
again,
bottom.
you know, you're using the word
Beautifully
truth
said.
again. So the word truth again comes into play instead of fact. Yeah.
Yeah, they're true.
So it's what you're believing is true, rather than what the actual answer is, what the actual fact is. Again, and everything like that gets perceived in what you do. It's like when we started all this journey with this shit that we're going through at the moment, we've gone down these rabbit holes and gone down these directions, and what's happened is we've gone to what our truth. Yeah, so you can, whoo, yeah, that's true, and we bring it to truth and what we think is the truth.
So we
Whereas
could almost say station.
I love that movie.
Here's a thing for you.
You get my meaning.
Here's a thing for you, right? I've never been able to find out a fact or a truth for this, right? Like earlier on, you said the word talisman, right? And that's what triggered my mind to remember this, right? Now, why is it the Egyptians, right? The Masonics are all Egyptian symbols as well, right? But why is it the Egyptians are scared of cats when it's a dog that weighs their heart to see if they get into the afterlife?
Wait a minute. Hold on.
I thought they worshipped cats. Cats
Yeah.
was their idol.
The cats were the guardians of the underworld. Yes.
The cats were what they were feared of. They didn't worship them through love.
They
They
let the
worshipped
cat
them
do
through
anything
fear.
they want.
They worshipped them through fear. They never.
Okay.
When you say they let them do whatever they want, yeah, they didn't stand against the cats. They'd say, "Whoa, that's a cat! That's a cat!" Right? But it's a dog. It's a dog that weighs their heart. They get their heart weighed by a god, and that's a dog-headed god. So why are they really scared of the cats? And why have we got black cat superstition and all that stuff as well?
Yeah, possibly it's all come from that. Yeah.
I've never found out why they were that scared of the cats.
Well,
thousands upon thousands of cat mummies.
Yeah.
Not hundreds. There are thousands of cat mummies.
Well,
yeah, I mean, but they didn't kill them. They died, and then they wrapped them up as if they were gods.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, from what I understand, they were the guardians of the underworld. That's what they thought of cats, or the cats were supposed to be. That's my understanding from what I've looked into. But so they revered them as, like, I guess, like a god type entity in a sense. That's why they
had
mummified.
many gods, didn't they?
Yeah, I get that, but a lot of their gods they revered via love, and a lot of their gods they revered via fear. Right.
Right.
Yeah.
You get what I mean? But that's why I'm curious, because the head underworld god is a dog who weighs their heart.
What was that, Seti? Was that Seti?
I think you might be right. I'm not 100% sure. It's been a while since I looked into this, years ago, and I've never found an answer.
Yeah.
Well, there's that as well. There's that as well.
I was in.
They did DNA samples from, wild and domestic cats, and pieced together the feline family tree all the way back, looking through the markers of mitochondrial DNA, and it all goes back to basically Iraq.
So
Sumeria.
From what I know about, I think it's Bastet. Can the chat find out if it's Bastet? I think it is Bastet, the cat god. She is the protector of souls, I think. Is it Basset? I think it is Basset.
It's not Baphomet, is it?
No.
Baphomet? No.
Buffett.
She's like the Basset. Yeah. Can you just check for me, chat?
Oh my gosh!
I think it is Basset.
I was in a peer-controlled religion for 50 years, so I know how that is.
Sakmet, Mut, Tausnut,
That was you too, weren't you?
Paket,
Basset is
Wajet, and others.
So Basset is the daughter of Ra, which is obviously the sun god. So if I am right on that, and she's a protector and a bringer of pleasure and that sort of thing. So that's why they had thousands of cats, because they brought pleasure. So I don't quite know where you've got that from, Joe. It is Basset. Thank you.
It is. How's it spelled?
BAS.
Basset,
Oh,
yeah.
that way. Do
Yeah.
you know what I was seeing it as? As in Bertie Bassett.
Yeah.
Is it my accent, maybe?
That's why, obviously, I didn't think of that word.
They appeared as a lioness or a lion-headed woman with a sun disk on her head. Each one was
Which is
named a
the
daughter of
daughter
the
of
sun god and the
Ra.
eye of the sun. Egyptians associate cats with the sun for a number of reasons. But
Yeah. So that has been, it's interesting, Joe, how you're seeing it, because I thought it was to bring the pleasure side of it. Okay, there we go. Anyway.
No, because the pleasures that the king or the pharaoh was all took in different. The cats were placed in different areas of the tombs, or they were placed outside the tombs as guardians. And that was to ward off people. So they weren't warding them off via love and pleasure.
No, she
Yeah.
wasn't warding off. She was protecting from.
But well, if you think about it, right, whichever way you want to put, like perception being reality, right? So maybe I'm wrong, right? But we can look at things saying they're protecting the underworld. If they're protecting in the underworld, they're stopping you from entering, which means they're not being nice, right? If that makes sense. If that makes sense, right?
Yeah, but I don't think you're right.
The love.
Isis is a cat's name in Egypt as well.
I know, yeah. There's a lot. Most references for cats in most mythological
There's over
and
100
ancient. They're all
cat
mostly
goddess
like
names.
fear. Aye, they're mostly ruled by fear. It's a bit like Hades, and Zeus. Do you get what I mean? Hades wanted the fear, and Zeus wanted the love. If that makes sense, you know what I mean. I just found it weird that the cats were treated completely different from the dogs based on a fear basis, when the dogs are the ones that's the dogs that actually weigh the hearts to see if they even get into the afterlife. The dog is the ultimate end protector of the afterlife at the end of the day, and that's why I realised that's why man's best friend, the dog, and all the rest of it. If you run a dog over, you've got to phone the police. You can't. A cat, it doesn't make a difference. There's all. It's true. It's true. That's what it's like in the UK. If you run a dog over, you will. If you don't report it and wait, you'll get done for like a hit and run. If you run a cat over, you don't even need to stop. Most of our superstitions have all been based upon the same changes in religions or societies, whichever way you want to look at it. If that makes sense, you know what I mean?
No, it's interesting. Yeah.
You know, it's just the way I looked at it. You know what I mean? It was a while ago too, so there might be new information out there because things change. You know what I mean? Information's fluid, really. You know what I mean? It's so much more true nowadays when they take everything off the internet and they let you see it.
It is only perceived because we don't know, because we don't actually have. We weren't there.
Oh, no,
I wasn't there.
I get that.
I
get that.
I wasn't there.
Everything.
Yeah.
I get that.
Very
That's why all
interesting.
dates. That's why all the dates that we think we work off are wrong. Maybe wrong, because if carbon-12 doesn't stay constant, right, throughout time, then every bit of carbon dating we've done is wrong. Because that's the only premise that they can. If carbon-12 does change,
And there are so many anomalies.
Absolutely right.
That's the only way. The only way they can get a reading is by believing that carbon-12 stays constant all the way from the beginning of time. That's the only way they can get any reading for gauging time at all. So if that one little bit of information is wrong,
Can we prove that? No.
we can't prove it. That's the thing. You know what I mean? That's why they're sending big satellite things. They just keep going like that Voyager satellite. It just keeps going in. They just keep extending its life, and it just keeps going. You know what I mean? Because they're trying to find something far away to see if the carbon is actually changed there or if it's constant. Well, that and the large mass that's way out in the far reaches of our universe, that some people say might actually be a second sun. We live in a binary solar system, but that's a
Well, I've brought that up before.
completely different story. You know,
myself.
Sorry, I'm reading the chat while we're talking.
Mrs. J. Mrs. J.
What, my lovely?
I have a bit of good news for you.
That's good.
You know, when I was talking about the boat in the chat the other day, and you said, "Oh, it'd be too cold, Cat." Well,
yes.
Do you know how I told you about the pip?
Yes.
Well, they owe me 5 years benefit.
Moving house
Yeah.
then.
I'm buying a boat. I've told you. I'm buying
do
a
it, Mum.
boat. I've always
Do
wanted
it.
to do that. I'm going to live on a boat.
Yippee!
Yeah.
So you're
Yeah,
gonna be on a long boat, sitting there and going up and down the canals.
Canal.
There's only one problem
No.
with the boat thing, you know. It is Royal Admiralty law.
I know. I'm
You'll
going to
have to
break all
abide
the
by it,
laws.
yeah.
I'm not
You're
going to break them
all the
all.
laws.
I'm going to be a pirate and have a parrot. I'm going to have a parrot.
Oh, like you're gonna be like me, but not
I'm
on
gonna
a
be
I'm not on a boat.
Yeah. Well, I'll have my cats,
By the
2 cats,
sea.
a dog, and a pirate.
You have to have some birds. You can send them out to the islands, can't you? You know, if you don't know where
Yeah.
you are, then
No,
and you're on bare
Let me
technology.
finish telling the plan.
sorry.
Saying the plan. Yeah. Well, I keep saying to Crinkle now, if he wants to date me, he's got to buy a massive boat that he can afford, stock it up with food for 2 years for as many people that want to come along in case we need to get the F away.
Are you talking
That's
about an
what I'm
ark?
thinking. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
I'm trying to
I
get
had a little
Crinky
bit of
to buy
sick
one.
then. I had a little
I
bit
said,
of sick
do
in my
something
mouth
good.
then. Oh,
Ooh.
Crinkle, you said that word.
Oh
Um,
my
Not
God!
that,
Don't.
not that I want to live on a boat with him for 2 minutes, like, unless we can have a timeout spot for him.
Oh my God!
Well, you could always just always make sure you've got security, and they'll chuck him off the boat as soon as you leave port.
Yeah, if it's a long enough boat, you can stay on one end and he can stay on the other. You know.
He can walk
Yeah.
the plank or
Yeah, there you go.
feed him his gizzards.
We can pretend Crinkle's looking for submarines and tow him a kilometre and a half behind us, and the sub can hit Crinkle. Crinkle can be our array. Use his ears. Use his ears. Use his ears. Use his ears as sonar.
Don't tell him we're going to prove the Earth is round,
You're going to build this,
but not spherical.
You can
You're
put him
gonna
out
build a
there
boat.
in a little dinghy out back. You know.
You're going to build
I
that
want
boat
to go
with
on a
Simon.
voyage, so I need a big boat, massive, and I want to go on a voyage with lots of people, go north.
We can
You're
go
going
and
to
drop.
build it with science.
We can go and
south.
drop.
Gonna go
Place
south.
to live.
We could
I
go and
just
drop.
don't want to be a part of this tyrannical government anymore. I just had enough, you know.
Yeah, but you're gonna go out with Crinkle to do this? No, come on.
If I have to, yeah.
Holy
Obviously,
We can
None
go
of
and
them
drop.
will away.
We can
Somebody
go.
else
We
has caught my heart. My heart belongs to someone
can
else.
go. We could go and drop Crinkle off in his loving European Union. We go and, like, they drop off migrants to us. We'll go and drop Crinkles off. Yeah, take your leftists away. Take them back.
You know, there's an island going for sale just in Norway, and it's beautiful, surrounded by
I
mountains.
thought you were going to say
And
except Steve's Island.
No, it's 1.2 million, but it's got houses all there ready to be occupied, you know, and you live on your own little lands. Just think we could start our own little colony and get
There's
Crinkle
no
to buy it.
way. There's no way I'm going north.
You're not.
No,
know,
I'm
it's
as far
cold,
south
isn't
as
it?
I can possibly go. I'm not going any.
Yeah.
I've deliberately
Well-
gone south.
All I've done for the last, 10 years is knit big, heavy blankets. I don't know why. I just became obsessed with making these big, heavy blankets.
Will the
And I've made
island
loads and jumpers and cardigans and coats even. Yeah,
will the island be
stocking up
called
on the old hot
Island?
water bottles. What?
Will the island be called Crinkle Island?
No, it'll be called Catty's Island.
I'm sure
Island of
he'll.
the Free.
There'll be
I'm
a
sure he'd
cemetery
have
on the
something to
island.
say
It'll
about
say
that too.
Crinkle Cemetery.
Yeah.
Oh, naughty.
I'm sure he would have
Oh,
something to say about it.
So let's
Holy
get him to
crap.
put
Oh,
his money
he would.
where his mouth is and do
Can we stop
something
talking
good.
about him?
Yeah, because I mean,
Stop.
we said his name 2 damn times. I mean,
Yeah.
seriously.
Oh yeah,
I don't want him
say
to
it
find me over
No.
here.
Yeah.
I'm so
Wait.
glad that he hasn't
Oh.
made his
Crinkle's
way
in chat.
over here yet.
Oh,
Crinkle's in
boy,
chat.
well, guess what happened to me yesterday? I only
Crinkle's
fell
Please
in
don't
chat.
bring
asleep.
that word up.
Stop it,
Drink-
SG.
I mean, I only fell asleep on somebody's channel and woke up and I was still there 4 hours later. I was
Oh,
like,
you
what the
didn't snore
hell?
though, no?
Oh, luckily I've muted it because I had a few gins, and I still only got 4 hours sleep. Sleep's not been my friend last week.
Well, wasn't there that time that you woke up to Crinkle going?
Oh, so loads of times I've heard his little gobs,
Oh,
waking me
yeah.
up.
Stop bringing him up.
So
Yeah,
I never
I'm
said
serious.
it. That was
It's like Beetlejuice.
Don't
Yeah.
say it.
Like somebody
Telling you.
said, don't say Beetlejuice. I mean, don't say Beetlejuice. Oh, God.
Yeah.
And everyone's shouting, Beetlejuice,
I
Beetlejuice.
know.
Why Beetlejuice?
I know. It's like, oh man, you have to be very, very careful, man. He might find us over here.
I
Yeah.
know. We're safe, I think, for now, aren't we?
For now.
Yeah.
Don't even.
Let's stop talking. Let's stop talking about Egypt, because Horus might turn up.
Oh yeah. Holy. Oh yeah.
They normally
all I
deploy
need.
the same day.
That's all I need is both of them finding us over here.
See Horus. Listen, see Horus last year, right? I spoke to Horus before he went on civils and pretended he was in Russia. It was me and a guy called Relic something or Revel or something. We sat and talked to him for 2 days, pretending it was brilliant. That's great, man. Aye, man. We can't believe you're actually there. Can you believe it? No, I can't believe it, man. That's shocking. And then he brought a Polski. It was a Polski fucking language, not even Russian, man. He tested that for 2 nights with us, and we pretended it was brilliant, mate. And then he went on civils and got destroyed. And him and Crinkle left the same time. And then they redeployed again the same time via BuzzTech. I think that's suspicious. I mean, I used like redeployed, like not liberally. Aye. You know what I mean? Because that's all they're there for. Do you ever hear them talk about anything other than shit disturbing about COVID? That's it. They don't talk about nothing else.
No.
Because they've got nothing else to say. Because they're not getting paid to talk about nothing else. Bearing in mind,
on your chat.
Can I quickly say something? Can I quickly say something?
Has it been in the channel where Wingnut was an SG?
Mm-hmm.
Wait a minute, say that one more time.
I said, has he been on SG's channel when you've been there?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure. Loads of times.
Yeah.
Too many times.
Okay. So he might have got your link then.
Well, he knows my channel. I know he knows of it, but I don't
think he's been here though.
I have yet to see him pop into the chat, for instance. Don't even. But
come on, what was you saying, Mrs. Sorry, lovey?
Can I just thank NC Girlas? I have kept all of your YouTube links that you've popped in, and I will be seriously having a really good look at what you sent me, and I tip my hat. Thank you very much for putting those in the chat. I appreciate it. Carry on. Thank you. So I just need that she's done she's done a lot of link sharing, and I just wanted to say thank you for them.
Okay.
NC Girls.
I don't know what gas holes means there. Gas hole. I don't know what he means there. There's some new names here I've never seen before.
But there's a mixture of American in here too. So I mean, a lot of these people. Yeah. So because there's a few of us. We were on another chat, and when he shut down, I decided to come on and give a place for people to be this morning. And so I'm kind of glad to see all of y'all here, man, because it's kind of a mixture of it's all international in here tonight.
Well, I mean, what if we kind of pay homage and try and do our American accents?
Yeah. No,
maybe not.
No, see,
too early in the day for me.
SG, I think you do a better South African than you do American accent. I can tell you that.
Oh, dude, you're so wrong, man.
Oh, shit.
Y'all come back now.
I was on the phone to Bumble this morning when you went live, and I was been up since 6 o'clock and went to sleep about 11. The longest nap I've had all week. And I was falling asleep when you came on, but I managed to listen to for half an hour, and then I fell asleep with the telly on, and you guys all woke me up an hour later.
I'm really enjoying the debate this morning.
I really enjoy it too. I mean,
excited about who was on the panel.
I could hear your voice in my dreams and hear what you were saying. And I was dying to join in, but I was asleep.
Oh no.
I probably was debating in my sleep.
Oh no, that's really funny.
Yeah, David in
the
chat was sitting there talking. Yeah, David heard. Yeah, David's Cafe. I've used to go over there a lot too. Also, I mean, he's another radio guy, but he's
a radio guy.
Yeah, I mean, he's another one of the guys that talk on the radio like I do, and but he's got a channel called David's Cafe.
Can you put it in the link, maybe in the chat?
Well, Indy, if you could find that for me, I
don't suppose it's a kind of a different question. I hope I don't detract too much from
that's how some people I've met through him too. I met it through his channel. Like Moguls. You guys know Moguls, right?
Yeah.
Well, all right. Well, yeah. I know him as Sober. All right, from when he used to be calling. Well, even his channel called Sober. But anyway, that's how I know him, and I met him through David Cafe channel. Also, David is a good guy. Also, he's another. He lives in the UK also, and but yeah, I'm all over the place when it comes down to it. That's why I love talking international. I love talking to people because I mean, it's just
Speaking of international, I've just got a question. Has anyone seen anything of Andrew J?
Oh, yes. I noticed just before I came back on. He's on someone's channel.
Yeah, he's on Forbes' channel at the moment.
Last time I saw him was yesterday, I think it was, but he looked kind of sober too. So,
I never saw him yesterday. No,
he needs to be sober.
But last night, Shady came online at 6 o'clock, and he was all alone, and he sounded so low about upsetting people the other day that I thought, I'll put my makeup on and go and cheer him up. So I did, and I think he was quite happy after that.
I never knew Shady upset, but why did
he have something to drink a bit more than normal? And
why do people get so upset about things? I mean, like I don't know what it sounds kind of like pedantic or that, right? But why are folks so invested on the YouTube on opinions, if that makes sense, that they actually start taking offence at things? And
I know it's silly, isn't it?
It's like certain things
are becoming our lives, isn't it?
I suppose, but if you think about it, like what's really impacting our lives, and what's making people act like that, I think, or like not act like that, like everybody being so touchy. If you get what I mean, it's like
well, I can understand with what's happened in the last couple of years. That's why
that's building it up, but we're not taking it out at the right avenues. We're taking it out on each other, which means they're winning. We are arguing over words because of perceptions, because of belief structures that we've already kind of discussed are based upon falsehoods. That to me is like, how does that work? And how do you even start to even unpick that to make it work?
You have shows like this and you repeat and repeat and repeat. That's what it's all about.
Yeah.
But yeah, but it still takes us back to the cycles.
It doesn't matter. It's sometimes, how many times do you have to smack somebody's arse before they learn? Do you know what I mean? Some people it takes 10 to 15 to 20 times, So we have to sometimes just sit back and wait for them when they're ready to step. That's when we catch them when they're full.
No, that's a fair comment. You know what I mean? But at some point, you can't stay stagnant. You can't keep at the same muster point, for lack of a better word.
I understand. I do understand.
Start moving forward without them.
But by pushing someone means it's going to take even longer, because I've noticed me coming on these live and I'm a bit forceful in the way I put things across. I've only noticed that because I've had the feedback, but I didn't notice I was doing that beforehand. So again, we're all here to learn. I'm here to learn and to better myself and to go forward. And I think most people are here to learn and to better themselves to the point where we want to know the understanding of where we've got to go with all of this BS that's been fed to us. We need an
No,
answer.
I get that, right? And I'm here for the same reason, right? Because like you can have a bit of a decent conversation, and it doesn't have to be about the one subject matter and all that kind of stuff. It's been kind of free flowing, right? And that's more organic, which means it's more real. That makes sense for how my mind works, right?
And to keep it fun, keep us laughing, you know what I mean? Because if we're always down in the dumps about the certain subjects, and we're always down, I don't want to be there. You know what I mean? I kind of want to keep it, you know, I want to keep my spirits high. You know what I'm saying?
Yes,
And,
definitely.
All I'm trying to say
Think about every subject and open your mind to the point where you get the happiness that you're at least learning something on the journey. So yeah, it all leads to happiness when you talk about things openly, especially if you know anything about it. Go on, sorry.
all I'm meaning is, right? I get, right, we've got to wait for people to catch up. But do we mark time in the same spot, waiting for everybody to catch up, or do we still push ahead with the Enlightenment agenda? Or we're back to a better word, yeah? You know, like, do we tread in the same mud?
No,
so idea, you get what I mean?
Yeah, you got to understand that everybody's an individual, and they're occupied with themselves. So they will get to where they need to get to in their own time. Your time is telling you that this is your time to move on. You can't drag anybody with you. You must go alone. So in their own time.
I got to answer this. I need to answer this. Hello, Joe. Yeah, I've thought about this a lot, because obviously we have a panel here of people who are quite knowledgeable, etc., etc. Our job is to inform those lovely people who aren't quite sure about what and if and how this is happening. We need to stop the why,
because
it gets tedious, tiresome, and really boring. We know why.
Sorry, mention it again.
You know, we know why. When we need,
determined to bring in
as a beautiful bunch of people that we are the people that help push everyone forward to take away that mental health issue about this, to take away the curiosities and the misunderstanding, because everything that we're told is such bullshit. All of it is such crap. All of it. And we need to be the people, because we are awake and we see and we're enlightened. We then say, like, just go forward, guys. Do what you're doing. Do you know
what the best thing to do with the shit is to take it and help grow something new.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely.
What spliff said I've missed it?
For me, this is quick one.
Can I just answer this? Sorry, can I just answer NC again? You know, I've spent two and a half years plus trying to, and I'm wiped out. I was the same about 6 or 7 months ago, going, I'm banging my head against a wall and nobody's listening.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Thank you, Mrs. J. I'm here. One of the reasons, because I'm so fed up of everybody around me, my family, friends and neighbours, thinking I'm mad.
You're not. You're a why person like me. Why is that? Why?
Right, and they're going to cart me off in a white coat, you know, because I've been telling them for years I am going to go live on a boat. And they always, when I say to my family and friends, mostly my family, they went, when I said I'm going to live on a boat, they just laugh at me.
No, I like the idea. Actually, at one time, man, I was.
I'm going to carry on making my coffee because I was making a drink. I'll be back in a minute.
Okay. Well, I was dating a girl at the time, and we were living in the Keys down in South Florida, and we were looking to buy a boat, like a catamaran or a trimaran, and to live on, because there's a lot of these mangrove islands that are right outside of the Keys. And you can moor your boat right out there by that, you know, and you have your own private beach and everything almost, you know what I mean? And
wow,
it was
beautiful.
Oh my gosh, it would have been so nice, because it just we never did it. But I mean, we were actually at one time, we were seriously looking for the right boat to do it, because we knew people that lived out on their boats and stuff like that. And all they did is they just moored their boat out there by one of them islands, and they had like a little dinghy. They paddle into the main island, like the Key West or something like that, to get supplies and whatever, and then go back out. And that's how they did it, how they lived, you know what I mean? And man, it was something I was thinking about. But nowadays, if I'm going to do it nowadays, I wouldn't go out into the ocean or anything like that. I'd be on some of these big rivers, like all freshwater rivers around. That's what I would do. I'd just
we have canals in this country.
Yeah,
a lot of people live on canal boats.
Yeah, I would do that.
That was the plan for a canal, but because of what's been happening in the last 2 years,
you can't get away, can you? I'll just escape through the locks.
Yeah, can't.
No.
I'm thinking I need to get a seaworthy boat and get it ready and stocked to go.
You're talking about like a sailboat type of thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of like a big schooner or something like that.
Yeah.
The only thing is, it just takes a lot of. I mean, I'm gonna tell you something.
Crinkle's money come by.
I'm gonna tell you something. Your muscles will get really strong hoisting up them sails. I'm gonna tell you straight up.
I couldn't do that, silly. You're gonna have to hire somebody to help.
Okay, that's what you would use Crinkle for, right? That's what you use Crinkle to hoist up the sail.
If you pick him right up against
Mr. Muscle's got more muscle than him.
Yeah, but Kathy, I've worked out a science way. Yeah,
I'm gonna say,
Crinkle
my neighbours have got a red in the window.
Oh dear. What you do is you put Crinkle at the main sail, and then you start him talking, and the wind blows you along.
That was one. That was one. The other thing you could do is with a Raspberry Pi and a couple of things coming off your engine. If you've got an engine, you could run servers and motors quite easy enough to put all your sails up via a mobile phone app sitting in the actual cockpit of your boat, to be honest.
I think that's high tech right there.
Technology on the sea.
Got one customer with me already. Yes, like I say, we're going to get Crinkle to buy a big, massive boat, the best he can buy, and we're all good.
Yeah, and we're off, right?
I don't think it's going to happen.
Escape on it.
I don't think it's going to happen.
People.
No. We'd probably have to prove our vaccination
and we can hop over to pick you up as well if you want wingnut. What side are you? East or west? Oh, you're on the east, aren't you? Closest to us.
Yeah, I'm on the East Coast. I'm right. If you went around Florida and came into the Gulf of Mexico, right up at the top of the Gulf of Mexico, that's where I'm at.
So we're going to pick
we're
going to find ourselves a new island.
My plan was very similar to that before I broke my back.
Yeah.
It was that was my plan was to get a boat. Unfortunately that's not happened, so I'm on a second floor now in the house.
Well, we can pick you up as well.
Yeah, there's no way ever.
And Bumble.
I would rather not if that person.
Okay, all right. Plan B.
Simple.
Plan B.
What about an airship?
I thought of everything. A hot air balloon.
Yes.
Mrs. J, I'm going to sue Watchtower, and I might get enough money to buy a decent sized boat, but that could take a long time. I might not have time.
Well, there is a possibility of doing it a slightly different way. You have a houseboat, and you have like a small boat to pull it.
A what?
A houseboat.
What sort of
houseboat? Yeah.
Yeah, but you have a small one with an engine on to like pull it.
To pull it.
Different places, yeah. So.
What sort of strings and pins? What wing nut?
It's actually called tug, but I didn't want to bother.
Oh, a tugboat. Oh,
well, you could actually probably just have a tugboat as a
we
boat.
could have a couple of boats, couldn't we?
And I tell you what, any ships come near, you just shove them away, don't you?
Yeah.
Joe, this is my little map that I've got here. Just basically it's for my radio stuff, but yeah, this is basically how far I can stretch out on a normal basis. This is where I'm at. I'm out here in the panhandle of Florida right here. This is the Gulf of Mexico. This is the Pacific.
Stretch
out on a normal basis. This is where
sorry.
The Panhandle.
Ah, sorry, that was me because I was answering on my phone. Sorry.
Okay.
That's all right. The beatings will continue if the morale does not improve. All right. Anyway, but yeah, this is on a general basis, so where I can stretch out on my radio.
So what you use an HF?
Huh?
What you use an HF?
Yeah, I'm using it. Yeah, it's a CB band. But yeah, it's the American band with or whatever that versus like what you guys use over in the UK. But yeah, on a general basis, that's on the Northeast. I can pretty much stretch out that far, and but locally within 100 miles of me. But
so in a
yeah,
in a nuclear war, you're the man that we listen to on the radio.
No,
I'll be one of them. I'll be one of them. Yeah, for sure.
If your radio works after the nuclear bombers,
if it still
EMP'd
works.
you and destroyed
Well, see, that's the thing.
everything
I mean,
wires.
I try to have. I've got some stuff set aside, and protected with like Faraday type cage type stuff. But that's just for spares or sitting aside. But yeah, I mean,
could you build or could you replace the parts that not everything would be broken in it,
No, not
You can
everything.
replace some
I mean,
parts, like transistors,
I've
maybe.
got old stuff that I can probably scavenge parts off of to repair things if I needed to. But yeah, I mean,
Would your soldering iron work though? Would you have to replace parts in that?
What's that?
Would your soldering iron work?
Oh yeah, as long as I got electricity.
Soldering iron work though? Would you have to replace?
Oh no. I hear echo.
I hate the sound of my own voice.
It isn't me this time. It's not me.
Mrs. J's like, it really isn't me.
I'm too busy having my pipe. It's my morning pipe.
Morning pipe. Take you one in the afternoon, Mrs. J.
Well, you know what I'm like.
You've been on it all morning.
Yeah.
I'm telling you. That's just so unfair. I've been without for a while now. It's so unfair.
I give up and have a bit more and
just blow some smoke my way so I can get a contact buzz. That's all.
Of course, it's a mixture between Gorilla Glue and Skittles. There you go. Yeah.
Hold on, Gorilla Goo.
Gorilla Glue.
I know.
So I say it in a northern accent.
I know. I was
Gorilla Glue.
I still think
I was thinking, like, what's the Gorilla Glue?
I still think that's funny as hell. I hear all these English folks saying I'm saying it in a northern accent.
Joe, literally every single person in the UK, pretty much bar 1,000 people, is north of me.
Yeah, but I'm in the Midlands.
I'm the low farthest south. Huh?
I'm in the Midlands and I still get called northern.
It's called, down here we call it up country. And anything up country is past Exeter.
So, Joe, at the top, right? At the top is everyone down south. Are they just southern? The first person that you come across the border are like, you southern.
Look, I go to watch my football team Aberdeen and get called a southerner.
Well, all them people up north of me, I just call them Yankees.
Oh. Yeah, it's up country from me.
It
Everybody
was
is
me.
up country.
I am so sorry. That was me. I unmuted the telly and I forgot. Not muted on here. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
My friend's just popping in for a coffee in a minute.
Oh, good.
You'll
I'll
never
have to
see
meet
me.
again soon. Got a sore eye today. Won't stop. working.
Wingnut, I wanted to ask you. So my radio show is the radio show is up and running, and I'd love to hear about some of your adventures over in the States. We'd love to interview you, and we maybe do a podcast. It'd be really good.
Yeah, I'm up for it. Yeah, I don't know what I can contribute, but I could definitely. I would definitely. That'd be good. I would. Be
Yeah,
interested.
and I really
I don't
want
know
Pete
what you
to
could
use.
contribute. You can contribute a lot, I'll absolutely guarantee.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, you know,
And when that,
yeah.
see how you said you regard everybody North Yankees? Does that mean you regard yourself as one of the Scottish plantations that are Confederate?
Yeah, well, yeah, well, actually, I've got
Ooh.
I got family that were fighting under the Confederate flag. Yeah.
No, because the Confederate flag is nothing more than a solitaire inverted in blood with the 7 plantations through the Scotland, because that's why they never fought for independence, because they were already free.
Right. Well, the main reason why they were, from what I remember, from what I can understand from family and stuff, the main reason why it was even started in the first place is because them Yankees up north were overtaxing us down here in the South, and we were doing all the fucking work. All right, and then we're like, no, we're not doing this no more, and it started the war. That's what happened. And
Sounds familiar, doesn't it? Just saying.
yeah, yeah.
It's always about the money and control.
Yeah,
Give me
yeah.
the money. Now that goes to richness, though, because when you said about richness earlier, about being rich, etc., etc. I feel that I am.
Illuminati was saying.
Sorry, the Illuminati, but I feel I am rich because I am rich in knowledge and in self-awareness.
Look at David Hurd in there.
For fuck's sake, Scotland at it again. Oh. Bloody up country lot.
Hey.
Where are you from, David Hurd?
He's in Scotland somewhere. I'm not sure exactly where, right offhand, but he's out there. He's a Scot.
No, she's not turned up.
Who?
Am I back? Oh yeah. My neighbour said she was just popping in. She was just in the garden with the dog. And
Okay.
she always makes me a cup of tea, so she's still not come in. I thought she was there, but she's not.
Are you gonna pop out if she comes in?
No, I just keep listening, and she doesn't stay long.
Oh, okay.
I'll get her to come and talk. That's what usually scares her away.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really doing anything, so you guys can hang out as long as you want, man. I mean, I really have nothing to do right now. I mean, it's just now 5 minutes to 7 o'clock in the a.m. here, so.
Oh, is it? Oh, you've been up all night then, haven't you?
I've been up a long time, yeah, so I ain't worried about it too much.
Doing an SG.
I'm doing an SG.
Yeah.
Well, I've been stretching myself. Yeah, I've been stretching myself between multiple live streams instead of just running my own live stream altogether. I mean, I've only had this one going for 3.5 hours, but I've been going for, 7 hours on one and another 6 or 7 hours on another. And, I mean, I've been bouncing from one to the next to the next. So, yeah, I do that. It's like I'm doing my rounds. I have to kind of pop into like different people's and stuff and all that stuff. Gotta like, say hi and then sometimes just saying hi ends up being 2 hours later,
I know.
Yeah. So that's just how it is, man. I ain't worried about it. That's why I was telling you, I was like, just trying to get my sleep schedule has been all wacky, man, because
last week and I blame SG. I'm telling you, it's
oh my goodness, Kathy. That's like, as soon as you're there for hours, you're on the panel for hours, man. Hours. Crazy.
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, just blame me.
Yeah.
I don't mind.
I know. It's hard to get off, isn't it? He knows I'm joking.
Talking of which, Peter earlier was talking about the word meek. What do you, Kathy? Kathy, what do you think? What do you think the word meek means? If you were to hear the word meek,
that's a biblical term. The meek shall inherit the earth.
What do you think it means yourself?
Well, to me, they used to go on about Moses was the most meekest man in all the world, didn't they? Well, they did from where I went to. And to me, that meant calm, quiet, mellow, and chilled. Kind of like when you're stoned, I guess. But he was also slow of tongue, did you know that? Which meant he had a stutter. And Aaron had to speak for him.
But he was about 800 years old by the time he died.
Not Moses, 120, the Bible says he was.
Oh, okay. I knew
He was
old.
80 when he went to Egypt. That's where you've got the 8 from, isn't it?
Yeah, but that's quite old for back then, though, isn't
Noah
it?
was 600
No,
years
it's not really
when
old because
the deluge began, apparently.
it's not that old, really, because there's Egyptian pharaohs that reigned for over 900.
Oh, yeah, I know, but you know,
Yeah.
these two are
in
current.
the days before.
What
Yeah, I mean,
happened? What
Never
happened?
mind
You
the
know?
Sumerian kings.
I know what happened doing that.
What's that?
I know.
What?
So,
Gilgamesh.
what happened was because there were giants, we had giants and humans. So at the time there was giants as well. So Egyptian pharaohs were giants. So if you think they're massive, so if you remove the giants, that's where you get to where we are now, and that's why they've done it. That's what's happened to them. They were giants.
Well, so okay, the long lifespan is relative to the giants being here. Is that what
Yeah.
you're trying to say?
Yeah, they lived for hundreds of years. Yeah. Joe, sorry, I missed that.
So where did the giants go? Because according to biblical text, the giants were only there because the fallen angels,
Yeah, the
made it-
Nephilim. The Nephilim. Yeah.
So where did they go? Did they disappear to the red planet with the fallen angels?
No,
Or
they're in,
died?
inner Earth.
Nabrodo,
They're
Nabrodo,
They're-
or whatever it is.
Died in the
They're
Buddha,
in- They're in the inner Earth, bound by chains, waiting for the day that they will be reawakened. That's the story that's been told.
Interesting.
So are they frozen in Antarctica?
No, they're like a bear. They're asleep at the moment. Like I say, and their time is due to come to be awakened. And you know, that's just. They also say that in the Bible that they're bound by chains until the day they awake.
Which is
I
interesting.
don't think they're on Earth. I think they're in the sky. I think they're alien. So
Well, a couple of years ago, the Americans and Wing might know this, came across a redhead giant in Afghanistan. It ripped about one unit apart within seconds and literally ripped them apart. While the other units were shooting and firing left, right, and centre at it, all the bullets were bouncing off him. The only way they could kill it was shoot it in the face, which pierced the eyes and killed him that way. There is a picture, but it's turned into a painting where they used a Chinook to pick up the giant to take it to wherever it went, and that's only a couple of years ago in Afghanistan, and that's what is out there.
Which is interesting because, like, the biblical texts talk about, like I said before, cycles, right?
Yep.
And if there was pole shifts which caused massive tsunamis,
Yeah.
right? All the holes in the inner earth that have got lava, oil in it, that would all start moving about. And so maybe when the lava reaches where they are, if bullets aren't harming them, I'm going to assume the lava might maybe melt the chains, which is how they actually learn when they're free, because their chains disappear. Because who's to say lava's going to touch them at all? If bullets today, they fucking just bounces off them. Because if it's that type of weaponry to get into its face, that's hardcore weaponry, to be perfectly honest with you, being somebody who's ex-hospital Royal Scots. That's no light
Okay.
armour.
You
But
bring
that
up
means
you bring up the pole shift, don't you? You just brought up the pole shift. We're due for another one.
I think
We're due for another pole shift.
I think 2012 was when it started. I think the Mayans, if I remember correctly, never said the world would end 2012. It started a new cycle you've never
Yeah.
seen before. And I think that was the start of it. I think the poles have already shifted about 460 miles. The Correct. And I think that's
Which
the
then-
reason why we've got
From what I understand,
Yes.
yeah, it's like the
Yes.
North Pole, for instance, it's moved from was it just above Canada up there in the northern pole or whatever. But anyway, it was moving over toward like Siberia.
Yeah.
So yeah, the southern pole will be moving also along with it because it moves it with that same axis. So yeah, it's moving around. I know that for sure.
Well, I mean, I read
A
something. from the
question.
BBC.
Sorry, can I just answer a question on the comment thing? Maybe giants were just above average height with some embellishment by generations later. No, they were a separate to human, and they were the height that you see in Egypt of the ones that have been built. You know, the massive statues. That's actual height of
Life size.
the giants. Life size. Thank you, life size. I'm stoned now. Life size. Yeah, they're life size. And when you logically put that in your head and you go, oh yeah, so that makes perfect sense on how they built things because they were fucking massive at the time.
Can you imagine
Absolutely
the schlong on that guy?
enormous. Exactly.
Shocking.
Yeah, so they're actual life size, and then if you get rid of the giants, which is what happened, then they reset us again. You know, we had another reset. Get rid of that. Pretend it didn't happen. Aren't the droids you're looking for? And
Move
off
along.
you go.
That is pretty much what the Indian religion actually say. Apart from they state that the gods came down on their chariots and started smashing hell at each other.
Right.
Yeah.
You know,
There's
Yes,
old
they
paintings
did.
showing that as well in the churches where you've got silver bulls and whatnot in the skies.
There's paintings from medieval times that have got UFOs in them.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what they are. They're all UFOs. So they're saying from the start of mankind, we've lived with aliens ever since.
I mean, I was saying
It's
earlier
good.
on that there's a lot of missing history, right? And 800 to 1100 is quite prominent for Europe, because for 1100 onwards, if you take like lineage, right? I'll get this video for you as well, when I'll chuck it in the back. If you take lineage, right, but don't take it for the father, take it the other way for the mother, then there's one family in Europe that's been supplying all the consorts for every royal family since about 1100 onwards.
Am I allowed to say what I want to say about this without it sounding incorrect? Can I? Okay, I am going to do it. Yeah, Jewish, which is how the Jewish people do their lineage, isn't it? So the Jewish line is all through the women. So Joe's absolutely 100% spot on, which takes you back to that point, and then I don't want to talk about that on YouTube. I'll stop now. I'm going to stop now because I get told off. And as you noticed already, I've been like yesterday.
Red
I was on.
alert.
I get taken off fucking the chats. I get taken out of the bloody StreamYards as soon as I start mouthing off too much, and then I can't do anything because they're on to me.
Red alert. Red alert.
Yeah.
They're on to you.
They're on to me, man. So hence the radio show. That's why I've got to go to the radio show.
The YouTube video with the hidden lineage, right, and the hidden family name. If you go via the consorts via the mother, that's it there, and it goes through everything. It goes through the family
I'm
tree.
excited about this.
It's in the
I've had
back.
so many lovely YouTube things I'm going to be watching. It's great. Thank
It's quite
you.
interesting because if you actually go look at it, it actually explains how Mary Queen of Scots and Elizabeth, were cousins, and it shows you how they come for that Garsander family. And that's every king, everybody in Europe for about 1100 onwards. And I actually think that's when Europe was getting repopulated, and Britain itself hadn't actually been unpopulated. It still was what it was, because we're still within that shift, and we're just changing for it. So, I think that's why Trump wanted to buy Greenland,
I think when we get to a point where you wake up and you go, what the fuck? It's all in front of you, and you go, how did they build San Francisco? And when you look at the photos,
I wouldn't want to live in San Francisco. I wouldn't want to live on the west coast of America, because
not
if
at all.
people are shifting the way that they're shifting, right? If it's
Absolutely
moving on,
right.
that means that that's why Australia is getting more and more forest fires, because it's moving more towards the equator. That's why Texas is getting really, really shit weather, because funny enough, the turtle, that even the Indians said it was a turtle-shaped fucking country, which is amazing, isn't it? Yeah, the Indians knew it was turtle-shaped. That's crazy, right? That part of Texas is heading towards where it'll be cold. I think they know what's coming. I think that's the reason why they just keep like people say, oh no, it's weather manipulation by HAARP. I think weather manipulation by HAARP's real, but I think they're using that to hide what's happening.
Yeah.
Not to make it happen, to hide it, to keep it away from people from realising, because you're going to pay your tax if you think the world's that biblical fucking tsunamis are coming. No, you're not.
Well, the thing is, right, I've been studying the whole tsunami thing, especially with Palmo, the last few months, and looking at the logistics of this and the possibilities of this actually with the changing of the poles. There is a star. What's happened is all of the plates have gone to a sort of a star point, which is north of Australia and to the east of Indonesia and the south of China. Now, where that is, the fault lines are phenomenal, absolutely incredible. It makes like a star underneath the sea. Yeah. And they've got massive amounts of volcano eruptions there at the moment. And what's happened is Nixon allowed China to have the China Sea. And in the China Sea at the moment, where that is, there is 130 Navy ships from China in the sea there at the moment above Australia, which they're not talking about. You can find it online, it's all there. So you've got that fault line, and I was thinking, right, so they've got the fault line that goes west and that goes right the way through the middle of the Mediterranean, and the massive amount of earthquakes and volcano eruptions. Etna's gone off. The other one's gone off in the middle of I can't remember the name of it now. In
never mind the
Europe.
Five Gorges Dam.
And then you've got La Palma that went off and has just finished doing its thing. With the thought of how we've been learning about floods, and we had Noah and what happened with the flooding. Now, if you think there was an enormous volcano eruption that would take place where the tectonic plates between Africa and Europe, which is in the middle of the Mediterranean, would cause a massive tsunami. And then we also have, and of course it goes all around the world because of that same fault line. So you go across to where the star is, and where that fault had happened a couple of thousand or 3,000 or 4,000 years ago, that's happening again. So we're in the process of having a major earthquake on that particular fault line. China know about it, and us, everyone, they all know about it, that this is what's happening. And I think when you
sorry, go on.
When you go back thousands of years and people have been writing about what happened with Noah and the other religions, and then Atlantis disappearing, etc., that possibility with the movement of the earth, and as we were saying, the poles have shifted, and the poles are shifting, and this moment of that shifting as well, we are due a massive tsunami. Massive.
Well, if you look at it, like the BBC put a report out, right? You should be able to find this, where they said that the ozone layer hole had healed itself. It wasn't there anymore.
Yes, that's right. I remember.
Right. And I just thought, as soon as I read that, I was like, right, because it's not above the landmass where you expect it to be, so you think it's healed. If it's healed, then why is global warming still an issue? Come on, get a grip. It's just misdirection. I mean, we all think that they've got a GPS. I'm sorry, you've got a GPS system that shadows the military GPS. They can make it appear wherever you want on GPS. It doesn't make a difference. They can mirror it. I mean, it's how they got Bin Laden's wife, the mother, and the security guards on that plane that crashed the same day as you had that plane crash on the motorway, if I remember correctly. Yeah. Their plane just thought it was 100 feet higher than what it was. You know what I mean? Yeah. We're now going into GPS 3, which is probably because folk are starting to notice that the seasons have changed.
Woken up.
It's still in the UK in March.
I've got a question. If the Earth is moving, like you say, and everything else, why is the North Star always in the north? And Scotland always headed north. So if the world is moving, like you're saying, that means that the North Star should always be in the north, but the world will change, and now Scotland isn't in the north; it should be in the west or in the south. But that doesn't seem to happen. And not just that.
No, I get you. I understand what you're coming to.
Not just that. The sun does a cycle in a pattern of 8 every year. Yeah, it never seems to change. It always follows the same pattern. So I don't believe that we're moving in the way that the Earth is what's been put forward. Because my theory is, if that was so, the North Star would not be in the north anymore. Yeah, because like I say, Scotland's north. Now, if we was moving, it moves, say, northeast or north, well, then the North Star should then be more to the west.
Yeah, but which north are you talking about? Because there's 3 norths.
They only ever talk about one North Star. There's only one North Star.
Yep.
That's how
I know that. And I know that if I go looking for the North Star, I'll find a brighter star. It's called the Space Station Mir.
Yeah, you probably would, but still, at the end of the day, what I'm saying is the North Star never moves. So if the North Star never moves and the sun does the circle 8 all of the 12 months, yeah, in the same pattern every time, and on the 23rd of December it goes down for 3 days and resurrects and everything else. Yeah, it's a pattern, and not just that. You've got the 12 constants that go around in the stars. Yeah, so in January you got the same pattern every year. January, and you got the same pattern when it comes to March or September. It's the same thing year on, year out with the stars.
Yeah.
So
no, I get that.
If we're spinning, like people say, yeah, we should be spinning, and everything should be changing around us, but it's not. It's the same. It's the same year in and year out.
Well,
so I don't believe we're moving.
I comprehend what you're saying, right? But sometimes when something spins so fast it appears to go backwards too. I don't know what it appears to go like when it goes as fast as what the world is going, because nobody's accomplished spinning anything that fast yet within the confines of this vacuum, shall we say, right? But if it is that we live in a binary solar system, then surely the stars probably wouldn't really change, because it would be forces that are unseen, and they would all be interconnecting for every planetary base all the way down to ours, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
because
the thing is, you're both making sense, all right? And then that then brings in, everything is true, nothing is true, which is our lives. It's a constant thing. We're never again. We're never ever going to know the actual facts of this ever. Again, it's one of those.
Will never let us find out.
No, we're never going to know, and they're never going to explain to us why we're going the speed that we're. Well, why they think we're going the speed that we're going. So if we're doing that and spinning round and round and round, as well as going in a direction, how come the North Star stays where it is? It's just doesn't add up.
Yeah, it don't make no sense to me. But I look into everything as deep as I can, and I come up with stupid questions like that, which I ask myself. And then I think sometimes I may be able to bring it on a panel and get an answer, because I just can't seem to get an answer from that. And I've had that thought for many a year. Whereas, like, I've had a conversation. I've sat in somebody's back garden, and I've noticed the stars going by, or the evening going by, say, sort of thing. And that's what made me think, hold on a minute, it looks like I'm in some kind of like glass ball. And what's going around is the same pattern. It's like I'm watching a screen. I'm in a circle of something, and the same pictures are going around year in, year out. So I'm being told that this is happening in one hand, and yet what I'm noticing on this side is that ain't true what you're speaking, because if there was any sense in what you're saying, the North Star would move, and it doesn't. It stays there all the time every year. And not just that, the only thing that really convinced me is the sun never changes its cycle. So if that doesn't change its cycle, well, then we can't be moving in the way that they say.
Yeah, but that then brings in the flat Earth concept.
Yeah, I was just thinking that same thing for some reason.
Yeah, it does. Again, you go. Oh no, I'm open to all ideas. I mean,
it brought that up in my mind while you were talking the same thing, Peter. It did.
Yeah.
It brought,
The thing with the logic of flat Earth and what we're talking about with where the North Star is, with the theory of flat Earth, you know, you hear points and you go, oh yeah, because we've just been told that, you know, Sir Isaac Newton discovered gravity and an apple fell on his head and he went eureka, and all.
I think it was the apple falling that made him think. But you know, that was another twist of
how come if we're spinning as fast as they're telling us, how come the water doesn't fly off?
Well, even the fact that, like, they say that they can't prove the Earth is moving at all, but surely they would have claimed that they can prove that by a satellite showing us that the Earth moves, but they've never claimed that.
Well, even then, it's like, I mean, I don't really believe some of the photos that they supposedly say they've taken from space and all that stuff too. I mean,
they tell you that these are composite pictures, which means they're fake, they're made up.
They're renditions. They're pictures. They're created on a computer or whatever, or painted or something. Because
taken
honestly,
from extrapolations of multiple photographs.
I don't know if you guys have ever noticed it, but like for instance, the International Space Station, they supposedly got these live feed cameras and stuff. You'll see them working on the thing or whatever. But have you ever noticed you don't see any stars? I mean, I've looked at many of these things, and I won't even see one, not one.
There are reasons they've given for that, especially on the moon as well.
I don't buy these.
I know. I'm not sure about them either.
Or whatever. They try and say it's like this and that or whatever. I'm just like, no, that doesn't sound right.
Maybe we're out past the perimeter, and really there are no stars.
No, I think it's because
and the stars that we see are just pinholes in the curtain of night.
Yeah, I was thinking that same line earlier, but go ahead, Joe.
Is it not just that, like, the live feeds like under the water in a swimming pool?
Yeah. See, that's another thing that I've thought about too, because it was just like CGI to make it look like you're up in space and all that stuff. But because I've actually saw in moments where I could have swore I saw a bubble that would float by them. You know what I mean? I don't know if that was an actual bubble or not, but I've seen moments where, you're just sitting there watching these live feeds or whatever, that's supposedly from the damn, the International Space Station. And every once in a while you might see a bubble fly by. And that's what it looks like, a bubble anyway. But I look, and you can see with that supposed, picture of the planet right there, but down below. But if you look everywhere else, not a single star in the sky. You know what I mean? And you would think you would have even better view of the stars up in space. You got, it's because even was it Neil Armstrong? He just before he died, he kept on, mentioning hints here and there. We never went to the moon. It never happened. You know what I mean? And this has come from Neil Armstrong,
There was a couple of astronauts that said, no, it's not true.
Wait, say that again?
There was a few astronauts that said it wasn't true.
Right. Well, I mean, it makes me wonder what they're trying to hide from us. You know what I mean? What are they doing? What are they doing up there?
Everything. They're controlling everything, because basically we all really now know that there is free energy.
Yeah.
In water and in the air, and they don't, if we keep us nulled and stupid with their with all the way they do it all, there's no way they went on the fucking moon. No way bloody Neil Armstrong went up there.
What gets me all
did that.
well, what gets me all like, oh, this is all crap. It's like you hear the excuses on why they haven't gone back. Why NASA hasn't tried to even make another trip out there is because, oh, the technology that we had back then, well, we had to destroy it and we don't know how to do it again. And I'm like, what?
Well,
I mean, this was vacuum tubes back in those days,
Okay, but Wingnut, some people say, right, including
Can you hear me?
Canadian security ministers.
I hear you, Kathy.
Force,
okay.
they talk about like aliens and 7 races. Yeah. Some are like cowboys. They think that we are a herd, and some think that we're not. Right. Now, at the end of the day, maybe they lost the technology, because some people also say that the reptiles have left. Yeah. Because the other ones are coming.
Yeah, well, I mean, what was it? There was, I can't remember who it was, but it was somebody who was supposedly worked in what was it? Oh crap! It was some government agency or whatever. But he's retired now, and he was like outing this stuff, and he was explaining this thing that they call the Galactic Federation.
Yeah.
A whole like a group that were in alliance with all these astronauts from other planets, I guess, the lack of better words, and like there's like at least 4 different races that have either still here or and living amongst us, or they have visited or whatever, and like
the Vulcans, the Ferengi. The Klingons,
yeah, something like that. But it's like the Greys, the reptilians, and some whatever.
Wiki style and that as well.
But then I also I'm like, okay, that's something too that I thought about it because I met somebody one time I was living in New Mexico at the time, but I met somebody one time that made me question it. Well, if these astronauts from another planet are living down here on this planet amongst us, like, and they look like us and all that other stuff, if you met one, would you know this is something from another planet? Or would you know it? You know what I mean? Even if they didn't never told you that they were from somewhere else, and then they're an alien or whatever. I mean, could you? I mean, the only reason I say that is because this man. All right, you know how everybody puts off like a vibration or like an aura.
Yeah,
or whatever
I was just gonna say that.
All right, well, this man did not put off an energy that I recognized. It was very strange to me. All right.
Have you done mushrooms?
Yeah, I have.
Yeah, it's like soon. I absolutely believe this, that once I did magic mushrooms, it was like a light going on who I knew was the right person to spend time with, in their voice, in their mannerisms, in the way they are, in the way they sound, in the way they look, everything.
Right.
And as a an individual working through my own shit stuff, sometimes I let these people in. I let them in. I let them into my life, and it's like, fuck's sake, man, shouldn't have done that.
Can I just say, I've got my friend here with me, my neighbour, and she's been disagreeing with everything that's been said. She won't listen. I said, well, go on and debate then. Come on, say hello, Annette.
I just don't agree with it.
She said she's not debating; she just doesn't agree with it.
Unfortunately, that's not really a good answer, is it? Really, you can't. That's an absolute cop out of what we're talking about. Completely.
You have to provide
I don't agree with that. And that's it.
Listen to the woman.
I'm not really interested. No, fuck off. No.
I'm here. Sorry about that.
It's okay, Kathy.
You're not allowed to swear anymore, apparently.
I don't talk to strangers on the internet.
Not strangers. I've been talking to them for months.
They might not be strangers to you, but they're strangers to me.
Yeah, but they think like me. You think I'm mad, don't you, Annette? See, told you. And she's only known me a year.
Mad as a hatter.
Do you like some
I
tea?
I prefer the word different.
What?
What? Every single thing that I've said, you can research to find out it's right.
David,
So when I just
magnetic ley
it's
lines
just-
are a pain in the
Done
ass.
all that sciences and all that. Did all
When
that in
you-
school, A levels, everything.
And answer your question, why should people research if they don't want to know?
exactly, crack on.
No,
Don't know
what you're doing.
but they come onto these channels, listen, and have their pennies worth, and yet they're not prepared to do any research. Then I just don't understand. They come on cause controversy.
But you are talking though. He's talking to you.
Well, like, I do the research, but like, I don't get out the house and I'm like housebound.
I mean, she doesn't get off a game that she's currently playing.
I wasn't talking about your friend. I'm talking about people in general. Answering
Yeah.
this question, like I say, people ain't prepared to get do a
No,
little bit of
that's
research. It's right in front of them, but they're not interested in doing it. They're prepared to just come on, shout everybody down, make everybody feel as small as what they're feeling. Do you know what I mean? Sometimes it works with people, sometimes it doesn't. I have fallen into the trap once or twice. But I've learned
Have
quite
you,
a lot.
Peter? Have you really?
I have, and I've
I
learned quite
think
a
you
lot.
have, haven't you?
Yeah, but you see, you've got to put yourself out there to take the beating to understand how much the information just isn't wanted. Do you know what I mean? Whether it's right or wrong, the information itself isn't wanted. It's not the person that's carrying it; it's the information that's been ignored.
Yeah, even Peter's growing, man. I'm gonna tell you. You know, I've seen the difference in just the short time that I've known him. You know, so I think that's awesome. Everybody's growing. Everybody's learning. Everybody's doing something. You know.
I know myself with the way that I talk that sometimes I have a condescending tone, and it's not done purposefully. It's done because I feel like I'm banging my head against the wall sometimes.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, so you become almost, you have this, and of course we're all online, and all we are is a picture in front of us, and that's it, and the way someone speaks. And if you can, I mean, I'm working on it myself. I am trying to learn not to have that sound in my voice.
Not easy to do, though, is it?
That proper English.
I know I've got the proper English. I know that, but I'm how the Americans speak English. But it's the I don't want to have a condescending sound in my voice when I'm communicating with people. And like you said earlier about learning to play the didgeridoo.
Yeah.
Oh, the didgeridoo! I love that.
So I'm learning to not have that. La Palma has had a fucking volcano eruption, and if you've not noticed it, you're fucking thick. Right,
I'm gonna have to go. I'll catch you soon in a bit.
Bye.
See you later, mate.
Yeah, I'm learning to try and not have that condescending tone sometimes, because I know I do it. So what I'm saying, Pete, is sometimes because you have so much passion in what you're saying in the community and what you're giving to the community, it's just learning to not do that voice. Crinkle does it. Does it.
So
and I think Horace.
Yeah. I know.
And-
You're right in what you're saying, and like I say, I go back and I try and see. I'm coming from, say, a closed space, and I'm trying to come out shouting, which I shouldn't have done, which I've learned. Like I say, there's a hell of a lot of things I've learned by the way other people react. Is the main thing I'm learning. Is by how I'm putting it across. Like, for instance, if somebody's not shouting at me or trying to put me down, I won't feel attacked. And if I don't feel attacked, hence like today, my PTSD won't set in and take over. Then when I do attack, and I tend to say, oh, I'm sorry, something else is in control at the moment. I'm being ridiculed for bringing my injury into it and using it as an excuse because I apologise too much. Now, I look at things...
But Peter, right, as a guy, like, no offence, I'm pretty much an outsider, really, right? You know what I mean? Because I'm no privy to most of the stuff that you just spoke about as a group, right? Because I came in later, if that makes sense, right? I have seen some things, but my honest opinion is people just get, it's hurty words, it's people's perceptions, because they cannot see, body language, and all they've got is an imaginary envision you in their head, if you get what I mean, because we take cues from people, body language, not just their tone, not just the words they're typing, and words are powerful. If you say a word in the wrong place because it's easier for you to explain it that way, it's the easiest way, it's the quickest way, people can get offended with that, you know what I mean? And that's the biggest thing. Once they get offended, they then do the tribalism, right? They then go to Discord and badmouth you and talk about you behind your back, call you all the names under the sun, bring more people into their group. And then whenever you say something wrong again that they dislike, they jump on you, right? And it's in one of them, you know?
That's exactly what's been happening.
You know, but that, whether we like it or not, right? That's human nature. You know what I mean? And that's what most people didn't grasp, is they don't grasp their own emotions and where that leads to, because they don't think about what they've done. They get fixated and so invested on what you've seemingly done, which is really nothing. Like, you know, there was a conversation I had last night on Jim's panel, right? Where somebody came on and said, "You had a neo-Nazi on your panel the other night." Wouldn't they say the name it was? Then when Jim said, "Was it possibly this guy's name?" I'm not going to say the name. That person who made that comment then said, "Well, you must think he's that if you thought it was him," but still didn't say the name. It was total, you know what I mean? It was pure, like, you could have scripted it anywhere as a comedy show, but it wasn't even funny. It was only funny if you actually saw it and you saw what negativity was getting brought in. You know what I mean? If that makes sense.
It does, and this is why I say I'll go back and look at what I've said, how I've said it, how I've come across.
I dare say myself. If the video's still up, I will go back and look.
Oh my god, I've never gone back and listened to myself.
No,
oh my god.
I can't do that.
I can't. Somebody calls me understanding how I'm coming across. That's all I'm doing, because when I leave a panel, sometimes I leave frustrated and say go to bed, and I wake up the next morning and I'm thinking, and if I don't look back and question to see what I've done, I can't question it and I can't put things right. Like, for instance, say coming on this panel today, I've learned in the past to try and keep myself low, and I've agreed this year to try and make sure that people don't get to me like they have been doing. So again, I'm putting myself forward for myself to be able to come across and have a conversation instead of coming across shouting. I know where I've gone wrong, I know what I've done, and I know where to go and where not to go anymore. So I'll stay away from the places that want to stir trouble. I'm not interested in it.
No, I get that. I was just saying that sometimes there's people that go out their way to try and trigger people to make them look bad, and then jump on when they get triggered. If you get what I mean, right?
I do, yeah.
You know what I mean? I think I've had a conversation with a couple of times in the chat, Peter. I don't think I've really said anything that you disagree with too much, and I don't think I've ever had an argument with you or a debate with you about anything either. You know what I mean? Because I don't like the word argument, because it makes it sound bad sometimes, if you get what I mean. It's just words. That's not actually an argument. It's people having debates about.
It's just a discussion in my mind. We're just having a conversation. Your way of thinking and my way of thinking is brought to a table. We're going to have dislikes. We're going to have likes. Sometimes we're going to eat the scrapes. Sometimes we're going to push certain things away. Do you know? We're not going to accept everything, and that's the way I see every conversation, as just a discussion. I come on here, I bring things to the table which have confused me over the years, and I also listen to other people's because we all reflect on the same plane of glass. Well, we're all sliding on the same ice. Do you know what I mean? But we're all doing it in different parts, and we're all feeling the same.
There are wonderful ways in which you can educate yourself to deal with, you just saying about your PTSD, etc., and how certain words will trigger it, and then you turn into preacher Peter rather than teacher Peter, you know. Right. And sorry.
Yeah, man, again, he's out.
You have to go back and listen to yourself on that one.
Yeah, you'll probably laugh twice as much.
She's back. Hang on. Wait, let me mute.
Mrs. J, there's a question in the chat.
Yeah.
This is for you.
Oh, okay.
There you go, right there. You see it? I got it pinned up there.
Am I on Indies Independent Free Press? Yeah, I'm one of the mods on there. I'm sometimes I go on panel, but I have I'm doing everything on the radio, so I'm taking myself off as much social media as I possibly can and moving over to radio. So I've got a 24-hour radio station all set up in it's Grim Reaper radio show. I'm there, so all of my music is in there at the moment playing, and hopefully in the next few days I'll be doing a couple of interviews, and then the interviews will be going in, and we'll be debating things like as I said, the next flood, the Bible. Quite happy to talk about that, and I'm quite happy to talk about Convid as well, Illuminati, all of that. I'm going to be putting into the radio show, so coming off here a bit so I can talk openly.
Yeah,
because I can't.
That reminds me. That reminds me, Miss J. I'm going to put my email in the private chat so you can get a hold of me if you need to.
Oh yeah. Okay, cool.
I just wanted to say to Peter, when you just mentioned before about certain things triggering off your PTSD, I understand that. So I've got
PTSD.
Yeah, we know you have.
We know, do we?
Yes, we know. You told me it 10,000 times.
Well, your friends don't know, do they?
I got it from waking up from the religion. That's when I developed mine 6 years ago.
I've got PTSD. I've got Labrador.
Yeah, there's all kinds of different PTSDs. But
I don't think you have.
It's the same principle, though.
I personally think you have religious trauma syndrome, my lovely.
Yeah, well, most of the XJWs have all the same, all got PTSD.
Yeah, I got diagnosed by a psychiatrist with PTSD.
Because it's that traumatic.
It can be at times, yeah. This is why I say I look back on the videos to see what got me to where I get to sometimes. So this is what I'm saying. Because we all reflect on the past of what we do when we feel guilty the next day we wake up. So that's all I'm doing is looking back and seeing where I've gone. Because I know I'll go wrong. My PTSD does take over me, especially when I see an attack. As soon as I see an attack, that's it. I'm not in control of myself. I will say and do whatever it takes to try and put that person away from me.
Right, so that is part of your journey, Pete, though. Part of your journey is understanding.
Yeah, and
sometimes you have to learn that sometimes you need to just accept the other person as they are. My own situation, obviously, my dad's a vicar. Yeah, my dad's a vicar.
I have to look back to learn how I can next time approach that person without being the way I was in the first approach. Do you know what I mean? So all I'm trying to do is better the approach.
Right.
So I get more of an understanding. So, I don't want to be accepted. Yeah.
No. You need to be able to accept others for who they are.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to learn how I can listen to them more than listening to myself. Yeah, because I'm listening to myself more when I'm here back. I hear myself more than I hear anybody else coming forward. Do you know what I mean? This is why I kind of like now taking a different approach by sitting back and asking questions and trying to bring something positive to the table that we all can speak about instead of just one subject. See, do you know what I mean? So I learned a lot from everybody, literally from everybody. And the best thing I've learned is how not to be triggered. And I'll try my hardest not again to be triggered. And the best way is to stay away from the panels that's triggering you and just talk to people that want to have a normal conversation. Do you know what I mean? That's interested.
Yeah.
Or interesting.
I mean, as I said, I would absolutely, love to again with you, Pete. We sit down and we Skype and just I listen to what you've got to say because I find the passion in your project is fucking amazing, and I want to share that with the world. So please, let's do a podcast and we can put it on the radio show, and then it's there forever. We've got it because it can't be taken down because it's on my radio station.
Yeah, I'll be up for something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely, man. It'd be brilliant. Really, really good. So if you want to find me, that is, I'm the Grim Reaper Radio Show. That's the YouTube one. But my my actual radio where you go and listen to it is not there. Wingnut, can
Yeah.
you paste my website that me and Grim have done in the chat, please?
Yes.
Thank you. It's completely uncensored, everybody. That's the plan. I want people to be open, you know, and just say what they want to say rather than going, oh, I can't really say that because of YouTube.
I will say that my PTSD comes from a brain injury as well. So I've also have to suffer with a brain injury, which gives me different ways of looking at things compared to most people. When I see an attack, like for instance, it's instant for me. It's not like I think, it's actual instant. Do you know what I mean? And that's where I get trapped. Now, looking back at these videos, I'm noticing how instant it is for me and how I trap myself. Do you know what I mean? So this is what I'm saying. Everything to me is about learning and coming on and having a discussion with everybody else. Do you know what I mean? It makes me broaden my horizons in the way I think about things. And it's been brilliant for me. It's been a learning curve. Like I say, I didn't come on in the first place to be like, I came on to give you all the message. Well, not all of you, just the auditors a message, and that is, you'll stand up for your rights. And that was it. And then everybody accepted me, listened to me, and because the information I had and I didn't know at the time was going over people's heads, I was ridiculed for it. I didn't understand it. And I thought, right, all I can see is attack after attack after attack. And all I'm trying to do is bring information to the table. But I've always said from day one, I never come on to be liked. If I wanted to be liked, I would have had a channel, and I'll be spacing this information out. But I could get it out better if I have a conversation with the next person that has got their way of putting things across. Because like I says, my way isn't always the right way. My way has only been right for me, and it's helped me. That's all I've ever said. Do you know what I mean? And all I says is, if you use your rights, it can help you. That's all I've ever said. But I say it in a kind of a way which gets on people's nerves.
Yeah, it's not. It's the condescending bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like I say, it's the PTSD and the brain injury thinking overtime, because I think too much on one subject, or I've got too much information to spare it out, and I'm being attacked and I'm losing train of thought and I'm speaking about something else. Then they're dragging me down to another way of thinking. And like I say, I'm pulled apart in my mind.
Yeah.
This is what I'm seeing when I look back, how I'm being pulled apart. And I see the trigger to begin with is I've let go. And I've let everybody just grab onto me. You know, it's just my, like I say, my way of thinking. And believe me, I'm getting better by watching these things. Like I say, everybody looks back at their past when they wake up in the morning, and it's just thoughts. I'd rather go back to the moment and actually feel the way I felt. So then I can see, because I don't take man-made drugs, pharmaceutical drugs for my problems. I've refused everything, because it gives me depression. I even had near-death experience from it, like most people. So I've stayed away from that since I was 27, and I've had a brain injury since I was a child. But and my PTSD came from an attack when I was 22. I've been PTSD since I was 22. So I've also worked, owned my own business and everything else. I've only just finished a couple of weeks ago working for an agency, but being self-employed, so things are changing this year. But either way, what I'm saying is that I've gone through a hell of a lot, because I fall out with people at work as well, the way I talk. So it's not just people on the internet, it's people in real life. So I've learned more on the internet about real life than what I did in real life, if you can get where I'm coming
So
from.
have I. Yeah.
To do with my problem is what I'm saying. So I've never needed a doctor. YouTube's done it for me.
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
It has helped. I have to admit, because I mean, I've met a few people here on YouTube, because I've been kind of like I've stopped watching TV and all that stuff like probably 9 or 10 years ago, and I just do nothing but watch YouTube, and that's the only social network on the internet that I'm on. And I've met a few people on here, man. I'm gonna tell you, I've actually had a couple of hard times in the past 3, 4, 5 years, something like that. And a few of them have definitely helped me through some of those times. So I mean, I really appreciate a lot of the people that I've met. And I'm one of those people that there's so much crap out on the internet. I try to find the good ones out here. You know what I mean? And I want. It's basically I'm collecting all the good ones. You know what I mean?
Well,
I'm trying to do that to form a crew for my boat.
I have to agree. I mean,
I've already got a
Spurgeon,
captain and a first mate.
Or you open up Crinkle Kids and then you'll have a crew with the boat.
No, I think we're banning Crinkle. No one
I'd have to agree because being Aspergic, right, I always thought I was a bit different, right, a bit nuts, right? You know what I mean, right? And I've met some really nice people on YouTube, but I've met some folk that are way more nuts than me, and even I can see it. So I don't think I'm as nuts as what I actually thought I would, if you get what I mean.
Yeah.
Because there is some wacky folk out there, like, and you're like, whoa.
It's like a needle in a haystack, isn't it? Trying to find a normal person.
Yeah,
what is normal?
I'm the most normal person I know. Y'all are all crazy.
What I've noticed with YouTube,
I love being crazy.
It's a reflection of yourself. Everybody you meet on YouTube is a reflection of yourself. Just a different opinion.
To a point, yeah. To a point.
So they all have the good advice, even though it's bad advice. All advice is good advice. It depends whether you take it good or bad. So, the advice is out there, and sometimes it's taken by
what you have to remember, Peter, is we are the why people. We are the ones that say why is that done that, why are you telling me a completely different thing to what I'm actually seeing in front of me? Why are you telling me that the water isn't flying off the planet because of gravity that's not there? Please tell me why. Why are you telling me that there is a God in the sky? Why are you telling me there's a God in the sky where there isn't? There's no God up there. It's not there. You can't see anything. It's not there. Why are you telling me that? We are those people.
Maria.
What you're saying is the white people are talking to the Z people. Those are the SE. That's what you're saying.
Hey, Miss J, I'm gonna tell you something. You know, I've actually thought about this. Like those so-called, or whatever you want to call them. I call them like the astronauts from other planets or other dimensions or whatever. Yeah. I wonder what like their family photos look like. You know what I mean? I mean, you know, you think about like they got pictures of their kids in their wallet. I wonder what that looks like.
Brilliant. Like, I wonder what the hand language is for fuck off.
Right?
You know?
Flick the bird.
Yeah.
I wonder what like go ball your heat. I'm no doing that. I wonder what that is, Ken, in your language.
I mean, you know, it's something like that. I've always wondered that for some reason, because I mean, I try to picture it like from our level. Like, for instance, if we decided to go off and go to some rock out there in space, and we happen to find like a civilization, we're the aliens to them. All right, and I mean,
now you've brought up a question, haven't you?
Yeah.
So, were we that before? Has that happened before?
Yeah.
Where do you think the British got the idea for? Sorry. Go and mute myself. Sorry, guys, don't laugh.
Yeah.
No, I just muted myself as well. Hi, Maria Moon.
Yeah, Maria Moon. Good to see you out there, girl.
We're in chat now. Hello to everybody.
That means Master Ron is probably somewhere close.
He's coming. Peter, that means you could practice. You can practice what we've just been talking about. If he does, it does appear. It'd be amazing.
But I mean, I've wondered things like that.
Time and place for everything.
There is. Yeah, there is.
That's true.
Absolutely.
True.
Absolutely.
You know. But you know, I think of weird things like that sometimes. You know what I mean? Because you know, if there are which I believe that we're not the only freaking speck of dust out here in space, you know, with something on it. You know what I mean? So I mean, you know, it would be naive for me to think that we are the only things. So I just try to relate it to like, okay. All right, when we decide to go out looking for some real estate out there in space somewhere, and we happen to pop up on some rock and it happens already got civilizations on it, all right, we are the aliens to them. So I mean, I would be, if I was on that ship, I'd probably have like my wallet on me with my pictures of my family. I start thinking about, okay, on that other level, like those ones coming here, I wonder about things like that, simple, stupid things.
It goes back to the giants, doesn't it? It goes back to me talking about the giants.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna tell you something. That's another thing I was sitting there thinking about earlier. Well, there was another thing I was sitting there thinking about while you were talking about that. Do you guys know about the story of Gilgamesh?
Yes.
Okay. Well,
can you explain it to the chat though? Yeah.
Yes. The story of Gilgamesh.
Yeah, remind me.
Well, I think he was a half man, half god that traveled the earth, on his travels. And there's a whole story, like the story of Gilgamesh in his. I can't remember exactly how to explain it, but he was supposedly half man, half god, or whatever. Anyway, and that's just the short version of that story. But what I was getting at is, like, supposedly when he actually died, when he actually passed. He was buried, all right, and at the time, it was underwater or whatever. He was buried in the under what is that? I can't remember what body of water it was, but now that body of water is not there any longer, all right. And this is like in Iraq, I think it is. When the American forces went over there, there's a story saying that they actually found his burial site and his body, and it looked like it was just put there. It was like it was, I guess, I don't know, it looked like it was a fresh body, all right.
It would be under sand though.
Yeah. But the thing is, man, I started wondering, for instance, if this story is true and the man was half man, half god, can you imagine what you could do with that DNA? And what the so-called powers that should not be would do with that DNA. And I started thinking about super soldiers and blah 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 and all this other shit along with it. You know what I mean? If it was an actual reality, if it actually was his body.
Isn't the Baphomet half man, half god?
Straight away, I'm thinking his fucking picture in his wallet's going to be a poster there, isn't it?
Right.
It's supposed to be like a goat-headed being.
Yeah, that was Baphomet. Yeah.
Yeah.
Half. Like, was it transsexual with a goat head?
Yeah, half man, half god.
Yeah.
That's what he is, half man, half god. So that story that you just about Gilgamesh could be about the devil.
Yeah, there's many different stories that all.
Well, I mean, but that's another thing too. It's like you get a lot of these stories. I wonder also how much truth is in those stories. If it's just legends or made up. What? Yeah.
Let's say it's the same story, but many people telling it in their version. Let's say it's the same story being told, but many people just saying it in their version.
Right, but the origin is at a real life event. That I wonder these things also, because these are like 1,000, if not 1,000,000 years ago when all this stuff happened. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm saying it's a true event, but what I'm saying is the story has been changed because people about it, Chinese whispers, and it's gotten to us. But like I say, the Baphomet is half man, half god. So as you're speaking about Gilgamesh having half man, half god, could that not just be, I'm not saying it is, could that not just be the story of the devil walking the planet, but being changed along the way to make it suit us and for us to accept today? Who knows? That's all I'm saying.
I'll have to go through that story also too, because of what it is now. It's like the modern, I guess of that story, the travels of Gilgamesh.
Yeah, very interesting.
Anyway, my brain goes off in these weird.
The things that keep me awake at night, you wouldn't want to know. My brain sometimes it just won't switch off. Dude,
I'm telling you, I mean, I've been having some of these weird dreams in the past few days, man. Very, very vivid,
I've been having them for years.
It's just really weird. I mean, Well, I mean, I have too, but like I say, in the past few days, I've been having some really strange ones, man. It's just really
What
trying to
about?
figure out what about.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know what. Okay, all right. What makes me it's places and people that I don't recognize. All right,
Mm.
and it's happened a couple of times where I had a vehicle of some kind, like one was a van, one was a truck, but I parked the thing in this one spot, and I went to go somewhere, and I came back, and my damn truck or my vehicle's gone, like somebody stole it. I don't know what that means, but and then also I have this feeling, and it seems like everybody else in my dream has that same feeling that we're all being chased by something,
Yeah.
or being
Yeah,
like,
what?
you know, something like that,
Yeah.
you know, because
You're
I had.
frightened of losing your possessions. That's with your car missing, and the strange places and people. It's things, places you've yet to see.
Well, that's what I'm wondering also, because I look into, like, for instance, like what I guess you would call it, like astroplaning, because the REM sleep, the dream world, whatever, is where in some cultures believe that that you're actually traveling through time and space
Yeah.
in that moment. So I don't know if I'm seeing well, these are modern buildings, so I would assume this is more futuristic, I guess, timeline, because it doesn't look like in my head. It doesn't look like
It
past.
sounds like the future you're dreaming about.
Probably, but like I said, it's like I know these are places I haven't been to before, and
Yeah.
these are faces that I know I haven't seen before. You know what I mean? It's like
same ones, yeah. And they're constantly recurring over and over.
well,
And,
situations will recur. Like, for instance, the last night, I felt like everybody in the dream, including myself, it felt like that we had to get away from something. We were always trying to get away from something. And I remember there was another dream. This is a few, I'd say probably about, I don't know, about a month ago or something like that. But I remember I was trying to get away from something, and I remember running into this building that was like an office building, and there was like all these desks, you know, office desks and stuff all around. And I found one of them, and I crawled up underneath the desk to hide. And I remember looking over to my left to the desk next to me, and there was somebody under the desk hiding also. And she's like, shh, you know, that kind of thing. And I was like,
Yeah.
oh, you know, that's when I woke up, you know what I mean? But
that's interesting, yeah. Telling you to shush.
but these are places and people that I don't know, you know what I mean? That's what's weird to me, you know.
Shutting you up, trying to do that, eh? You're
I don't know.
feeling you're going to get shut down or shut up, you know, and not be allowed your free speech.
With your car,
do that. It could be
your
that.
car, would your car be your
Yeah,
YouTube
good at
channel?
that. Answering dreams.
You just come at the shop and your
Yeah.
YouTube channel's gone. You just wake up one day and your YouTube channel's gone because you've been talking too much.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you something. If I get shut down, boy, I'm coming back bigger than ever, boy. I'm telling you straight up. I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna go. So I'm gonna be like Shady or something. I don't know.
Only asking because, like you said earlier on, that like YouTube's how you speak to people. So YouTube
well, that's
is-
one way. That's one of my mediums. Yeah, that's one of the mediums I use.
Your car is your freedom, innit? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Kind
yeah.
of drilled into you, like through school and that, because you get your car at the end of it as part of your curriculum. I think that's fucking amazing that you actually get caught to drive at school and gain a license as part of the curriculum. I think that's unique, like, you know what I mean, as far as I'm concerned. You know, over here it doesn't work like that. They didn't want you driving it. You know what I mean? They didn't want you having your freedom. You know,
Yeah.
but if you take like the car as being your YouTube, because it is your freedom, mate. It's where you're reaching out. It's where you're traveling to, because you're speaking to different continents and all that kind of stuff. You know what I mean?
Well, then that means I just can't leave it alone somewhere. I gotta keep an eye on it at all times, I guess, because that was all. It happened every time in my dream. The two times that it happened, I walked away. I had to go do something, and then when I came back, it was gone. I don't know if it was. Say what?
What were you going to do? Was it something trivial as well? Or was it important what you went to do when you came back? If you get what I mean? What was the things you went to do on the both occasions?
You know, I don't know. I honestly, all right, like last night, for instance, because it happened to me last night, and it was so vivid. I mean, I remembered it when I still remember it, and but what I was, I don't remember exactly what I was going toward or going to. When I left my vehicle, I was going toward like it was like a civic center or like a like a big building where like I don't know, like concerts would be or something like that. It's one of those type of buildings.
A big hub.
Yeah, and well, I remember walking down some hallways. Like this is what I remember. I was trying to walk down this hallway, and I was behind this family with like freaking 12 kids, and they were just like taking their damn time. I was like, "Hurry up, man! Get out of my way! I'm trying to get there." Da 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 da. And I finally got past them, and then I don't remember exactly what I did then, but I remember it was not long after that. It's like I was walking back to my car, and I walked back to the space where I put it, and it was gone. And then I remember walking around town trying to find it. I was like, and then I woke up. But I just thought it was weird, man. It was like even some of the people in there, it felt like we were always trying to get away from something. I was trying to get away from something. It was like I was always rushed to get away from something. And even the people that I was dreaming about or dreaming with or whatever, they were on the same level because they were trying to get away from it too.
Yeah, I have similar dreams. I'm always on a mission.
Yeah.
I've got to go somewhere. I've got to do that and get past that. But I'm being chased by something else, but I don't know what it is.
Right. Right.
Constant.
It's just I
love them. They're really exciting. It's not a bad. It's not like a bad one. It's like, where are we going now? What are we doing now?
I'll tell you this, man. It has definitely gotten me worked up where I woke up and I was in a sweat. You know what I mean? It could be freezing inside my house, but I'm like drenching in sweat. That kind of thing when I woke up.
I'd call that primal deja vu.
Could be. I mean,
I did think about that.
Well,
because like we all have deja vu, right? And
yeah.
Sometimes the left side depending if you're left or right-handed, right? Because that's like key, right? Now, if it is that we are in purgatory and you're reliving torment and you've done it before, and that's what the deja vu is, right? We all have different levels of deja vu. I've had deja vu where it ain't been that bad, but I've had deja vu where it's been like, holy shit, motherfucker.
Well, I'll tell you this, I have two levels in my mind. It's like regular deja vu and then what I call double deja vu. Regular deja vu is like I have a feeling I've been here. I feel like I've been here before. The double deja vu is I remember being here, but I know I haven't been here before. You know what I mean? It's one of those.
Completely.
Yeah, it's weird. And I mean, let's see here. Like I've got also dreams when it comes down to me. I have what I call movie footage, where it's exactly what I dreamt would happen, or it's exactly like I dreamt it like a couple of days later. I've only had a few of those myself, but I mean, it's happened. All right. So that's what I called like movie footage. Because there was one time, man, I remember I was living in Tallahassee at the time, and I was living in Tallahassee, and one of my neighbors was like 3 houses down. All right, and she's got like a couple of steps outside her front door. It's kind of like a stoop. So she didn't have like a porch or anything. It was just a stoop. And I used to go over there. We'd just hang out, and while she's sitting outside, so you can smoke a cigarette.
Sorry to interrupt, madame. A what?
Say what?
She was stood on a what?
A stoop. Like a couple of steps outside of her house.
Oh, you call it a stoop?
Yeah, just a stoop. That's what I call it.
That's a cool word. I've never heard that word before.
Anyway, it's like 2 steps just outside of her front door, and she would sit down on her step right out. I call it a stoop. Anyway, I remember in my dream, I went over to her house, and we were sitting there, and she was having her morning cigarette, and I'm sitting there, and she's telling me about this brand new gossip, brand new stuff that just happened in the neighborhood. All right. And I'm sitting there listening to Well, I ended up waking up. 2 days later, I'm over at her house. She's telling me this brand new gossip. I could lip sync every single word. It was so crazy. It was movie footage. That's what I called it.
I'm a bit cold, sorry.
I could sit all bundled up.
It's one of my creations I made myself. A big long scarf with a matching head thing. I'm a bit cold at the moment. Just waiting for the heating to warm up.
You made yourself a burqa?
What?
You made yourself a burqa?
No, it's a scarf. Look,
No, burqa's a scarf too. Burqa's a scarf too. It covers the head and covers the face.
I only put a scarf on my face when I'm cold.
Okay.
John Drake's like, you might have to change your damn name so the feds don't get up with me.
What?
he said, he said you might have to change your name to throw off the feds, so they don't know, they don't like anarchists and feds. Yeah. Yeah, see, that's the thing. It's like, the powers that should not be, they don't like our anarchists because they.
Yes, I do. All kind of things like that. Yeah, definitely.
Can I quickly go back, because I was making a coffee and I just had you on and I was listening. You were talking about Gilgamesh.
Yeah.
Wingnut. Can you just refresh that, please? Because I kind of missed it and I wanted to talk about it.
Okay, hold on. Okay. When the American soldiers went into Afghanistan and Iraq, all right, when they went into Iraq, there's a story out there. I can actually, I think I can even find some stuff on YouTube.
Yeah,
but there's a story where they, if it's true, they found actually Gilgamesh's body or his tomb.
Yeah.
All right, and oh wait, somebody's popping in. Who's this? Hoagie Stick. I don't know who that is. Who is
I
that?
don't know who that is either.
I don't know who that is.
Not be pornography.
My cat wants to come in.
Wait a minute. Is that 1A2A? Is that you?
Oh, lady. We can't walk round to the front window.
Is that you, 1A2A? No, it's not. I don't know who that is. I'll let him sit there for a minute.
Leave him there then.
Yeah.
Can't be asked. Write who you are in the chat, in the private chat. If not, fuck off.
Oh, it's not 1A2A. Okay, cool. Yeah. Because sometimes 1A2A uses totally different name when he pops up in the chat. So I was wondering.
Okay.
I was just checking. I don't know who that is. But anyway, they
Haggis Stick. Haggis, are you on Discord?
I don't know him, honestly.
Yeah, I think I do know who this is actually.
Should I pop him up?
Yeah. Let's do it.
Lick my face.
All right.
Don't be scared. It's all right.
This is why I'm cold, because I have to keep opening the bloody window every 5 minutes.
Fucking hell, man. Don't be so fucking paranoid, man. It's only a chat.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of channels that got porn bombed, but if I'm going to get porn bombed, I want some boobies, not some some wrinkly dick, you know what I mean? If I'm going to get porn bombed, I want to make it good, you know, but.
Is that a jar of coffee? There.
It's a haggis stick, man.
Kat, do you want to mute yourself a minute?
Why?
Because we can hear you talking to your friend over the other people.
What friend?
Or your cat, were you talking to?
I was talking to the guy that's sitting next to me.
Oh, the haggis?
Is that? It looks like a jar of coffee.
It's a haggis bung.
I haven't had
cool.
in years. I used to live in Scotland, by the way.
Oh, did you? Eh?
Yeah. Okay, to know.
Fuck off.
How's the wings?
Haggis is mega, man.
Right, I loved haggis. I've not had it in years.
It's class. Somebody on the Discord said it was mental in here and they were talking mad shit, so I thought I'd bounce in and see what the crack was.
We are talking about Gilgamesh.
Yes,
Anyone thinks the earth is flat in here, go and get an MRI scan and then jump off a bridge. Fucking damn pop, man.
No,
Maniacs,
the Earth's
man.
not flat.
Correct.
It's just the there's no logic to any of it. When you open your eyes and see that the water is staying on the Earth, why isn't it flying off? How come we can stick on it, and how come the North Star stays where it is, and how come they found Gilgamesh, which we know they found Gilgamesh, and they're not talking about it? That's where we're at.
Fucking hell.
Okay. Hopefully no more distractions.
Is this an American channel or a British channel?
No, this is my channel. Yeah, I'm an American.
All right.
How'd you find me over here?
Somebody on Discord.
Oh, somebody on Discord. Okay. Yeah, I'm not on Discord, so I don't know.
No offense, mate, right, but I think Americans are a bit daft, to be honest with you, so I struggle to listen to them, man. Because all you want to do is shoot people with rifles and all that and fucking go off your nut. So, I don't know. I think Americans are a bit afraid.
Sorry. Oh, sorry, forgot.
That was a massive generalisation, Haggis.
But 2 ticks. Where about in Scotland? You for Haggis? I'm for Edinburgh.
Are you a fucking Eddie Burger, man? Hey, Glasgow, mate.
I'm a burger boy, yeah. Burger boy, yeah.
Fuck's sake, man. An Edinburgh.
Oh, Bear Boys.
A chavvy, technically. I'm not a shooter, obviously.
Salt and sauce, mate. Salt and sauce.
Salt and sauce.
Yeah,
so, what? Like, where about you for? Obviously, West Coast, aye.
No, the town, Glasgow.
Aye, the West Coast, aye. So the Americans are crazy because they want rifles, but like,
mate, I just think
we just jump about with ski and doos and plug fuck out everybody.
Aye, exactly, mate. But see if nobody had guns, nobody would need guns. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's pointless. If America patched all their guns tomorrow, then nobody would get shot and killed, so it's all fine.
No, everybody would just be getting hatchets and...
Aye, but that's easier because you need to be up close and personal for that. You can't take out 10 kids in a school with a fucking hatchet before somebody cracks their head off.
That's a fair comment. You know what I mean? It's a fair comment. But it's a completely different world over there, unfortunately. If you get what I mean. If that makes sense.
I know, man, I know, but I just think they're too invested in all that constitution stuff and all that and fucking
well, I mean,
rights and all that.
Well, that's easy for people that haven't had it, you know what I mean? It's easy for people that haven't had it that actually think that way in some ways. I mean, it's the same thing for me. It's easy for me to say, well, why don't you get a gun and fucking fight for your freedoms and stuff? It's easy for me to say it because I've got one. It's also easy for you to say on that end of it, you know what I mean? Because you've never had it. You know what I mean?
Well, the way I would look at it, right? The way I would look at it is the American Constitution is based upon the Magna Carta for freedom, right? And the key word is based upon, right? Which means that in the UK, even though they've repealed the vast majority of Magna Carta, which is kind of like frightening, right? We were only the beginning of democracy. Everything else has moved further on than us, if that makes sense. And probably a lot more now because like so much of the Magna Carta has been repealed and all that kind of stuff. Like the only reason they have arms is supposedly so their government doesn't become like ours. Realistically.
Yeah. Well, and it's technically not a democracy either. Yeah, it was founded as, or it was ratified as a republic, not a democracy.
Not a democracy. Yeah. I love that because a lot of Americans don't actually realise they're not a democracy. I find it funny that it gets told that you export democracy everywhere, but you're not even a democracy yourself. You are a republic.
Well, they're even trying to convince people here in America that this is a democracy. They say that you see it on the mainstream news all the time, even from government officials, from the news. They talk about, this is going to destroy our democracy, and I'm like, well, fucking A, goddamn it, yeah, this is not a democracy. Down with your fucking democracy. You know what I mean? Because a democracy is 2 wolves and a lamb sitting down for dinner and trying to decide what to eat. That's what a democracy is. A democracy is 51% of the population telling the 49% how to fucking deal with things. You know what I mean? And how to live. Yeah. That's what a democracy is.
We've just been through Brexit. It was lovely.
Yeah. Exactly. So, I mean, it's weird, and honestly, man, even a republic, It's good, but the thing is it's being ignored on that level, because a republic actually it recognizes the individual instead of it's like the individual's rights are more important than the whole. You know what I mean? They talk, a lot of you hear all this like the greater good and all this other stuff. You know what I mean?
It's for the greater good.
Yeah. I mean, the number one minority in the world is the individual. So we all are the minority as an individual. You know what I mean?
No, it goes back to us being the why people. That's why we're here. That's why we're talking about it, and that's why we're doing it, because we're the why people. We're the ones that are questioning everything. We question everything, and that is fucking awesome, and it's how it should be. And as a collective, there's a lot of us. About 30%.
Well, see, that's the thing. That's what I love, because I think, honestly, man, I know none of us are greater than all of us. If we all of us put our heads together, we can come up with the solutions. I don't have all the answers by myself. You know what I mean? And I'll be the first one to admit it. I don't have all the answers, but
prepare for the worst, expect the best.
Exactly.
And then you're sorted. Otherwise, you might get caught out, especially with each week being something completely and utterly different than the last.
Yeah, or even expect the worst and prepare for the and hope for the best. I guess that could be another thing too. Man, that's the thing. It's like I struggle with, and that's what I was talking to Joe about also. It's like I've known a lot of Scots, and I know they're very proud, very strong people. Even their ancestors would probably be rolling around in their grave right now if they saw how a lot of Scots are acting today. I mean, seriously, they'd probably come up and fucking slap the shit out of most Scots nowadays, because they're just like they didn't sacrifice all their shit back in the day for their next generations to start becoming little faggots. I'm not saying anything. I'm talking even on the American side of it. I've seen it too many times. It's like my ancestors fought for freedom, and yet we still have people here that are just like shitting on it, and it pisses me off.
It's,
you know what I mean?
What's happened is we have communism and capitalism smashed together.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's like having it's like listening to like music where we've got two genres put together, and it works and it sounds really good, and it's like, oh yeah, that sounds really good, like that. And then capitalism and communism being smashed together has created what we have now. We have this insane world where in the States you have this and you have a gun culture, whereas in the UK we have absolutely no guns, but we have a knife culture. But the knife culture, I'm going to be outspoken. This is my theory, just my thought. Anybody?
You're welcome here.
Is I think it's a tribal thing. It's like the Scottish being a warrior nation, and we have a smash of cultures here in the UK, and it's a tribal thing again, and that it's just inbuilt in everybody.
It's taught behavior, and it's all about divide and conquer. This is why. See, as long as we're fighting with ourselves, we're leaving the perpetrators alone. Do you know what
Correct.
I mean?
I agree. I agree, Peter.
We are judging everybody else and what we've been told by them, that you're calling me a name, so I'm confronting you instead of confronting the issue that he's taking everything away from us. See, we're all confused because we want to be confused. We're not really looking where we need to look.
I wouldn't call myself confused. I'm because I see what we are.
I understand. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. No, it's okay. I'm just saying for me personally.
We all start off by being confused, is what I mean. Before we start, getting the understanding, and that's why these panels are brought about.
Well, I'll tell you this. Even for me, I mean, even when I was growing up, I had a feeling something was wrong in the world.
Yeah.
I knew something. I just couldn't put my finger on it. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
plus I was kind of ignorant to what was really going on, and then plus you know, I didn't have enough life experiences to really, you know, help me out. And the older I get and the more I've learned and the more experiences I've had, the more I understand it. And that's the reason where I'm at now. And I'm kind of well-rounded on a lot of levels, because I don't know a lot of one thing. I know a little about everything. You know what I mean? And that's why I'm kind of I can bounce around to a lot of different things, because I've done a lot of research in different fields and stuff like that, because I'm interested in a lot of things. But there's a lot of things I was not taught at all. You know what I mean? I had to go out and search for myself, because that's you know, I went traveling around the country for 10 years, and I in my mind it was a walkabout, as they say in, like the Aborigines say in Australia. It's a walkabout to kind of like a search for truth. You go out to the bush, you kind of like find truth out there in the bush, and that's where it's like I was talking about, like when you go, like when you were sitting there, Miss J, you were talking about being in like a commune. To me, in my mind, when you're in that state, the voices the voice of the creator is so much easier to hear, because you don't have all those distractions, you don't have all these bombardments coming from you at all angles. It's you know, because
it's like I was saying earlier about bringing it back to self.
Right.
And when you're able to bring it back to self and realize that it's, you know, you are the driver of your ship.
Yeah.
You are the person that puts whatever it is into your body and allows it to go in there. You are the person there's nobody else is doing this. It's you. You know, and when you study, me personally, TV can just go do one. I just think it's a absolute pointless waste of energy. I love a good film. Don't get me wrong. Love a good film. But TV and stuff, no. And once you step out of that, once you sidestep, you can't go back in it again. That's it. You can see it. You can see it. And being in some, I did traveling as well. You know, I traveled a bit, and I lived in a commune for 2.5 years with my son. And that 2.5 years, we had zero. We didn't have internet, nothing. We just lived. You know, and digging and being in the land, feeding the chickens, milking the cows, all of that earth energy that you're putting in, and you kind of almost go into a bubble that none of the world exists anymore. It's just you and where you are, and it's quite a grounding thing to do. Just switching off, and I always recommend to everybody, you know, just if you can meditate, even if it's just for 1 minute, do it.
Right.
Do it.
Well, that's the reason why I like living out here in the rural area, because I can walk right out here on the property. I can be out there in the woods, you know. I mean, I still hear cars and planes and stuff, but I'm kind of, you know, I'm out in the far enough in the woods where I can still, you know, have that privacy, and I can be with nature and all that stuff. And I try to you know, get myself centered again, because you know, when you're around all people all the time, or all that stuff, or you know, television and radio and all that, and when you're around that all the time, you always got this stuff trying to bombard you from all different directions, and that's trying to influence you and your thinking. You almost gotta just get away from all of that, and get back to you know, in what I call the source. You know what I mean? And not enough people do that. You know, even the idea of God in a lot of ways, man. That's you know, there's a lot of people that are so-called atheists, you know, out there. They just totally don't believe in anything. You know what I mean? And I wonder about, you know, some of those people. It's like, well, okay, if you don't believe in anything, then
you ask why?
Yeah, I do. I
Yeah.
ask why, you know. Why?
So you've got to learn that actual question is inhibiting what you want to see next, because you actually know that there's nothing you can do about it. So you have to understand and take to that point in your life where you go, I need to stop asking why that person doesn't get it, because that's actually a vampire sucking of my energy, where I could be putting incredible energy into learning about how to grow something, or how to build something, how to make something, how to see something, how to view something, rather than going, I just don't get why they don't fucking get it. I don't get it. Why don't they go get it? Why do they not get it? Why are they not understanding me?
I feel like I've been beating my head against that wall for 20 years, man. And there has been points when I'm just like, okay, because I mean, what was that? There was that one passage in the Bible where it talks about the watchman. Now, I do not claim to be one of the watchmen, but I do watch. I do sit back and I observe everything. All right. Exactly. And I do try to warn people of the dangers that are coming. So in a way, I am one of the watchmen on that level, and in that passage, it's the job of the watchman to warn the people of the trumpets and all that stuff. And if the people
Are you talking about the Book of Enoch?
Yes, or it's actually I don't. It's in the Bible also. I can't remember which passage is it right offhand, but what is it? No, it's oh crap, I can't remember right offhand. But anyway, but yeah, it's when the trumpets are blowing, the watchmen tell the people the dangers are coming, and then if the people don't heed the warning, it's on them. But if I hear it and I don't warn them, it's all on me. So it's like I feel like I'm compelled to give that information out and warn.
Do you find it interesting, right, that the trumpets are in the rapture and they put all the groanings that everybody was hearing all around the world as the tectonic plates grinding together, and that's what the trumpet sounds all over the world?
It could be. I mean, honestly, I wonder. I hear now. I don't know if you guys hear it over there, but here, every once in a while, I'll hear like a deep rumbling type. It's almost like
very common here. Very, very common.
That's just
very common.
That's everywhere then, because I've been because I mean it's everywhere, because I know people all over the U.S. that hear it too. Nobody knows where it's coming from. You know what I mean? I mean, it's almost like thunder. It's almost like that, but it's not. I mean, it's even powerful enough to even shake the house in some ways.
Yeah.
So maybe
Ezekiel, well done. Thank you.
Ezekiel. That's it right there. That's it right there. But like I said, I don't claim to be one of the watchmen, but it reminds me of my drive. You know what I mean? Because I feel like I have a deep feeling that, okay, listen, I know there's trouble coming, and I'm trying to warn you. All right, and if you don't heed the fucking warning, that's all on you guys, man. You know what I mean? That kind of thing.
I am 100% exactly the same as that. So I'm stuck. I can probably walk maybe 150 feet before 150 yards before the pain kicks in. I'm kind of I'm based in one area. I can't go anywhere. But what I can do is share the knowledge that I have been gathering over the last 30 years with other people in a constructive way, that if I have helped one person, fucking result.
Well, you've done your job in a way. I mean, you can't help everybody. I mean, I know I've come to that realization. I can't help everybody.
It's hard, isn't it? It is really hard.
There's a lot of people that don't want to be helped. I mean, I've seen it so many different times, like with addiction, with alcoholism or whatever. I've seen it so many different times. And there's so many people out there that are just like, they're content and what they're and their problems, and even if you offer them the help and all, they don't want it. And you can't force you can't force them to drink the water. You can show them where the water's at, or it's like you can show them where the doors is, but you can't force them to go through it. They're gonna have to walk through it themselves. You know what I mean? And that's the thing. It's like you know, there's a lot of people out there that want to stay in the matrix, and they will fight tooth and nail to stay in it. And that's what bothers me, is because I mean, like, for instance, right now, what's going on right now, there's a lot of people suffering. There's people making millions off of us suffering. They're making they're making so much money off of suffering right now. So they don't want to quit. They want to continue this. They want to keep it going. Go ahead, Kathy.
I just wanted to ask, was it Joe that spoke before? Has he ever researched preterism?
Joe. I don't know if he stepped away.
He might be having a wee.
Well, I need to go and get something to eat now. I'm starving. I'm not eating anything. And don't look like my carers due to come yet.
Oh, Joe's back. There you go, Joe's back.
Just that. I was just drying my hands before I picked this phone up. Sorry.
Okay.
I'm not too sure what you mean by that. What did you say?
Preterism.
Preterism.
Yeah.
I don't think I have. I might have done, and I just can't remember, if I'm honest, though.
How do you spell it, Kat?
P-R-E-T.
Guys, seriously.
I-S. Hang on. P-R-E-T. Pret. So it's P-R-E-T-E-R-I-S-M. Preterism. And it's a group of people I have found within the Baptist Church, I believe. I'm not sure if they're in any other denominations, but they believe that we've had the 1,000 years and it all happened 1,000 years ago. What, you know, Armageddon and everything. And
are you referring to the reset?
Well, it's like that's what it is, isn't it? Yeah. But whatever it is, like I say, I don't believe we know the truth about anything. So, you know, so it's pointless debating it when the truth is we just don't know the truth. But I have looked into that.
Now see, with that, Kath, I obviously go on.
And then I found evidence. Yeah, definitely plenty of evidence that can prove it. You know, and so now I don't know what's true or not. But you know, believe me, you can get, if you do the research, you'll be amazed at what you can find.
I think it's that I think I briefly touched on this with you before. You know, you have to, me personally, with my own journey and going, what the fuck is real, is I have to go, I am seeing my phone, touch my phone. There's my laptop. There's the carpet. There's the birdies. There's the bird cage. There's the table. And I have to ground myself like that sometimes, because what goes on in my head.
I know. Well, see, I just don't know what to do anymore, but they're all out there, so I just sit back and wait to see which one comes true, or it might be none of them. Might be something completely different. Who knows? None of us were there, so we don't know. We've only got his story when it should be our story.
It's not even that. It's not even that. You've got somebody who's translating ancient languages.
Yeah, translation and interpretations or whatever.
Exactly. So how can you believe in anything when there's no proof, unless what you can see with your own eyes?
I mean, you know, since like Sanskrit, for instance, I mean, how can you really understand? I mean, even if you don't even know how these things are pronounced, you know, how does that word actually, how is it spoken? How is it pronounced? I mean, how can you translate something like that if you don't even know? I mean, because it's a dead language.
And that's the logic that the people like us have. We are told something. Oh, the Rosetta Stone has revealed how to speak various languages from now on. And you go, that's bollocks. You do.
Well,
it's just theory.
Well, I mean, it's even hieroglyphs from Egypt. You know what I mean?
Exactly
it's like, okay, I mean,
I studied them.
Well, it makes me, I was like, I guess they're using, like, even modern Egyptian, or I don't know what language I guess you would call it. I guess it's Egyptian. I don't know what language it is. But I guess they're just using like regular modern, like Egyptian, to pronounce these hieroglyphs. Exactly, I mean, hell, I don't know how these words were actually spoken or pronounced. You know what I mean? And that actually matters, because I mean that vibration, that frequency. You know what I mean? Because I mean, even from what I've understood, also is like a lot of that had to do with the sound vibration on some of the technology they were using to actually create some of the stuff that they were doing. Not necessarily the Egyptians that, you know, that we know of today. No, the ones that came before. You know what I mean? Because a lot of, like, for instance, the pyramids that, like, where the Sphinx are, these were there way before the Egyptians that we know today. They just came in and squatted in them and claimed them as their own. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
And,
they were there when the pharaohs were reigning for like 800, 1200 years.
Right.
Like Phoenician kings and all that kind of stuff. That was, and it was the Phoenicians that, according to like how it's been translated, made the human beings. It's the Phoenicians where they first get a double helix as well on an egg. That's all their stuff.
Oh yeah.
Translates right round the world again, and these are way more ancient, you know. And if you start looking at the Phoenicians, a lot of their stories are in the Bible.
That's another thing too. I mean, you know, there's actually hieroglyphs, Egyptian hieroglyphs that were found in Australia and here in America. Now, where in the hell did that come from?
There's European faces in Peru. With like the Mayans, they've got like it's all sculptures and it's all faces. Yeah, there's all different, you know, faces. They have the Greys, and they also have Europeans. They have Viking faces, which is like astronomical, because you're like, wow, that's ancient Mayan relics that they've rediscovered in the jungle and all that. They stripped it all away, and they literally find faces. They find Arab faces. They find all of the faces from all around the world. So there must have been a network.
Oh, wait a minute. That was crap. The ones that are just like the heads, the big stone heads. I'm trying to remember the name.
Were they giant?
No, they weren't exactly giant. They were bigger than an average head, but that's how you could see them. They were big stones. They were quite high up on the wall as well. They weren't at like our head height, if you get what I mean. They were higher.
Yeah.
Oh man, I'm trying to think of the name of the culture or whatever. Oh man, it's on the tip of my tongue.
The Aztecs or something like that.
Oh man, I'll think of it in a minute though. But every single one of them they don't look like the Mayan, for instance. The image of the faces, or the carving of the faces, they don't look like Mayan true Mayan features. They look like features of people from all over the planet.
Yep.
You know,
talking about the Aztecs.
No, oh crap, I can't remember the damn name of it.
The thing I think you've got to also remember here, guys, is that what you're talking about is on exactly the same long latitude as well. So they're all on exactly the same latitude, all of these nations and old ancient civilizations that go back thousands of years, and they're all building exactly the same thing.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not just that. There's about 7 or 8 ancient relics around the world that actually go in a straight line, and it doesn't go on the same latitude. It goes from the bottom left to the top right.
Okay.
Through the Arctic, where they say there was snow, and it turned out it wasn't Giza, it was Antarctica. You know, but that's what I reckon that'll be the new equator.
Yeah.
Because everything seems to be shifting that way in my perception, taking out the North Star out of the equation and all that kind of stuff. Just weather patterns, the Gulf Stream, the jet stream, it answers all the questions for like how certain places are colder, all the animals moving from the east of Canada right across the west and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. So when you think about what we're talking about, that, so we're talking about between 3 and 12,000 years ago. And then you throw in Göbekli Tepe and you go, well, there was obviously a civilization before that. And then you go, well, we are a human being, and how long it would take for the evolution to create us from a fish. It's not logical.
when you look at it and you think how long it would take for us to evolve to become who we are now, it's so many years. And then you look at the dinosaurs, and we don't have any proof that the dinosaurs look the way that they've designed them, because they've been made up. And you look at a Tyrannosaurus Rex, they discovered the Tyrannosaurus Rex bones at the same time as they found Australia, which is where the kangaroo is. And you look at and they've just copied it. They've just made a Tyrannosaurus Rex look like a kangaroo, and that's what they've done. And it's all in our imaginations. We're drawing things and seeing things, but we're told that is a Tyrannosaurus Rex. They haven't got any clue about that at all. They've just made it up. So we've come after the dinosaurs, and how long it's taken for us to evolve to who we are now. It's just absolutely mind-blowing.
Well, that's another thing too. I was sitting there, it's like I've had somebody ask me this one time, all right, because that the theory of evolution. If we all let's just say we evolved from apes. If that is the truth, all right, why aren't apes evolving into humans today?
Exactly.
Because their theory would be that it's when that mutation happens, it doesn't happen and end it, if that makes sense, right? And the case for that would be when a virus mutates, it doesn't make the original strain disappear. Does that make sense? Yeah.
Yes.
Right. So it would only be certain mutations that happen. I do understand where you're coming from, even if you want to work off the same thing as what you're saying. Why is there not new mutations coming from the apes? You know what I mean?
Right.
Why are they not still mutating? Their argument will be, oh, that's because of the gamma rays back then, because of all the asteroids and
Right.
that they were radiated, and that's why the mutation happened.
So
Right?
that level, it's like, where's all that radiation? Because I want superpowers. Come on now. I mean, seriously, I want to be able to shoot lightning bolts out of my hands and flying all over the place and shit.
Darwin's theory
Take
of evolution.
more mushrooms.
Darwin's theory of evolution was probably right to hide the fact that every ancient culture says that sky daddies or sky beings or star people came to them and made us. They are the ones, and every culture has the DNA double helix on their eggs and all the rest of it. It's all the way through, right through the earliest words we've ever found. I can't remember. I think that's the Sumerians or the Phoenicians. I can't remember off the top of my head. It's all the way right through. They're all the gods or the sky people that made the human beings. They manipulated us by DNA.
Absolutely.
Whichever way you want to look at it, right? You know what I mean? Whether you look at God being a sky daddy, whether you look at it being a higher power, whether you look at it being whatever, everything has got the creator being high above or coming from up there. Basically, if you get what I mean.
And then it goes back to and it goes back to the light again, doesn't it? Looking at the light, going up to the light, and being brought in from the light.
It's called the greatest story ever told.
And it's been told from the beginning of time through different perceptions for millennia. Every culture tells the same story, just a different way, slightly different slant.
That's what I said earlier. It's just
it's phenomenal, isn't it? And I think when you realise that it's the reset, and another reset, and we're in times, because we have technology, because we have the power of us being able to go and find and research our own stuff. We've come to this, and then when you put that in with the con that we're dealing with at the moment, you just go. Like Wignock said, oh my God, I need everybody to know it's okay. Stop doing it. It's okay. This is all okay. Don't panic.
Well, I wonder what archaeologists are going to think of us, 1,000 years from now. You know what I mean? When they start digging us up and stuff. You know what I mean? Because like you
A
see all
layer
these.
of masks.
Well, I mean, it's funny too because I mean they're going to probably find all these big buildings that we have around here, and they're going to call them tombs, like that we do today. You know, it's like
Yeah.
everything is like a freaking tomb. You know what I mean? Nowadays, it's like every archaeological dig. Oh, this was a tomb. Blah 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 blah. You know, it's like, I mean, you know, I wonder what archaeologists in 1,000 years are going to think of us when they dig us up, and then and also
Yeah.
if it is a reset. Will any of that stuff that we created in this time, will that continue on? I mean,
No.
it makes me
No.
wonder, you know what I mean? Because I try to I look at what, those megalithic buildings and stuff like that, that gets dug up all the time, all over the world.
Mhm.
All right. And what was left behind, because that's another thing too. It's like, it seems like the tools that they use to create these things, none of that's around unless they're just being snatched up before the public can see them. You know what I'm saying? There's no telling what they have found in all those tunnels underneath the Sphinx, that they're not telling anybody about. I mean, there's quite possibly all kinds of stuff that they found in those damn tunnels or whatever. But, but they're not making it public.
Did they not say they found Mercury? Oh no, that was the pyramid Mercury, the chamber with Mercury in it, wasn't it? Sorry.
I don't know, man. I don't know. My brain goes off into weird directions sometimes because
Yeah, that's what I'm here. I feel, my part of the mission of what's going on with this is to, for people like yourself who want to share the knowledge and the ability and the strength and the go get, it's reminding ourselves that what we're doing is absolutely right, and you need to just move and concentrate what the most important thing is, rather than get sidetracked by people like Crinkle.
Yeah.
For example, you need to just not engage and focus on bringing forward your truth.
I will not allow Crinkle to get under my skin again. He did it one time, and I mean, I'm serious. I went off on him for just a moment, and I'm serious. If he was standing in front of me, I would have grabbed a hold of his neck and squeezed until his eyeballs popped out, because I was like, "You fucking cunt, shut the fuck up!" And but I will not let him get me to that point again.
I don't think Crinkle likes Joe.
Say what?
I don't think Crinkle likes Joe. I don't think Crinkle likes Joe, eh? I don't think he likes Joe at all. I don't know what it is. Whenever I go on, he goes pretty quick. He's like, "Oh fuck that Joe, I'm out of here. Fuck it, I'm gone." You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I have noticed. I mean, Crinkle will be on a panel like recently, like he'll be on a panel, and then I'll pop in. Next thing you know, he's gone. He'll jump off or something like that. I don't know, because we've had a couple of words here and there, but I've only, like I said, it's like I don't even know that Crinkle all that much. I've only had like probably a dozen conversations with him, and it's not even a conversation. It's really like him talking shit, and I'm just like, come on now. But like I said, there was one time that I just I'm serious. I just like, "You fucking cunt, shut the fuck up." I was wanting to strangle him. I was so pissed off at him. I was like,
that's so funny.
Me too.
I'm serious, dude.
I was in 2 nights ago, unfortunately.
Did you?
Yeah.
Oh,
And I had to go to calm myself down. But I've agreed.
Yeah, dude, it took me 3 hours. It took me 3 hours to calm down, dude. I'm serious. It got my blood pressure up. I will not let him do that again. I will not let him do it again. I refuse.
If Crinkle ever hears this, right, I can guarantee you he's going to target you to put your.
Well, I don't care. I mean, I know how to handle him now. I know how to keep my composure.
He has a script that he uses.
Well, yeah. I think he is reading from a script a lot of times. He's sitting there on his damn computer, and he's got it all sitting there in front of him. And then a lot of times what I see is like he tries to get you in a gotcha moment. Like he'll ask you these questions or whatever and all this stuff, and he's you know, like, oh, you don't know what the name is, or you don't know what this word means, or da 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 da. Oh, I gotcha. You know, he's looking for that moment. I gotcha. You know, and I'm just like, I'm not gonna allow that shit. I'm not gonna
He
fall in
tries
that.
to gently maneuver you. That's what he does. He tries
Yeah,
to
yeah.
gently maneuver you. That's what
Well,
he does. That's why he doesn't like me, because I call him out for it. I actually shut him
Me
down.
too.
Well,
I didn't even let him do it. I didn't even let him do it. And if he wants to bitch about it, say, but you were just going to fucking talk about this and do that. And if that's not the case, I do apologise. Go and speak. And they all always go fucking quiet. That mostly insects done it the other night there too.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? To be honest with you, right? But that's a narcissistic behaviour that they display. And I grew up with narcissists, eh? You know what I mean? So I see it. It's like,
I'll tell you this. Now
it's amazing.
I'm coming down to the point where I'm just flipping that script on him, where I will lay a trap in a sense, and I want him to walk right into it, and that's my whole plan now. I mean, even you know, even a few times. I mean, because I mean, I really just want him to reveal himself to everybody.
I didn't really think you need to do that. I think that's over-investment, right? I think all you need to do is listen to him and then just bring up the words that he uses and how he uses them in the context and show how it's fake.
Yeah.
Well, they do say that. They do say that I speak from a script, you know, whereas I don't. Because everything I speak.
That's true, actually. Yeah, people do say that about you, Pete. That's very true, actually.
Yeah, but that's just projectionism. People like to project. Eh?
Yeah, but I'm just bringing up that they have used that against me, saying that I speak from a script, which isn't true. Do you know what I mean? But I leave them to them on. But with Crinkle, I probably would agree.
What? That he's a cunt.
That brings up everything that he needs on the computer.
That's it. Yeah, he's a fucking cunt. Serious, man. And it drove me nuts. Like there was one day he was sitting there talking about the homeless people came up in the conversation, and he's like, yeah, you know that's sorry cunt. I'm sitting there talking about. I mean, you know, I mean. He tried to explain it. Oh, where I come from, that's like a term of endearment, and I'm like, what?
Well,
anyway.
I'll be honest, right? I've been to London quite often. I came fucking London. I was based in Colchester, so I was in London every second weekend, and then a weekend up here, basically, right? If you pronounce the T, it's bad. If you don't pronounce the T, it's not bad. So it's
spot
on. You can. You know what I mean? That's all right. That's your buddy, your bro. You
exactly.
And
it is.
That's the negative. That's the derogative.
He's absolutely right, and it is also where you are in the country as well. So when I moved from London to the West Country about 25, 30 years ago, saying things like, "All right, bird. All right, you can do that." But when I moved to Gloucestershire, the pub just stopped. Do you know what I mean? Like, what the fuck? You cannot say that. That is so disgusting. And it's like, it's
what?
just words.
Yeah.
What? You know? Yeah. And Joe's right. If you pronounce that T.
Yeah, I was taught in Edinburgh it was lesbians that taught me not to use that word and to use Tuesday instead.
You're pronouncing the T. Brilliant.
Honestly, use Tuesday. Just call them a Tuesday. Then he use Tuesday. Just call them a Tuesday. Just call them a Tuesday, Joe. Just a Tuesday. That's it. Stop saying that. But it took me a while. You know what I mean? But that's what
really
Tuesday is, by the way. Cunt. Hey, see you next Tuesday. CUNT.
Yeah, brilliant.
Yeah,
that's really good. It's
It's all about the T's.
Well, I mean, you know, it's weird. I mean, you know, it's like, you know, the difference between here in America and all that stuff. You know, it's like, you know, there's it's funny too, because there's so many Americans, man, they just don't understand a lot of the different type of lingo, you know, even over here, and over there. For instance, like the first time I heard somebody say, "Can I get a fag?" And I'm like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" You know what I mean? I mean, that's the first time I heard that before. I was like, you know, and
I tell you what, I about flipped my bin ages ago. I used to be quite active on Xbox 360, and Call of Duty was like my game, right? So somebody called me a beast at Call of Duty, and I was like, "What the fuck you fucking talking about, you cunt?" What? I'm like, "Who the fuck you calling a fucking? I'm calling you a beast, man. You're good at it, a fucking beast. What the fuck? What the fuck?" And somebody had to explain to me. Somebody else that was in the group thing was like, "Whoa, it actually means you're good at the game." I went, "How can that? How can that be? How can that be? How can that? I didn't make it. Still doesn't even compute to me today. If you know what I mean?" But that's another thing. Like I said before, how words are changing and they're losing their meaning for different generations as you get.
And that exactly shows you about the Bible that's been rewritten and rewritten and rewritten and rewritten. We'll just use it like those words and we'll use it like that. And that also is what happens with the Masons as well. You know, the way in which people like Boris Johnson operate with the way that they use the lingo.
Legalese.
It's fucking annoying, mate. Yeah. But again, because we see it, you see it for what it is. You see it really clearly. You see in plain sight that we're being treated like a cunt. You know, we are.
What I see in plain sight, right, is the head of UK.plc, that corporation, right, it's on Company's House that must comply with personhood, all acts of a parliament, which is legalese. I see Boris acting within the confines of the ship that he has to. But that's why I also see, right, every time he's locked us down in that, right, and there maybe has other people that have seen this because it was pointed out to me and I had a look. Every time he's locked us down, he's gave us the out, eh? You know, like, oh, they're going to do vaccine passports, but they can't actually prove it. You get what I mean? Yeah,
right. Yeah, and it's almost like an oxymoron, really. You know what I mean?
Giving you the out, right? And it's up to you whether you actually listen to the words that are said, because words are powerful. Right. And if you move one word in a sentence, you can make it completely different. But if you actually listen to the words that he says, like he comes on and says, "They don't want me to tell you this," right? That's remember, right? And then he tells you about bad news, and at the end there, he chucks in a wee, "Well, you know, this is what I'm saying to you. This is going to happen. This is going to happen." But they legally can't say it, guys. Hopefully they can't say it.
Oh, you've gone. Where are you? There you are. Oh, where's Joe gone?
It's the same as the word consent. If you split that up, C-O-N, con, and the next part, C-E-N-T, yeah?
Yes.
It's the same. That's what legalese is that they're putting the words together, whereas they need to be parted, like con. You've been conned. You're told at the start it's a con. Yeah? Now give me a sense.
Yep.
Well,
I'm gonna bring up something. I'm just gonna find it while you're talking, and I'll get it and say it in a minute. Carry on. Sorry.
Like this, right? I've always looked at it like this, right? When you go to court, right, you're away to play a game of words, just like you play badminton on a court. Yeah.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? It's and the Joker, the jester, used to entertain the kings and queens in hierarchy in the court. You know. But so when you go to court, it's a game of words. It's a game of legalese. I mean, the word lawyer, when you translate it, means liar. Every other position has got a very similar kind of terminology, like the hider of truth and the persuader and stuff like that. Yeah, I'd have to go look it up again. But always remember lawyer, meaning liar. Aye, because he's up there to act on your dead soul. Siesto Divine 68.
Yeah.
But so for me, it's like, that's why I've always said, like, the other stuff, to actually hit them back, you need to start, Ken, like, I know what you say, like, knowing the confines of their system, but you have to hit them within their system in order for them to justify changing their system. I mean, this is why the civil law stuff's all here, with a 60% less burden of proof.
It all goes down to you withholding your power. When one time you give your power away, power is knowledge, as they say. If you don't know how to correct something that you see that is wrong, well, then it can't be corrected. So you have to learn how it works for you to be able to understand where you stand in that. Do you know what I mean? Like, for instance, a clock. I'm just a clog in that clock, and there's loads more that make me work. Do you know what I mean? And that's what I see the court system as. So what I did is I broke it down, and I learned that the courts operate under a jurisdiction authority, which is a Uniform Commercial Code, and it's a contract which they have with every country. Yeah, so every country under the Commonwealth operates with the same court system, which is maritime. It's actually Admiralty law because it's to do with merchant law. Do you know what I mean? So that's where it comes from. So the court only operates under merchant law. See, under common law, as I've said before, common law is no harm, loss, or fraud. So if I'm making a claim against you, I have to make a claim against man. Now, when you take it to the courts today, it's your birth certificate, your corporation that is taken to court, and it's your corporation that is punished because you're under contract from your birth certificate. And not just that, not knowing that you're under contract, you're also acquiesce to being into that contract. Do you know what I mean? So, like I say, knowledge is the power, and it is the way to get out. And like, all you got to do is just learn about the jurisdictions that the court operates under. Walk in there, ask the court straight away what jurisdiction you're operating under. Have you got?
Do you have a PDF or anything you can put in the back, and then we can share with the chat or anything, Pete?
No.
Okay.
See, a lot of my information that I've got my name and address and a lot of things on there. So things. Okay. I wouldn't mind, like I said, I'd meet up with SG, and I don't mind going through it. And if he thinks that certain things need to be published,
well, as I said, I'm quite happy to put it all on my website and in the radio. So freedom of speech, mate.
Do you remember that website that disappeared a wee while ago called Know Your Straw Man?
No.
Yeah, I looked at that. Yeah.
It explained loads of it, right? Yeah, I have a PDF backup of that whole entire site. I can put it on a.
Can you email it to me?
Oh, I don't know what size it is. I didn't care what the limitations on my email is, if I'm honest. But I can just stick it on Google, my Google Drive, and you can pull it from there. You just download it.
Yeah, I've just put the Mason one on for everybody.
I'll mute myself. Give me 2 seconds, all right?
Thank you. Wingnut, what I've done is in the back I've got the Mason's diversion tactic PDF to go into the chat for everybody to have a look at. And you'll then see just how we are being it answers the control side of things. And when you hear people like Boris Johnson and Donald Trump, you can see how they are using these exact writings to create the way they talk now. And I'll just give you one example. Hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil, regardless of what you know. Don't discuss it, especially in if you are a public figure or a lodge official. If it is not reported, it didn't happen. And you'll never have to deal with the issues. That is the very first tactic that the Masons use. And you go, oh, that's law 101 here, isn't it? That's what they do. You look at the way in which Boris Johnson yesterday apologised for doing what he did while the Queen was sat mourning her husband on her own in Westminster Abbey. Yet 2 weeks later, the two of them were at the COP26 summit, not social distancing. So it's all show, all of it.
So my question is this: how much more do we need to be shown before the people want to make a change? We're the ones that hold the power. We're the ones that gave them the power to look after and make our lives greater. What they've done is they used and abused and created a hateful world, which we all live in today. They need to be held accountable for their actions. They are servants, and we are the ones that employed them. Now we need to kick them out and take back our buildings and hand these people publicly.
Okay, so we need to also realise what you're saying, Pete, we can't do. All right. And that, again, is a really powerful and horrible thing for me to have to say, is there is nothing at the moment that we can do about this apart from sidestep and not comply. If just that simple movement.
That's doing something about it, and you contradicting yourself by saying there's nothing we can do other than step aside. Well, then
Yeah,
if
but
we
that
decide to not
yeah,
comply,
but they'll carry on doing what they're doing. They'll carry on with the programming. They'll carry on with this bizarre ritualistic thing that they do every day in that in Parliament. You know, they're going to carry on doing that, but we can move over and begin our lives and carry on moving forward and going, no, man, I don't need to see that. But I mean, I'm talking to the converted here because I know that all of you feel the same way. It's not like I'm, you know, saying
I
something
agree. I
radical
agree
or
what you're
anything.
saying. I agree what you're
Yeah,
saying. It's about not letting it affect you to the point where it
correct.
makes change in your life. Just carry on
That's right.
living your life,
Yeah,
knowing what's about, and make that
exactly
contribution
right.
doing that. So I do get what you're
Exactly, Pete. Exactly, Pete. And that is what I'm saying to Wingnut, you know, don't bind your guts up with that desperate, please everybody here, this is fucked up. You know, we need to use that energy to create our society where we live and breathe and ignore and fuck you and carry on with our living and lives. You know, that's
That's
what
it.
I
Just
think.
go back to nature. Just go back to nature. Stop asking
Yeah.
somebody else for what you can do and create for yourself. The land is plenty.
They've
The world is
created and made us a product. It's horrible.
Well, they made us depend on man. Forget depending on man. Believe in yourself. But man, or woman,
Exactly.
believe in yourself. You have everything at your fingertips if you've got them. And I'm not talking about everybody has, but you've got that power, yeah, at the end of your hands to, or if not, you've got the power at the end of your lips. You can always
Absolutely.
get. You know, if there's a will, my mum says to me when I was growing up, if you got a willy, there's always a way. That's why you was given a willy. I know it sounds stupid, but that's what she
No,
always.
I understand.
So
Yeah.
I always thought on that aspect when I was young, I did grow up out of it and think of what she really meant. But at the time, being a child, I believed in it. Well, I've got the way, so all I've got to do is just find it. So that's all I've ever done for the rest of my life. Do you know what I mean? Silly things like that can help. Do you know what I mean?
Absolutely. The mental health of the world needs a cuddle.
It does, yes.
And to be able to offer and give people the thought of what you're doing now is absolutely amazing. That overthinking, that overstretching, the rabbit hole discussions, you know, finding things, expressing things, seeing things. It's we're all okay. Fuck them.
Yeah.
Fuck them.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to go and say hello to Tony because he's just started streaming this week. And I
Okay.
noticed he's just gone live. So thank you, everybody,
Okay, man.
for that lovely chat and
Much
Wing
love
for
to you,
having me
girl.
on.
I really
And
appreciate you coming
everybody-
coming by, Kathy. I really appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you,
And
Kat,
everyone
for
in the
your
chat.
support.
That
Catch us
strawman,
later.
that strawman PDF's in the back chat as well.
Oh, thank
Yeah, I went ahead and I put it in the regular chat also.
And there's a great video as well for a great guy that's no longer with us that breaks it down for you as well, like a slideshow for a good wee bit.
Here, I'll put that in the regular chat also.
Oh my god, I've got so much. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put all these on the website. I'll come up for a way of getting these into the website over the next few days. I know Grim will be really excited about that, so we will do that for everyone, and the amazing stuff on the sacred geometry stuff that we had earlier as well. We can look at that.
I delved into that myself in the sacred geometry because I mean I love I like to draw, all right, and there was a moment in my life that I was really getting into a lot of like geometric type drawings. And so I was really getting into like prime numbers, sacred geometry, Fibonacci, what is it? What do you call it?
Golden ratio.
Yeah, the golden ratio, and then there's was it there's that like fractals and stuff like that. I was man, there's a lot of stuff there, and then you know, oh man, digging into those rabbit holes, man, my gosh, you get yourself lost if you get, but because I mean, there's so many different avenues, man. I you know, I even got into like, you know, where, you know, words equal numbers and stuff, and they reduce down to certain numbers or prime numbers or whatever.
Gematria, that's what
Gematria. I was just about to say, yeah. I follow a guy who does Gematria. It's quite interesting, actually.
Yeah, numbers.
Yeah, so, you know, and numbers are supposed to be like the universal language, I guess, in some ways, but I don't know. But
yeah, it's one is one, isn't it? When you see one thing, there it is. It's one. There's no other one. There's one. It's one. There it is. Yeah, you can't have it. There's one apple. It's just an apple on its own.
Numerology. I mean, I got into a lot of stuff at one time.
I've got loads of books on numerology next door. Yeah, I love it. I find it really fascinating. I've only just started this this journey on that because I've obviously you realise I've been studying lots of stuff. But yeah, I've just
even
downloaded
like fractal geometry and stuff like that. I started looking into that, you know, and how there's a lot of stuff that actually occurs naturally in nature. You know what I mean? And so that was another reason why I was looking into that kind of thing too. Like the golden ratio, for instance, that's like you can find that in almost everything in nature.
And the pyramids.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm just thinking more like what's natural, what, you know, I mean, I started looking at just plant life or animals and blah, 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 you know.
The Fibonacci sequence.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's how we're created.
But then, what mind made the code?
Exactly.
Well, see, that's another thing too. I'm not sure if it was. I mean, the creator. You know, the way. Okay, you know, the way if I was to describe the creator in my mind, it's Mother Nature and Father Time. All right, and they make a couple to them, they complement each other so well they become one, and that to me is the creator, and the creator lives in that space. Like for instance, you know, like you got atoms and stuff like that, and everything, right?
Atoms are virtually empty.
Well, what I'm saying is like that space in between the electrons and the protons and each atom, that space in between. Doesn't matter how close they are, but that space in between, that's where the creator lives.
So Mother Nature and Father Time banged into each other, and that's what caused the Big Bang. Do you think then?
You know, I don't know. I'm not really sure what to think about the Big Bang personally, because you know I find holes in it in my own what I've looked around in. So I'm not really sure because if it all right.
Look, if I gave you a big bag, Santa sack, full of nothing, what would you be able to make?
A jumper.
You'd be able to make nothing. So there is no such thing as a Big Bang theory.
Well, it's just that a theory. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
But that theory basically, right, is in the beginning there was a Big Bang, or in the beginning there was the word. That word was God. Each and every one of them, right, is just a vibration.
Well,
and if you think about a bomb, like a nuclear bomb, that shockwave will go out and come back in and go back out again. It just gets smaller each time, which is interesting because that may be why you get deja vu, because you have done it before.
Well, it also brings me back to a weird scenario, like those astronauts from another planet. What do they view the gods or creator as? I mean, you know, I start thinking about things like that. You know, it's like the picture in their wallet. I mean, so what do they think the creator and what do they think God is?
It's no us. Who's to say it's no us if you think about the Planet of the Apes?
Right.
What they don't know the truth, and what they're trying to do is pass down that truth to us.
Well, that's fair enough. I mean, that's very possible. But I mean, if that's where my mind goes, I start thinking about things like that. For instance, because I know it would, it makes me. I know I would be very ignorant to believe that we're the only things out here on this speck of dust. So it makes me wonder what they would perceive the creator or God to be. You know what I mean? I mean, it also depends on how their chemical makeup. I mean, they might not be carbon based. They might be silica based. So I mean, their whole thought process is completely different. So I mean, it makes me wonder.
There might even just be a hologram.
Well, I mean, yeah, I don't know. You know what I mean? I don't know for sure. I wasn't there. So I don't know.
I think with Bluebeam, there's a good chance in the coming years we'll get that hologram too as a form of control or to subvert something.
Aren't we on it now?
That's what they try to do, and yeah, we're at that stage now for them to be
that's where we're at.
But no, it's not going to be used, and too many people are awake to it these days.
Yeah. And I think that's also a really good point there, Pete, because we need to give ourselves credit, because there are millions of us who see it.
Right.
Millions see it. Millions, and it's something we all need to hold on to and not worry as much as we do, because we're not actually as stupid as they make out. It's only the newspapers and the media that do what they do to make us look stupid.
I disagree. It's down to you what you will accept to be the truth for you to follow. And a lot of people are making that mistake, is that they, like for instance, we're all grabbing at straws, and most people are grabbing at the shorter straws because it's the easy way out. This is why people are getting jabbed and everything else. They just don't want to listen to the truth. They're not interested. So to me, I sit back and I look and I say, well, bye. There's nothing you can do for them. Do you know what I mean? Like Ringnut says, he wants to go out there and shout off the biggest mountain. It doesn't matter how many times you do. Look at what Moses did. Look what Jesus did. How many times they keep pulling people down that are righteous. Do you know what I mean? Really, at the end of the day, you've got to, like I say, only grab as many as you can that will listen. And if it's only a handful, or even if it's only one, it still counts.
Exactly.
Well, I mean,
everyone.
Even just, I believe Jesus was a man that did live a long time ago. I don't think he's God himself personally, like how some people portray him as. But
Jesus was a mad, autistic
I believe he'd be upset because his name was Jesus. But hey, that's just me.
Yeah. Jesus.
Hell, I know some Mexicans that have that name too, man. They say
of course, his disciple John. It always makes me laugh whenever obviously I've been brought up in a radical fundamental Christian upbringing with my dad.
But
so at the age of 10, looking at the Bible and going, really, he was called John? He's not called John, because John's not a name. It's
I said to Wingnut earlier, there was a podcast I put up in the back chat. You maybe still see it. They were talking about the old Jerusalem, the one that got smited, being based in Edinburgh in Scotland.
But I do say.
Oh yes, that's when I joined, wasn't it? Because it was so interesting. Yeah. I went, I need to join the chat.
And then the Romans relocated Jerusalem, and that was like one of the starts of when they started telling us our history. And anybody that wanted to talk about the real truth just got speared and
they claim that the missing time of Jesus, when he went missing for some time, he was in England, based on and around where you're talking about. So yeah, you are kind of like.
Like I say, the podcast is in the back end. I'm sure I'm sure Wingnut will be able to see it because he'll be able to scroll all the way back.
It's still in the back chat. I also put it in the public chat also.
Yeah. I've got it open at the top there, ready to go.
It was a Canadian pointed it to me, and like I live at West Lothian, which is at Antonine's Wall, and the way they go on about it, it's like the Romans encircled the Lothians, Edinburgh, and Edinburgh split into two. is the borough, right?
Yeah.
Without the H, right, which is the originals, means basically like lushness, yeah. So you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like a garden, a valley type thing. And Eden means Eden. And it is where the Knights Templar went to once they left the New Jerusalem or the Old Jerusalem, whichever, or the old, whatever you want to look at it, right? You know what I mean? They all came back.
Yeah.
They came back to Midlothian, which is like Edinburgh is Midlothian, whether you like it or not. The city of Edinburgh is Midlothian. Its real address is Midlothian. That's where I come from. You know what I mean? And Midlothian Council, which is just after the Pentland Hills, which is one of the 7 hill ranges you have that circles around the Lothian, the West Lothian, and all the way through Midlothian, all the way down to East Lothian.
Yeah.
Well, I know from history, one person can change the world. All right, and it's happened many times before.
Yeah.
One person has. So, you know, even though I am my own, you know, I'm my own one individual. You know, there is that possibility that, you know, that little spark that I'm trying to ignite in people's minds right now of freedom, that little spark of freedom. I want that to like spread like a freaking wildfire.
Absolutely. That's what I've been wanting as well. That's just what I'm doing. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing. Yeah,
I mean,
it's brilliant, isn't it? Gives you good feeling, doesn't it?
Well, you know, and in some ways, I think it is working, you know, very slowly, but it is working. You know what I mean? Like I said, I've been beating my head against that wall for 20 years, man.
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
so
I completely relate.
I wish there was like a mass awakening. I mean, like, I don't know what would do that though. You know, it would almost have to be something biblical for.
Well, yeah, I think the tsunami.
It's coming.
Yeah, the tsunami, the big wave or whatever. You know, if that does happen,
well, if you think about it, right? If all the right-hand side of the Arctic keeps melting, right, where do you think that water's gone? Do you think Britain lies north? No, it lies northeast. So all that water, technically, if you think about it logically, is going to hit the west coast. Do you think there's any reason why in 2014 the British government just stopped all the billions for West Coast flood defence because they can't? It was like a waste of time. Do you think there's any reason why most places on the west coast that never flooded before 2012 now flood every year, and you can't get insurance for your house?
Yeah, and that's where I used to live. So,
you know, but like I say, like, you know, if you look at, if you break it down, like, you've got to remember, like, our governments are now that decompartmentalised that literally the left hand doesn't come what the right hand's doing, right?
Yeah.
So you need to break it down, decompartmentalise it at all. When you look at the years that they make these decisions, you've got to go, well, why would they do that? Why would they allocate 70 billion and then go, that's 12 now? Because it wasn't because of financial crash, because they reallocated it to the East Coast.
Yeah, I didn't.
Why?
It didn't even click in my head.
Because all the water, if the poles are shifting, right, and the Earth's tilting, right, all the water will hit the west coast. It's coming through all the glaciers that are melting on the right hand side, on the west, the Arctic, like up next to Canada and that.
So Greenland and all of that. Yeah, I did wonder about that. I'm glad you said that.
Why do you think Trump wanted to buy Greenland? Because it's melting and all the natural resources that are about to be there.
Yeah, he did want to. That is true. He did want to buy it.
Come on, people. He got intelligence, eh? And he went, oh, really? Oh, well, fucking, hey, well, buy Greenland, man. Get in there and do.
I mean, it's like, you know, I thought about that at the time. I was like, why would you want to buy anything in Greenland? It's like another one big iceberg in a sense.
Minerals underneath the ice. It's supposed to be one of the richest deposits for minerals.
Huh. Well, see, I've heard that same thing about Antarctica too. That under that big block of ice, there's all this rich land, and there's even spots, from what I understand, in the middle of it that is actually like
Shangri-La.
Yeah, it's like grassland with plants and everything. You know,
it's the same under the Sahara.
Yes.
Land there too.
Well, it's where man apparently is from, and funny how that's completely disappeared. Where it is that they're saying man evolved from is not there at all. No, nothing.
apart from the odd bit of Sumerian stuff. Gone. It's crazy. Because why would they be living there? And if the poles hadn't have shifted, it would be.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
like
It's
you
like
said, grass.
with all the water damage to like even like in Egypt, it suggests that there was a lush forest at that time when that stuff was being constructed, or at least when it was constructed. You know what I mean? And so that was, when was the last time I had a lush forest? So I mean, you got to think back that far.
Yeah.
But
And I'm just going to say something in the chat because Gashol's made a couple of points that I want to bring up. There was one that he said, she said, let me just get it. I'm in kind of agreement in relation to the Bang Theory, which is, it's always been there. And then he's put about, oh yeah, he said about numerology. Yeah, the guy's quite on point here. My memory may be funny, getting tired. There is supposed to be an island in Crete collapsing into the ocean. It's actually La Palma, which is in the Canary Islands, and the island is splitting into two.
Yep.
They've just had a huge brand new volcano arrive at the island, which has been going for 3 months, and it's just stopped now. If there's loads of theories on this, whether if that whole island, half of the island will drop because of the way the tectonic plates are and because of where the lava chambers are underneath it. The lava chambers come out of that now. And so the concept or the theory is that half of the island's going to drop into the ocean, into the hole where the lava chamber was, creating the tsunami of all tsunamis, basically.
Yeah. There was also like a wee like that theory came out a couple of months ago, guys. There was folks saying that it was HARP. They were targeting the fault line with HARP as well.
Yes.
Because it was too perfect, and I was like, well, how do you mean it's too perfect? It's a fault line. It's lava chambers.
Yeah.
I remember on the Scottish Vote for Independence, right? All the big wigs for America came over, and they took everybody off the rigs for like 2-3 weeks, right? Because oil wells that were empty are now full. Now I also heard, right, some people speculate that oil is not a fossil fuel. It's actually the Earth's blood, and that's why it can regenerate, yeah? But with the amount of lava shifting, and like I said before, if there's loads of lava chambers and oil chambers, the lava and oil will repel each other, whether we like it or not, right? That's just how it is, right? So if you start tilting everything, you will have oil swishing about. Just think of like that. Remember that game you used to get that was like underwater and it was like a maze where we bonnet type thing? Remember that?
I used to love them.
Right. Think it like that, right? Yeah, with a bubble, right? Think it like that, right? Just with two balls that repel each other, two magnetic balls that repel, and all these wee chambers would have different stuff in it. Like that's why the oil wells are refilling back up. I mean, I don't know. It's just these are the things that I've noticed when I've actually like watched mainstream media. Like I'm the same. I've got a telly in every room. It's always on for background noise, but it's no mainstream media. It's no nothing else. It might just be YouTube listening to folk as I'm doing something, and that's why I've no chatted or whatever. Ken, what I mean? Because I didn't have like wireless fucking control pads for every device. Fuck that shit. You know what I mean? Or I've just got my earphones on or something like that. You know what I mean? But if you think about it, if it was a shift, all these things would be happening. Everything can be answered with a pole shift, and everything in the past, for sequential generation after generation, you know, cycle after cycle. Like I didn't think this has happened just once. I think this has happened many times.
Oh yeah, between I think it's 10,000.
No, I don't think it's as long as that. I don't think it's as long as that. I mean, the Mayan calendar works for about 2,600, 2,400. Most cycles within most religions is between 2,400 and 2,700 or something like that. 100 years.
I'm talking about the pole shift though, isn't it? Around 12,000 years. The pole shift.
I honestly couldn't tell you, but if we worked off like a 2,700 year cycle, I would imagine they would be maybe every 2,700 years. But I don't know, I've got no idea. I don't know, because the Mayan
that would take us back to sort of Greek Roman times.
It pretty much would, aye.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
the one before that would take you back to like sea people times.
Yeah.
If you get what I mean. I mean, so
Yeah.
I don't know. Honestly, I can't tell you. It's like if you work off the cycles and everything, it amazed me when I found that everything has a cycle. I was like, wow, like literally everything cycle. You know?
It's waves. It all comes in waves.
Aye. And we
everything. I find it incredible. I agree with you totally. It's brilliant.
And we hide the cycles within our calendar system, the Gregorian calendar system, because there should be 13 months in a year. And we hide it. If I say, oh, there's a leap year and all this shit, like, that's how we're able to hide it, right? But there is 13 28-day cycles, 13 lunar cycles. They hide it. They hide it to hide a third star sign, to be honest with you. But anyway, that's a completely different subject. I don't want to go into it, to be honest with you. It's mind-blowing.
Okay.
You know what I mean? No, because honestly, I would have to refresh tea, and it's long, and it's like you actually get given it like via Norse and all that kind of stuff. You get what I mean? But like it's like that's hardcore, man, because it's technically the satanic star sign, eh? You know what I mean? And you didn't want to talk
Illuminati.
Well, no, I wouldn't say the Illuminati. Like I say, like everybody branches all these different names, and they all branch them all the same. You know, like the Knights Templar and all that kind of stuff, right? They're all branched the same. It's like, but that's through history. It's always been a boogeyman, and it's always been the one that's easiest to point the finger to. That you point the finger. 9 times out of 10, it's been the people that were pointing the fucking finger. Hey,
and also, it's always the winners that we hear about.
Oh,
so
history's written by the victors, clearly.
Absolutely, the falsification of history is absolutely incredible. There's just our whole life, what we've been told.
It's time for us to write the damn history books, man. I'm telling you.
Oh, we not
serious.
As long as we're not burning the other books, it should be all right.
Yeah.
I'll buy your book, Wingnut. I'll buy your book.
Yeah. Yeah, I've actually, I was, you know, how here in America, man, it's like they talk about all the damn voting for president and all that shit. And I'm like, you know, I know the voting system is all rigged and all that stuff. So I was like, if you guys really want to vote for a ruler to rule over you and everybody else, vote for me. You know, I will be the best overlord you ever had. You know.
Bye, Mrs. Maurice. Bye. Yeah, brilliant.
Brilliant, man.
Trust me, I'm qualified, you know.
Yeah.
Trust me.
And you could even tell them, I'm not here to help.
Right, exactly. Yeah. I'm not here to help. Yeah. Trust me.
Fuck off.
You know? I will be the best overlord ever.
Wingnut, the overlord of Florida.
Yeah.
But the thing is, you kind of only going to get it once it finally goes underwater there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah, the damn thing the thing's already full of damn holes, man. It's like Swiss cheese. It's eventually, if the water goes up, it will. Majority of Florida is at sea level. I mean, where I'm sitting, I'm only 200 foot above sea level. You know,
I'm less than that.
I like the way they were like, "Oh, I didn't understand why this is happening." And I was like, "Well, maybe how much you changed upstream. Maybe how much you changed upstream changed all downstream. Maybe just maybe a wee bit. Who knows? You know what I mean?" But you had a problem with like doing actually next to the shore and all that kind of stuff. Like where all the hotels were, quite a busy part. I can't remember what it was where like the sea was coming in, wasn't it, a few years back?
Yep.
Twice a day, like coming right in. Is that still happening, or is that like being shored up?
No, it's still happening.
That's nuts.
It's mad, isn't it?
Did you see the island that appeared in the Indian Ocean about 10 years ago? Just appeared out of nowhere, and all these Indians on it try to claim their own wee piece of land.
No.
I'll try and find that, right?
Oh,
you
yeah, I do.
It was an island that just appeared in the Indian Ocean. It just come out the sea.
This is brilliant. This is so brilliant. But that's all obviously going to go when that star point over in the China Sea finally buggers it all up. There's going to be some serious...
right through China, right? It misses where China's made its 10 new cities. If you go check where China's made its 10 brand new cities,
Oh
it can
no.
be people
Okay.
like 50,000 coming into new, all smart as fuck. That's
Well,
why that's why I didn't need as much steel anymore, guys. Aye. It's no arcs they're building, it's cities.
Well, I mean, let me like, okay, when the flood back in the day happened. Now, I from what I understand now, I might be wrong because it's been a while since I've read all that stuff. But in the Bible, it even says like the next time it won't be a flood; it will be by fire instead. You know what I mean? So I wonder about that too. You were talking about like the tectonic plates and all that stuff and creating
Yeah.
tsunamis.
Yeah.
It's like I don't know. I don't know. You know what I'm saying?
But those tectonic plates are, you know, as I say, the one I'm talking about that I've studied about is the one that goes through the middle of Europe, because obviously it's only, you know, 1,000 miles away.
Right.
So you have all of those volcanoes along that line as well that are permanently going off all the time. But
Right.
you probably over in the States don't hear about that because you're in the States and you've got your own stuff going on with Yellowstone,
Yeah.
blah, blah, blah. But
Yeah.
where La Palma is, so you've got, it is actually a super volcano. It's underneath the water already. So the super volcano is under the water, like you have the one
Right.
where you have Yellowstone.
Yep.
There is your fire and brimstone tick. And also there, that has happened over and over and over again. So word of mouth, storytelling, and passing the knowledge on brings you to that. The reason why we're all going to go is because of fire and brimstone, and the human race began in Europe. So, in America, Africa. So you've got, and then North Africa, and then you've got all where the waters are there. So they've seen it over and over. You know what I mean?
Right. You are right. I've seen the same things. I've come across the same information that you're speaking with.
Jesus is supposed to return in spirit as well. What with his mate
Allegedly-
John?
Allegedly, he's already here, eh? You know?
Can you say that again?
Allegedly, Jesus is already here. There was a guy on YouTube claiming to be Jesus a few years ago, wasn't there?
You know, there was a guy that I was living in Key West at the time. There was a guy that dressed in a robe, carried a cross and everything, and he was preaching the gospel. Cops arrested him. I was like,
Yeah.
that is like exactly what would probably happen. Because I'm serious. Think about it. Okay, let's say you're Jesus. You all right? Let's say you're Jesus. All right. You're like, okay, you got hung on the cross and everything back in the day, and you're sitting up here looking, and you're like, hell no, those people are still like wearing crosses around their neck, and it looks like all those governments down there looks like the same type of thing, like they hung me up there. I'm not going back down there. You know. I started thinking about it, you know what I mean? It's like, because I mean, I started thinking about it, what would I think? It's like, okay, hell, that's exactly what happened to me last time. I don't want to go back down there, you know?
Yeah. Off his cloud, looking down.
But I mean, you know, I'm serious. What the Romans, I mean, think about what's in place now. This would be the same type of peoples or same type of governments that would nail them to the cross again. Exactly the same. Oh, I mean, it'd be like a repeat. You know what I mean? And it made me laugh a little bit, but it made me think about it when I saw that guy walking down the street, speaking the gospel, carrying the cross, and the damn cops arrest his ass. I was like, there you go. You know, I mean, if that was for real, you know, the real guy, you know what I mean?
Well, what about? I mean, the Jewish faith believe that he's not here yet. You know, the Son of God's not been sent down yet.
Oh,
so,
yeah. So, even the Muslims, they didn't even believe he was an actual God. He actually was just a prophet. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But when he went missing, seemingly you did find him in the Quran. You do find Jesus in the Quran too. You do find him preaching, when he was supposedly walking. There's a couple of theories on where he was walking about, obviously. You know what I mean? But it does disappear for a wee bit. You know what I mean? So,
yeah.
I don't know.
Oh, mate. There's no.
I love all the stories and the parables and the way of bringing information and logic and thought the way the Bible does. You know, it's a lovely tool. But I also have a numerology book which is next door to it.
Yeah, but the Bible's a form of control, isn't it?
Mm.
You know, I mean, fear is the easiest and oldest form of control. And if the Bible doesn't teach you fear, then I don't know what it does.
That's right. I agree with. I had a big debate about this a couple of days ago, or about 2 weeks ago. Yes, I agree.
Most religions are the same. That's why people tell you religion is the oldest form of control, but it's no. It's actually the fear.
My question is this: why should you, or why would you be punished if you don't know something that you're learning about and you're making mistakes to get that thing right? Why should you be punished by your God for doing that if He's put you down? So
it's the way in which it's being taught by somebody to somebody.
Yeah, and that is ignorance is no excuse, so infidels must go. And that's well, the Jewish will call Christians infidels. We'll call everybody infidels. You know, it's not just a word that's used by one secular or whatever. You know what I mean? I mean, I'm pretty sure in Christianity they call everybody else infidels or heretics, which is pretty much the same thing. You know what I mean? At the end of the day.
My religion's way better than your religion.
My God can beat your God up.
My God's much better than yours.
Well, see, that's the thing too.
Way more spiritual than you are.
Well, I mean, didn't all of those different major religions that we've got, the established religions, they all came from the same geographical location. They were like neighbors, man. And then they all decided, well, shit, mine's better than yours. So that's where that Tower, it's kind of like this Tower of Babel type of scenario. They all came from the same place, but then they're like, oh, mine better than yours. Mine God can beat your God up. You know what I mean? Next thing you know, they just spread apart and got further and further apart. And then they got corrupted, in my opinion.
Funny you should mention Babylon, because that's seemingly the reason why God decided that he'd become too, not just grotesque, but too intelligent, and thought he'd be like him. Hence the reason why the tower was built so high. So when he smited it, he broke it into 7 tribes or something like that, 5 different continents or whatever it was, and then gave us all different languages.
Right.
We could no longer converse and gain knowledge. If I remember correctly. So I don't know. You know, that might have been like fire and brimstone that time. You know what I mean?
I don't know, I think I was about 12 when that started being in my life, that part of that sentence, what you just said. And being in a room and being told that, and looking at and being told that God came down and decided that we're all going to have different languages and we're going to be in different parts of the world. Off you go. And when you look at it logically, what a load of bollocks.
But it does answer, which a lot of people theorize, that we were one piece of land at one point and it broke up.
Right.
Correct. And that's how we've been involved for millions and millions of years, with the land splitting up, us splitting up, us being with other people. And of course, when you mix it all up, it creates Chinese people, it creates African people, it creates Northern European people, it creates Native American, it creates
it creates the tribes that were religiously spoken about that.
Well, this is another thing too. I started thinking about, like, what would be the modern equivalent of the Tower of Babel? Would it be the computer? Because I mean, it connects everybody.
Probably the Hadron Collider.
Say that again, please.
Probably the Hadron Collider, kind of thing where they're trying to simulate the beginning of the time.
You're talking about CERN, the Hadron Collider. Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, honestly, I think they're really trying to work on like interdimensional portals and and stuff like that. But
I get that, but they're whatever they set, whatever they're doing, and whatever might not be the same as what they're selling. They're selling it's to see the start of the universe, to simulate the start of the universe.
Yeah, the God particle.
God particle. Yeah. So if we work off like what the Tower of Babylon symbolised, going so tall to be like God, I would imagine finding out more about the God particle would probably be the pinnacle of it, wouldn't it?
Well, that's what they think anyway. Yeah.
Aye, you know what I mean. So that would probably be the Tower of Babylon for today. And they're building a new one. I think this is going to be the third one, isn't it?
5G.
I think 6G's already available, man.
Oh my god, it's ridiculous. Yeah, the Tower of Babel, isn't it? Is that right?
I say babble. That's what I say. Babble, like he's babbling like a babble, babbling around. That's how I pronounce it anyway.
Communication. But you look at how Muslim people do that beautiful prayer in the mornings, which is just outstanding, isn't it? When you hear them singing and they're doing it at that particular tone and that particular sound. Oh, Peter's good. That's for me. It's it used to be a communication tool. Like in the UK, we have what are those blokes that ring the bell? Oh yay, oh yay. What are they called again?
Oh, the
town crier.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we still have town criers. So you've got the oh yeah, similar thing. I think a good person with a very strong, powerful voice is at the top of the Babel Tower and is shouting the information whoever is in charge wants those people to hear. I think that's what Babel is. Could be wrong.
Damn, internet kicked me out, man.
I did it. I'm sorry.
Hey.
My bad. Hey, Miss J.
How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you doing?
I'm good, thank you. I was really excited. I woke up this morning and saw the panel and wanted to jump on because it was really interesting. People who I've seen for months and months on different channels, and I haven't spoken to them before. So it was like, oh, I can talk to these people. Yeah.
Wingness got this shit unlocked.
Yeah, I'm trying to gather all the good people together. I'm collecting them. I'm collecting all the good people.
Okay, Dad, Jesus.
Huh?
I said, okay, Dad, Jesus.
See, I don't think anybody in the UK would call their child Jesus. Am I wrong on that, Joe?
You're guaranteed your Wayne's getting bullied all its life, if it did.
Yeah.
And I know
one religion rules it all, it seems like, in your country.
I'm gonna tell you something. That boy would have to that boy or girl, whatever. Well, especially if it's a boy. I don't know if you could. I don't know, but I started thinking about how that would be like growing up in school with that name. You know,
well, I think it'd be character building, to say the least.
We're not allowed to call our children. It's against the law to call our children Lucifer or Satan.
Against
and
the
Hitler.
law.
Yeah, it's against the law. So you can't call your child Lucifer, Satan, or Hitler.
Wow.
Yeah.
Against the law. That's crazy.
Yeah.
But you can call your kids Jesus, Muhammad, whatever you want.
No, the way to do that in the UK, if you're that way inclined, right? Because there's a mad law in Scots law that states you can call yourself whatever the fuck you want, whenever the fuck you want. You can it whenever the fuck you want. Now, we had that law introduced, right, because of the Highland clearances when the English came up and started swiping everybody off the planet, right?
Yeah, sorry about that.
No, it's all right. I'm like that English. Okay, what I mean, my surname's an English surname, unfortunately, or fortunately, whichever way you want to look at it, depends on what side of the border you're on, I suppose. You know what I mean, right? But, like, seriously, you can call yourself whatever you want in Scots law, so you don't even need to use depot. You just call yourself it. That's it. There's nothing it can do, really. Once you get yourself 3 bills, wow, you're legit. Once you get yourself a BT for landline, well, hey, Kim, you just passed the hardest level check in the UK. You're definitely legit. 7 years later, that previous you disappears. Yeah, right.
Yeah,
and you are a new person. If you understand personhood and what the fictitious legal entities are, you can do it whenever you want. You can just declare yourself legally dead, and all your debts disappear.
Oh gosh, I would like to do that.
You don't even need to bankrupt yourself. All you need to do at that point is 2 years to build a credit score.
Well,
And
if
that's
there's
what you
if
have.
there's really no true money, how can you be bankrupt? Because what we have now, that fiat currency, is a debt. How can you
Oh
be?
God, I think I
like
need another pipe for this. One moment, I'm going to go and get my weed.
You're on
Oh,
because you're on contract with other people that they will take what they feel is worth money, even if money don't exist.
No,
So
in
you're
Scotland,
out, you are, it doesn't
No,
matter.
in Scotland.
Well, if I declared myself dead,
No, in Scotland.
Well, then
In
if they
Scotland.
find you, the IRS.
No, there's no such thing as bailiffs. Bailiffs got no rights in Scotland, mate. Cheerio, bye. You can't take money out of this. That'd be silly. That'd be stupid, wouldn't it?
I mean, that's like, I wouldn't say it would be like faking my own death, but I'd just declare myself dead, and then all my debt.
Wingnut, you're telling too much about what your plans are, bro.
No, I'm thinking out loud. You know what I mean? I'm just thinking out loud. It's like, okay, if that could be done, or I could work that out, that's what I'd do.
Robert Maxwell did. It's what Robert Maxwell did, isn't it? Oh,
Yeah.
sorry, what Epstein did for Robert Maxwell when he controlled all of that 7 years they had to wait with all the investments and laundering and whatever else was going on to make all the billions. And that's why the Maxwells had more money at the end of that 7 years than what they started with before they paid their fines. And got a hefty living out it the whole entire time. So yes, though the
Because I don't really have to fake my physical death. I just gotta, in a sense, declare my straw man dead.
Yeah, declare your straw man dead.
Bro, I've never seen anybody actually do that and be successful with it in history.
I'm working on it. I'm coming up with the idea as we speak.
Bro, listen, I know a lot about that, and I would like to talk to you about that privately, because that's something I, did a lot of research on growing up, and it sounds like the fucking holy grail. You know what I'm saying?
Well, no, I mean, I'm just sitting here thinking about it in my head, right, as we're, just out loud type of thing as we're speaking. But yeah, I don't know. Well, see, that's the thing. It's like I can't really. Well, anyway, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I declare my straw man dead. Sorry, carry on. Sorry.
No, go ahead, Peter. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was just saying I declare my straw man dead. So whatever it takes. Yeah. So my
right.
You know what I mean? So how can we make that forcible?
Yeah.
So we're talking about. Yeah. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I've talked enough. Go ahead.
I don't like getting up on panels and like just straight interjecting myself, but I feel like when there's multiple people on panel, we all got to get in where we fit in. We just try to be, cordial and just you get what I'm saying? Like, I'm learning this live streaming and panel shit more and more every day in every live stream I do, and I'm picking up better habits, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, no, me personally, yeah, I mean, I'm trying to actually limit what I say, to whatever, is relevant, instead of just, right. I tend to ramble sometimes.
Me too, man. Me too. It's hard.
I know that's my thing. That's one of those things I do. I tend to get long-winded too sometimes too. Especially if I get into something where my brain starts going off in many different directions, and it all circles back to what the original start, but I go off in so many different branches sometimes.
I do too, and I get off the topic sometimes because, like you said, my brain is sporadic, and I constantly, it's like one thing makes you think about another, and then you think about how it's all relevant and it's all connected, and you're trying to bring it together to make a point, but yeah, I struggle with that all the time.
It's called losing your train of thought, because people tend to chuck something else at you as you're trying to explain something. Other than that, you're reading the comments. Do you know what I mean? Something takes you off your train of thought.
Yeah, I didn't lose my train of thought. My train went off the track sometimes.
Yeah, that's because Crinkle's in.
Yeah.
Nah,
that fucking cock.
Yeah, she first thought of the day. As soon as you open your eyes, you think of Crinkle.
Yeah.
Nah, man, stuff that, mate. Fuck having Crinkle living in your heat. That wouldn't be good.
I'm so glad.
Isn't it? Yeah, I just don't. If you don't engage, he just goes away.
Yeah. Yeah,
Bit like
that's the
Thomas
thing. It's
did.
like that's what bothers me sometimes, you know, because and especially if you get Horace in there, Horace, if you get both of them in there at a time, it's like a tag team. You know, it's like you can't get a word edgewise because they'll start playing off each other, and people, you know, they play off of it too, because then the next thing you know, they're saying something, and people are like, well, wait a minute, and they start asking them questions, and then it just keeps on going and going and going and going. Ugh.
It's them Duracell batteries, mate. It's them Duracell batteries. They just keep on going.
Right. The Energizer Bunny. You know.
It's a real thing.
And actually, I'll tell you this. Yesterday was the first time I had one of Crinkle's live streams come up on my feed as a recommendation.
Oh dear.
I'm not subscribed to him at all, but
Me
I
neither.
had one come up the other day. I was like, holy crap, you know. I think it was the day that him and Vincent Vega were talking or something like that. So
you follow Vincent, yeah,
Yeah.
that'll be the reason why. He's probably
yeah,
I'm
I'm subscribed to Vincent. I am, you know.
It's quite weird how all the algorithms work nowadays, to be honest.
I guess. But I thought it was weird because I was like, I have purposely not subscribed to Crinkle because I don't want anything. I don't want to look at his stuff. I really don't. I mean, it's bad enough that I have to see what he has to say on other people's panels. You know, I sure as hell don't want to look at what he does on his own show.
I don't want. Oh, is he?
Oh no, I'm unblocked now. There was a Free Joe movement on his stream one night in the chat. Aye, that was me. And then I brought it up on HDs, I think it was, and he was like, "Oh, I never blocked you." He actually blamed BuzzText mods. I thought that was brilliant. Honestly, I thought that was like gold dust, and that's why I started calling it BuzzPub, right? And I didn't realise I was sitting on a panel with people that were Buzz fans. I didn't really follow Buzz, if you get what I mean. I didn't really.
I don't follow Buzz either.
I don't know much about him. I've seen loads of things said and all the rest of it, but I've never forced my ass to go look, if you get what I mean. And I didn't really want to go down that rabbit hole because it's pretty much out with my control, if you get what I mean. So it's a kind of, you know what I mean? So it is what it is, you know what I mean? But no, like I put my foot in it a few times, like, because like I just come out with things, I didn't mean to be like detrimental. It's just how I actually come across, I've done it quite a few times, to be honest. calling folk buzz stars on a panel through buzz text, like.
Have
panel
you?
But like the way I was saying it was
Right.
that Crinkle, you get what I mean? Hopefully they got the context of what I was saying, Ken, because they literally turned around and told me, "Oh, I never banned you, I never blocked you. It must have been what it was is I made loads of Buzzy's mods, and that's what it was. That's what it was," which I found fucking hilarious, considering they're supposed to be pals, because that's weird.
Yeah, Crinkle is he is
Self-centered.
obviously had some sort of childhood issue as well as degrading women. He almost acts as if he does white powder in the way he communicates. So it's he has absolutely no concept of communication. It is he preaches the same thing. And it's so sad because when you spend time and actually get him on a different level, he's really interesting. But he's not.
I don't even want to. I don't even want to admit that.
No. I didn't dislike Crinkle. Like, I didn't think for 1 second I dislike him because I didn't. It's just that I noticed a long time ago, especially with Horace, it's a double act.
Yeah.
I noticed it a long time ago. It's over a year now, if you get what I mean. And and then you see the similarities happening again because they destroyed single-handedly. They destroyed Jamie's civils. They destroyed his live streams. They made people go away. That to me is the dividers. That's why they only talk about one subject matter. Can't they talk about nothing else because they've got nothing prepped. They've got the 1 step, 2 step, little and large comedy act to try and plant seeds in your head. You get what I mean? If that makes sense.
Yeah.
But that's just my suspicious mind and what I used to do for a living. You know what I mean?
I think there's the vampires of
I get that.
of
I hear what
your
you're saying.
energy. It's like the energy vampires sucking all of
I think
the.
it's mere. I think it's mere by getting you to bite. It's easier to discredit you because they can turn around and play that narcissistic game, saying, "Oh, you're too
Yeah.
touchy away. You're just too emotional attached, and all that kind of stuff." You
Yeah,
know, if that makes sense.
it does.
It does, yes.
And I also think Crinkle is a GlaxoSmithKline shareholder, but hey, we all know that's not his real name. Hey, I think he is. I think he's like Mr. Whitty, because I think Mr. Whitty's like the best thing since sliced bread, because I think he maybe had that thing called profit-related share thing. Ken,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? I'm a
Well,
Whitbread
yes, I do.
shareholder. I'm a Whitbread shareholder because I worked for the Whitbread Group once when I was a child at Country Club Hotels. It's now a Marriott. It's called Dalmahoy, just outside Edinburgh, Ken, that East West Coast Championship course, right? So because I worked there, they had profit-related pay. They gave you shares for it. Not that many, aye, you get what I mean? But they're worth more than what they were then. And
Yeah.
GlaxoSmithKline shares went through the roof.
Well,
You know what I mean?
he's if you believe what he says, he's pretty well off. And then on top of that, I asked him straight up. I was like, "What do you do for a living? I mean, how do you make your money?" He would not go into it. He would not tell me, you know, or he wouldn't say it on a public forum.
He's a
anyway.
media artist.
I asked him once.
Media artist, huh?
Yeah.
What pharmaceuticals he worked for in the past. Aye, and he didn't really want to divulge that.
Like, what are you talking about? Like, what, designing websites or web pages or something? What are you talking about?
What
No,
he's
I
doing,
think he's
what he's
actually worked for a pharmaceutical company in some way, shape, or form, or
Okay.
within the group of a pharmaceutical company. Some of the information he has is actually kind of quite good. Some of it is just, it's good information, but how it's given to you is slightly misdirected, if you get what I mean, if that makes sense. Aye. That's why he only wants to talk about certain papers, because the other papers are just bullshit, if that makes sense. When I quizzed him about Dr. Francis Kelly, on the 18th of February 2020, when he went on Alex Jones's Band.video, Smoking Gun Wuhan, and talked about COVID, SARS-2, and showed that getting transferred for a state university with a stage-3 biolab in America and that 45k a week retainer, dean of the university, might have been the dean of the biolab. Yeah, when I asked about all that stuff, right, he didn't want to talk about it and say that he was a quack. But that's the guy who made the international law on chemical, nuclear, and biological weapons prohibition that became international law 2001. I think 2000 for America, 2001 for the UN. And that's how Mr. 45k a week retainer guy was physically arrested. It was those levers, as they like to call him, in that kind of sense. He obviously he's killed himself now. He's totally slashed himself to hell. Shocking. You know what I mean? But Crinkle didn't want to talk about it. He didn't want to talk about the papers that were online on the links that were given on that live. Doesn't he want to talk about their papers? Because that doesn't fit his agenda or Horace's, which is to divide and conquer. It's the same games that are played everything. It's like the art of war, isn't it? For anybody who's read the art of war. Your friend of my friend is my enemy and all that bullshit. Yeah.
That goes back to the Masons again. It goes back to the Masons again when you say that.
You could say that, right? But you could just turn around and say it goes back to human nature, or you could say it goes back to the 77th Brigade.
Create rumour mongers, avoid discussing issues by describing all changes, regardless of venue or evidence, as mere rumours and wild accusations.
Right.
There you go. That's the second.
And that's how you disrupt groups, according to GCHQ's own view foils.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I was sitting there thinking about. Like, you know, they talk about this, like the predictive programming, like with movies and stuff like that. You know, some of those movies are actually, and some of the storylines are actually what really happened in somewhat, and they do that so they can have that plausible deniability. You know, it's like, oh, you're a conspiracy theorist. That's a freaking movie. You know, that's not real. You know, so they can just always deny. You know.
Yeah, listen, invoke authority, claim for yourself or associate yourself with authority, which is what Crinkle does, and present your argument with enough jargon and minutiae to illustrate you are one who knows, and simply say it isn't something without discussing issues or demonstrating correctly why you are sitting looking at enemy sources. Then it says play dumb.
Yeah, and what it also means is bullshit baffles brains.
Correct.
Swamp them and they switch off.
Support the conclusion. Play logical. Make a point. Mix well for maximum effect.
Yeah.
It goes on and on. And he is using samples of us. He is gathering information on us.
Yep.
And it's if you don't engage, you can tick the box, because that's the way to do it with him. You know, definitely.
Yeah. I mean, after he got me pissed off that one day, like I said, I told myself I'm not going to let him do that again. I'm not going to let him do it again.
Pissed me off.
Afternoon, Anoniki.
I think I piss him off mostly.
See, I don't know. I have no idea if I'm actually getting to him or not. I have no idea. I mean, I could. To me, it's like it's almost like a front, you know. So I'm not sure, you know, how much of it actually he really believes, and how much he actually, you know, or he's just trying to troll everybody. You know what I mean? It makes me wonder if he what part of it is actually sincere about, and what he's just like trying to fuck with you. You know,
that's like that's not what you want to be, because that's giving him the power, right?
Yeah, no, I know. It just makes me wonder. That's all. I wonder about things.
I didn't wonder about Crinkle. I just asked him questions.
Well, yeah. That's the reason why I do. That's what I'm saying. It's like I ask him questions to kind of like flip the script, where I like lay a trap with the question. And I want him to fall right into it, to open himself up and reveal himself to the world.
Right.
I mean, and hell, I don't even have to do anything.
Well, I do
You know
it
what I mean?
different, right? All I do, right? I didn't like the word like lay a trap, right? Because that's kind of like negative in my eyes, right? All I do, right, is I might have a conversation with him, right? Because he's already said something when I come on, right? And it'll be about that, right? Watch me go quiet as I listen to him. Because I just listen to him and I think about where he's placed these words and where he's pauses and what words he's emphasising, with his different tones, and how where he does his wee sniff and all this kind of stuff, and the way he's be cheeky.
Hang on, wait, hang on, wait,
Yeah, hang on.
wait, hang on. Wait. Yep. That's
That's funny.
Mind.
Oh my God.
I don't know who you're talking about, but he sounds like an unsavory gentleman.
Oh yeah, he's a pleasant man. He's a pleasant man. Oh, yeah.
He's a provocateur, right? If I were honest, right?
Yeah.
He's there. I hate using that word, right? Because it's like kind of getting branded about quite a lot now, right? But you can feel that's the kind of personality he's got, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The reasons behind it, I do not know, but I do know that they are a comedy duo. You know what I mean? If I'm honest, I've not seen Horace for a while though. If I'm honest.
Well, they have been kind of like following each other around. So it's like once you see him, you see Horace right behind him. It's great. It's like I said, it's like a tag team.
Unless Horace is under a new name now, and I've done it again.
Wait a minute, say it again.
Oh, we're talking about the K word.
Yeah.
Oh shit! Yeah, I've heard about this guy.
Oh, you haven't had the pleasure to talk to him or see him?
I don't want to.
Oh yeah.
Why would I? You guys did it for me.
Obnoxious, narcissist, and psychopathic tendencies. I love you, Anonymous.
There you go.
Spot on. Yeah, he's done very well for himself with I said to a friend of mine, he's like, you guys won't know in the States, but you might do in England. There was a program called Big Brother years ago, and the first series there was this guy called they called him Nasty Nick on there, and he was he was like a provocateur. He would pass notes and just stir things up a bit to make it all a bit more.
Yeah, he was the exact same. He was the exact same as the American Big Brother that I seen when I was over there, where they had an ex-CIA agent in the Big Brother. That was fucking epic series. That kind.
My family.
Wow.
My
Jeez,
mother
this guy,
and
you want to see mind games? Fucking hell, man. This cunt had he was like, do, 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 do. This fucking Nick. Nasty Nick was dead. Nasty Nick. Holy shit. Sit down, Nick. Then get back up. Watch this fucker. Learn. This fucker was hardcore. I was astonished. That's the only reason I watched Big Brother in the UK, right? Because I saw it over there and I thought, holy fuck, right? And then when I go back, I watched it over here and went, what the fuck is this shit? I had some crackpot fucking
watered down bullshit
and all that kind of stuff. What's going on?
Oh my god, have you just seen what Anthony said?
No. Why?
There's 50 people dancing at Boris's place, number 10.
Cool.
No, he said 50
right, Boris, didn't consent. Show the people what to do. You show the people what to do, Boris. Get in there, son. Didn't do what they want you to do, because let's face facts. They couldn't vote for Starmer.
I'm very sorry I had a party. I wasn't really there. I was only there for 25 minutes because I live upstairs.
No, what he actually said was, I'm really sorry I had a party, but it didn't break the rules. Pay attention, people. It didn't break the rules. It didn't break the rules. And the Met turned around and said, and bearing in mind, every police force takes direction to the Met says, oh, we didn't have historical parties, just the ones when somebody tells us at the time. So it's all right. Monkey do, monkey see. If David Cameron tell you, or if David Cameron tell you, it's time to get back to your buccaneering spirit, UK. It's time to become a fucking pirate.
Yeah, fucking twat. Yeah.
Oh my god, so funny.
Oh my gosh. Dude, I can't even, I don't know, man. You know, how they talked about, a lot of people was talking about President Trump's haircut. I said the same thing about Boris, too. I can't stand looking at him because of that freaking haircut.
Bro, but listen, hey, I got an explanation for their haircuts, so. What else can they fucking do? You know what I'm saying? What else can they do?
I'll be honest with you, right? As a non-political party person, right? Yeah. It doesn't make a difference to me what party you are, right? I'll just call you bullshit. It's just that some parties give me more excuse to than others, right? Now, the thing about Bojo is, whether you like it or not, in the UK, everybody else would have done worse to you. Everybody else would have still had you locked up. So if you look at the whole parliament, right? Yeah, even Sunak's shit yesterday with that Labour card. Oh, you're not even fit enough to elect the NHS boots. That still voted back the NHS guys. Fuck off, you crackpot. Sit back down. Didn't even mention the name, you scummy cunt. Right? So whether you like it or not, every one of these crackpots would have locked you up more. They would have digressed more. They would have actually made laws instead of rules, right? And no actually gave you the information at the time of implementing them, how to subvert them in the fucking first place. And then show you every turn of your hand. I ain't fucking doing it. What you doing it for?
Right.
Everybody else would have continued the game. I mean, the only thing Bojo did wrong was he handed over control of our shit to the WHO and Sage. And he told everybody that when he locked everybody up at 8 p.m. the last time. Right? It's also the same time the UN flag was flying at the bottom of that Downing Street on the MOD building at full mast, no half mast, to celebrate that dead UN council member. Aye? Exactly, it was at full mast, mate. Full mast. That's no celebrate somebody being dead. That's to say we took over, we're in control.
Right.
And Boris told you so at 8 p.m. He says, I'm handing over response. Now he's getting told all the decisions were wrong, but it was Sage. And the World Health Organization, who are now planting seeds, saying some countries are using vaccines to vaccinate children. Do you not see the game? It's a punch and judy. So they want Boris removed because the next person's going to do you worse.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's what I mean. That's what I fear for us over here.
You've already got it, my darling. You've already got it, I think.
Well, no, I mean, well, see. Okay, there. I think President. I think it was President Johnson. This is way back ago. I don't know if it was a prediction or he was just he knew what was coming out. But he said he really believed that there will be one day a woman president. But the way it'll happen is that the woman will be vice president and the president will die. And then she will take over.
Yeah.
So I can totally see that happening with Biden. They'll kill him off, or they'll make it look like he's dead, and then Camel Toe will step in.
Well, he already uses doubles though for most of the shit he does.
Yeah, but he also stated that if there's a disagreement between him and the VP, Camilla, right, that he will step down. I think that's the hope that they didn't kill him. But to be honest with you, that's immaterial, right? Because Biden's a cunt, right? So what his outcome? No, I mean, fuck off, Prince.
Yeah, and his wife, who's also a cunt. Jill Biden. He sticks his hand up his ass at every damn,
When he turned around and said the UK, if you leave the EU, I like the Irish. I thought, fuck you, you cunt. You fat bully. Fuck off.
Yeah.
Listen, we don't listen to no cunt in this country. Never mind you freaky bastard.
Right.
Fucking case yourself. You know what I mean?
I like these little rants you go on, bro.
It's the Hillary Clinton that comes in as a VP. You should really be scared about,
Right.
Oh.
Well, yeah. I mean, you look at the track record. I mean, evidently, man, there's got a whole body count, like a whole shitload of body counts.
Yeah, and
have you seen the documentaries on that shit?
If she becomes VP, right, I can guarantee you, Kamala Harris will be one of the next ones on the body count.
Right.
She's not going to accept second place. No.
Hey, Wingnut.
In China either.
Did you hear? Do you know about the story about the kids that died on the train tracks that were connected to Bill Clinton? That was like one of the original bodies on the body count.
Just that many, dude. I'm not too sure about them all.
I mean, no, not right offhand.
2 kids saw a drug operation going on because when he was the mayor of Mesa, Arkansas,
yeah,
he was bringing in, or he was the governor, excuse me, not mayor, governor. He was bringing in drugs and bringing them airports there in Mesa, Arizona, or not Arizona, excuse me, Arkansas, and 2 kids had just like walked up on it. Just 2 kids. It was I want to believe it was in the late 70s, maybe early 80s. They just walked up upon them, smuggling a shit ton of drugs off the railroad, and those kids were found dismembered because what happened is supposedly they got stoned. Okay, and these are 2 like straight edge kids that never done anything in their life.
Right.
Supposedly they got stoned and fell asleep on the train tracks and got ran over.
Yeah. I hear you.
Because that's what you do. You always, I mean, when I'm tired, what I do is I think, oh yeah, what I do, I'm going to lie down on the train.
Well, I'll be honest with you. When I was growing up, as a teenager, when I was experimenting with alcohol, and we drank this mad thing called Electric White or something like that. It was Electric White. It wasn't the White Lightning. And I drank 3 litres of that one night and fell asleep in a railway.
Okay.
Friends like literally had to take me home in that. It was actually quite an eventful night because they basically sneaked me out of my house, put me into the bathroom, right? Because I was being sick and shit, and just like sneaked back out, right? But remember back in the day, you had Davy Mad locks where you could fucking lock it for the inside and then shut it. You know what I mean? And it would actually like spring back in, but then spring out and then lock. Right? My mom, fucking hell, man, she broke the door down because she was shouting, "What have you been on?" I was just drunk. I thought she's saying, "What you want?" So I'm shouting black coffee, no sugar. I woke up the next day morning after having my stomach pumped with charcoal and that. Right, getting quizzed. I know because like my mom thought it was on drugs or something like that. Because I grew up in a scheme, if you get what I mean.
Yeah.
Right? So, but I wasn't even drugs. It was just alcohol. Some mad social worker asking me where I bought the alcohol for. So I was like, I didn't want to turn around and say, "Well, the show pay. I'm tall. I bought it myself." Right. So I says, "Oh." Some guy at a bus stop, he just asked me if I wanted a drink and that, so I had a drink, And then the next question was, "What did he ask you to do for the drink?" I was like, "What the fuck is going on here, man?"
That's a little weird, bro.
Mm-hmm. But I couldn't turn around and say where I got it for because I literally bought it myself, if you get what I mean, right? You're not going to see that, right? So that was the first thing that came into my mind. But like, that was an experience, man. I never drunk as much as that as I have done later in life, but no when I was that age anyway. I was about 13, 14 at the time or something like that.
Bro, charcoal will have you throwing up shit that you ate when you ate, like when you're like 2 years old, you ate a crayon.
It's hardcore,
You
man.
know, and like your mom caught you like eating something where you'll be throwing up shit like that.
Well, that's what they did.
Gum you swallowed.
That's what
I'm
they
just
did.
joking, but
I can remember, right? I can actually remember going out into the ambulance and this like paramedic guy saying, "Are you awake?" And I just ignored them. I thought, "Fuck off, man!" Right? I just ignored them. The next thing he did, he says, "I'll check if he's awake," and he fucking done that pressure point right in my ear, you cunt. I was like, "Oh yeah, fuck off." But I'd already been strapped up. I couldn't actually like fucking get my hand on him or anything like that. And like put your hands up. I was like, "Fucking clearly awake." It was fucking raging, like. You know what I mean? But I never drunk really much after that for a while. I smoked dope and speed. That was less horrible. The charcoal in the morning, that was
you
not
guys
good.
hear about China putting up a fucking sun?
What?
I have heard a rumor about this. Yes.
Yeah, supposedly they put up a sun.
Is that enormous in Japan?
No, China.
No, but Japan's the island of the rising sun.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Oh shit, bro. Damn.
That's some telling
Hidden in
Japan.
plain sight.
That's some telling Japan, eh? Coming for you, Japan. I'm just dealing with Taiwan now.
Yeah, we just sort Taiwan up first, and then we'll be there. Same with Australia.
No, but they
Sort
put up
Taiwan
a
up
sun.
first.
We know that the poles are shifting. You know, we know that things are changing, and I don't equate it to global warming or all the bullshit climate change they're pushing.
Mhm.
This is just how the Earth works, and it's about things are about to change for a minute. You know, that's just the Earth healed itself. It's fucking. It's got a. If you look at the new core that they found in the Earth, and the outline of it looks like a heart, like the actual anatomy of a human heart. This Earth has a heartbeat, and it's going to heal itself. So I don't even like really worry about all that climate change bullshit, because I know the poles are shifting. It's going to get warmer in the north and colder in the south. And I'm not talking about our country. I'm talking about the northern and southern hemisphere.
I did believe climate change was happening when they first went about it, but it was when the emails came out between the English people that kind of like invented it, saying, "Didn't tell them the fucking truth, man." Whoops, if you get what I mean, yeah. That the world's temperature was actually cooling, and that then led me to actually go think about it and read other shit.
They talk about the polar bears dying. Oh, the poor polar bears in Arctic Circle, they have no ice. You know, they tried to go multiple times out there to do some scientific research and got stuck. And they're like, "No, screw that." And they realize the ice is growing in the Arctic.
Yeah, it's actually getting larger. The land mass in Arctic is getting larger. Even though they're telling you it's melting, it's actually getting larger. When you actually measure it out, it's getting larger. So it must be because
you look at the Rocky Mountains, you look at the different mountain ranges here in America, and look at the snow at a different elevation. It's actually getting larger. There's the ice sheets. We're just getting colder up here, and people don't realize that. It's just not colder, excuse me, warmer. But it's a weird. I don't know. Well, there's so many things that we could go into.
I honestly believe that's why dolphins and orcas and that are beaching themselves at astronomical rates, because they work off sonar, and what they're expecting to see ain't going to be like that anymore. If it's a shift under the water, you know what I mean. So, and they're all over the world. They're beaching themselves. It could also be the vibrations coming through the tectonic plates as well, though. That's confusing them as well. You know that might happen.
We're about to see some volcanoes pop up in areas and just populated areas and shit, I think.
Well, to be honest, right, Edinburgh, if you look at Edinburgh, it's got two dormant volcanoes. One's called Arthur's Seat, which looks like a sphinx, and the other one is Edinburgh Castle, which is built on it.
Damn.
Yeah, there's two there, isn't there?
Oh, that's they shit. I've often wondered about that, because they never tell you it's extinct. They always say they're dormant. They've always been dormant. You know.
You just don't want to fuck around and be the one that is around when it becomes non-dormant, active. So.
Well, I live closer to Grangemouth Refinery now, so if that actually went, it would take half of Edinburgh out with it as well.
It is what it is, bro. Can't stop it.
It's the root of two evils, isn't it? You know what I mean? So I'll go with dormant. There's probably less chance of that happening in my lifetime.
Are you still in Edinburgh?
I'm not in Edinburgh anymore. I'm still in an EH postcode. I'm right at the Antonine Wall. That's how I knew about the Antonine Wall and all that stuff. I've
My
like
sister's
literally
from
leave
me.
my house and go walk along it, what's left of it, the old Roman fort.
Yeah.
Basically, or if you think about who was sent to stop the pirates and all that, Lord Hamilton lands.
Hey, Miss
What you
J,
call
and I guess Joe is your name.
Yeah. Well, no,
Okay,
but
okay. All right. Is the last name Butcher? Is that a popular British name and or a name that you know of?
No, I
Yeah.
know. Yeah,
I've
I
been
think I know a
called
couple of people, maybe.
That's
because I'm
okay. My
because I'm
sister was born in Ipswich, so
because I'm ex-forces. I've been called a butcher's apron boy before.
I don't know, anything really, but I'm just curious,
No. There's butchers all over the UK. I mean, most names that are in America from most Europeans. I mean,
My
it's a
sister's
bit.
dad was a musician. His name was Kevin Butcher.
All right, I don't know. I don't care.
Yeah, I don't. He's obviously. I know he ain't shit because she don't know her dad. You know what I'm saying?
No, I mean, for me, I literally like musicians' names and names of tracks are no something that I retain, if that makes sense. I retain the music that I like, and I probably couldn't tell you what the song is or who did it. I would have to like try and hum it to you, which is probably the worst way to do it, if you get what I mean. But it's just how my mind works. Fortunately, I didn't catch that data. It's other data that I catch, like maybe, you know what I mean? I don't know. I don't ken, like maybe like the album or all that kind of stuff. That's that'll see in my
Oh,
mind.
I do hope you go listen to the music that I've put on the radio show at the moment. Obviously, I've got to add the podcasts and stuff, which I'm going to be doing. But I'd love for your feedback on that, Joe, because music for me is it's just my life, man. It's like it's the most important thing apart
What type
from
of music?
the usual. Say again, please.
What type of music?
I listen to all types of music, everything.
You ever heard of Update?
The way I look at music is how the sound affects me and what it does to my body and where it does it. You know, it's like I really, really love that about finding music
where
that
it
does
touches
that.
you.
Yeah, it's incredible. But also in there is a lot of resistance stuff. So people have sent me their music who are doing resistance music here in the UK, and I've put that on there as well.
Oh, what do you like? Like they didn't have to tell me, right? But like, what do you use to like service your radio? Like when I used to do it years ago, it was all done by like Winamp and Media Encoder and utilising the fucking part of the webcam you fucking can beam it out. Yeah, and then it changed a wee bit to, I think it was Sam Broadcaster, where it allowed you to, like, if you had tunes on a hard drive, like I'm assuming you've got a device somewhere that's got music on it and that's running your broadcast, yeah, right? With Sam Broadcaster, you were able to have like folk go to your web, like your web page, look at what your catalogue is, and literally press a tune, and it would play and all that. That's the way I used to do it when I used to do forums and that once I left the army when I was like 21, 22, 23, up to about 30. And that's how we used to do it. So we just had the one laptop sitting with like loads of hard drives that literally ran with a TV card, which would run like maybe like Sky Sports via a browser for everybody to utilise.
Sky Sports, bro. I used to watch it all the time.
Well, we used to have like loads of us that collectively on a forum would get that. So you'd get every channel basically.
I'm a Gunner, bro. I like Arsenal. I'm a Gunner for life.
I'll be honest, I'm an Aberdeen fan, so we've got an affiliation with Tottenham. So
oh shit.
It is what it is. That's why it was only Aberdeen and Hibs that were invited, didn't they, to Euro '98 and that. Folks.
Arsenal sucks, bro. Ever since Wenger left, we ain't shit. So,
dude, I honestly didn't follow English football anymore. I didn't even watch Tottenham anymore. When
I don't either. I couldn't tell you a name of one player.
When English Premier League got bailed out by the government and the Scottish Premier League didn't, and went to £1 million a year for the BBC rights, I was like, I boycotted English Premier League. I thought, fuck you.
You can't find the games nowhere no more, man. It's like, especially here in America.
Yeah. It's. I mean, you can't really find football games in America here.
Well, we've got an affiliation with Atlanta United, I believe.
I mean, honestly, I think like if you had like cable or satellite or whatever, you can probably find it.
If you just use Firefox as a browser, right? Yeah, because it's got its own built-in VPN, guys. Right? Shh, don't tell anybody. Right, and then go to He's Goals. He's as in plural for man. He, yeah, S, and goals as in scoring a goal, but plural with an S at the end. You'll be able to watch whatever football game you want.
Nice.
Just make sure you install a pop-up blocker to stop, because they do have advertisements.
That's
on
one
it.
thing I haven't done yet is got a damn VPN all hooked up. I'm still kind of working on
If you use
things like that.
Firefox as your browser, it's got a built-in VPN which will bypass your censorship for that channel. Go check, honest.
Well, I've used Firefox before. I don't know.
Let's be honest, right? Do you think a VPN is going to really do anything apart from let you move your country location? Aye, because you start that VPN with an email address. So anybody gets your email address will find your VPN, and then they'll be able to. I think VPNs get hacked. Like the whole VPN company gets hacked, and they grab everybody's data. You know what I mean?
That's why I don't really trust them. I mean, that's one thing that's been kind of holding me off, because I was like, I don't like the idea of having like a company having so many people's like IP addresses and all that stuff. I don't know. It's just weird. That's a big database of everybody. Especially if everybody's using the same VPN.
Well, there's nothing you can really do about it, really. Folk think you can hide yourself. I'll be honest with you, right? You can hide yourself for a year. That's it. After that year, you're got. Just Maxwell just showed you that, right?
Right.
You get what I mean? After a year, you've got. That's why all your cell phones and all that kind of stuff. It's all 18, 24-month contracts. Same for your internet providers in the UK. If you go and Google Aris cable modem hack worldwide 2015, you'll see that every cable modem in the world is vulnerable, and it's the same hack, just different shell command. It's Sky, Cube, cable book, ADSL or fiber ones. They just got outed, and by the way, it was reported to them a year and a half ago, and they did nothing about it.
You know how you completely drop off the grid? You should never got any type of internet access, ever access the internet, and just completely be technology free. That's the only way. And it's impossible to do that. So.
Well, I could. I mean, I've thought about just getting like going back to a landline type of telephone, and not even having a cell phone at all. I've thought about that. I mean, because I've got to have some kind of a telephone.
They've got to make a difference, because all your landline calls get beamed into the space and then beamed back down. That's why they've got that 30 minute where they can. You see a keyword. Say you come on the phone, right? And 35 minutes into the call, you see a keyword which they go, oh, that's a keyword, right? They can only go 30 minutes back. 30 minutes back, they didn't get the first 5 minutes. Right? They can only go 30 minutes back because of the satellites, yeah? So every landline call goes through the satellites. Now, for anybody that's in the UK, if you use EE, everything, everywhere, that's owned by BT.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Right. They also have got infinity deals with fucking everybody. And an infinity deal means like PlusNet and stuff like that, right? Yeah. You know what I mean? It trickles all the way down. They are everything, everywhere. Right now, go look at your mast locations for EE, right? And you'll see there's loads of redundant masts. Now, go and buy yourself a 30 quid adapter for your laptop, sit underneath it, and see there's more data going through the redundant mast than what there is the normal mast. And then ask yourself why it is you keep getting cut off all the time.
I'm out, guys. Thanks for the chat.
Pete, thank you so much. I hope you enjoyed it.
I did, yes, Lorna.
I appreciate you coming on, Pete. I really do.
Thank you. I've enjoyed myself.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot, man.
Cheers, mate.
See you all soon. Thanks. Bye.
You know, and when you ask their questions, then you realise when they said to let Hawaii into 30% in their network, you realise that was our network. That's our percentage of their whole network. You get what I mean? That makes sense.
Yeah. I'm not going to say anything on YouTube. Just so you know.
no, sorry. If I've said something wrong, then I do apologise.
No. You asked me the question on how we do it. I'm not telling you.
I'm telling you.
Fair comment. Aye.
Yeah.
No, but
It's been a long time getting it to where it is, and we've got two channel things going on. So yeah, I don't want to jeopardize that.
No,
But
I
it's
get
cool.
that. I get
That
that.
reminds me,
Yeah.
Miss J. I was sitting there thinking about you talking about like maybe doing an interview with me. How would I get on? I mean, how would we do this?
So how we do it is what I'm going to do is we can Skype each other, and we'll record the Skype to call, and I don't want to edit it or anything, so it's a flow of conversation, a bit like what we've done today, where you flow. But you've got some really interesting points that I want to kind of put across and stuff. So
I've never used Skype. I've never used Skype.
It's pretty easy, man.
Is it?
Yeah.
Do you
I've
use
never used
OBS,
it.
Miss
I've
G?
never
Do you use OBS?
Wait a minute, say that again.
Miss J, do you use OBS?
No.
Oh, right.
But yeah, so and then I can record it, and then I can put it onto the website as a podcast.
Okay.
But I can go live on my radio channel if I want to anytime now. Do you know what I mean? I can go live, which I'm not obviously doing, but I can do that. I can take all of this and put it on the live stream whilst we're having this conversation, which is quite cool. Yeah, it's taken a long time to do. Yeah, lots of fantastic people who I've met over the last couple of years.
Yeah, when you talk about like a radio station, I'm so old school when it comes down to it. I'm thinking about like a pirate radio station broadcasting out in the airwaves. Yeah,
that's what we're doing. Yeah.
Oh, cool. Yeah,
that's exactly it. So there are at the moment we've got room for 2 more 24-hour radio stations for people to access and create their own channel if they want to, and then they would be we'd have to obviously make sure we get the right people, but we've got 2 more channels available to create 24-hour radio stations, which we're looking to do.
Break those 24 hours down though into like say like a 6 or 4 6-hour increments with different channels.
It's on. You'd have your own radio station, so you'd do your own schedule for it.
Yeah, I mean, because I had one. Well, I was a part of one in North Carolina, and that's what we did. You know, we would just we had a bunch of people, like, you know, we had like a bunch of skinheads that would come in and play fucking punk music, and then, you know, they get done. Next thing you know, a bunch of other guys would come in and they play their music, whatever, or do their news or whatever, and then they'd get done and boom, boom. The only problem is, man. Some people, man, you know, they get a little rough, man. We had so much damn equipment that got damaged, and then plus on top of that, we had to take everything down and switch locations because people were getting too close to us, and so we had to take all the antenna down and move it to another location. You know, kind of keeping in front.
Yeah, what you've got to imagine is that we can do that now. Everything is so tiny now.
Yeah,
you know, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, I was doing massive free parties in fields and forests, you know, and we just would have everything in our pockets, so nobody knew because we could carry everything, and we don't do it anymore. Well,
yeah, that's like,
I just can't do it because of my condition now. But yeah,
that's like so much different than what I used to do when I was, because I was in my early 20s, man, when I was doing that, and
I never stopped doing that.
You wouldn't believe how much that's changed. It's like everything's miniaturized now. It's like like literally you get wee tiny boards that you can then run proper speakers, massive.
Right?
Yeah.
It's so
and Bluetooth it over to everyone else's speakers.
Yeah, because when I was doing it, we had like all this equipment, like turntables and tape decks and all that stuff back in the day. You know, like cassette tape decks.
Tools hat.
I can put everything into a rucksack and go and do a free party in a field from where I'm sat now. Yeah. I've got everything here to do it, including decor. So I can squish down all the decor in my rucksack and everything and carry it all and to go and do a free party in a forest right now.
Gosh.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. I've just done it for years and years and years. So you meet loads of different people over the years, free parties and stuff.
Right.
So I've been doing this on the west side of the country for a long time. Yeah, going to different ones.
I think it's awesome.
Yeah.
I love pirate radio stations.
Fuck you, police. Fuck you. And they don't bother us at all. Not even slightly. The only time was obviously that massive one at lockdown, but that was stupid. They were fucking idiots doing that one a couple of years ago when we had the first thing.
It still had to be done to get people into the mindset of fuck you.
Yeah.
Folk were
Yeah.
acquiescing too much, really, for us.
Yeah.
So.
And there was, there was another one that they couldn't do it at all because, the police found out about the location and stuff, So yeah, but good fun, man. I've had some good times.
I mean, I'd been at the technology game for a while, right? And I've always liked technology, but for me, it was always like cable side of things, satellite TV, and all this kind of stuff, consoles and all this kind of stuff, right? And then I kind of disappeared for a while, and then when I realised that it was like 3 or 5 laptops they walked into King's Crossway to use existing CCTV to begin the facial recognition fucking tests. That's what I was like, wow, come on, laptops walking in, interjecting into the existing network, and that's how they run the facial recognition without anybody realising it. They never put new cameras out. So when you
it's that easy.
That's what I'm saying. It was at that point I was like, holy shit, how the fuck, wait a minute. And then when I looked at it, I was like, fucking hell. Like, I didn't realise how small shit had becoming. Like, I didn't even realise ESPs in that were, you know what I mean? And I was like, fucking hell, you know what I mean? There's a new Bluetooth technology about to get released that's going to allow 1.2 kilometre line of sight data.
Yeah, nice.
That's amazing. And do you want to know what that reminds me of? It reminds me of an old technology. Well, no, it reminds me of an old technology that BT were thinking about bringing out, right? Your house phone is your mobile, right? Your wife gets another phone, another handset, just like you've got to do for your landlines, right? But that's the same number with a 2 at the end. Your kids got 3 at the end, or what, for example, and they work off Bluetooth. And they were talking about putting Bluetooth receivers in all the green boxes, and that was about 20 years ago. If you get what I mean. It's the same as Tesco's are about to roll out the technology that LED lights on the shelves, and they update all of them nationwide. It's flicky a switch for their headquarters.
For the LED lights, did you say?
No, LED lights. Right, see where they've got the price tags now on the shelves. Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Tesco's have been for years, bringing the technology, and they've had it. It's done. They can now transmit. If they had LED light strips, LED panels, right, instead of stickers, right, and allocate just a bay number to that, right. They literally can have a robot come out to the bay, and stick it on the shelf, and when the robot leaves for the RFD hang, that triggers a switch, which then tells HQ to update the LED lights to say what the product is and what the price is, and it's set by there. That way, there is no price mismatch or anything like that. There is no people, you know what I mean? Because remember years ago, Tesco's, they used to have a price promise, right? Which was, if you found a product and it was a price on the shelf, and you went to the till, and they overcharged you, you had finished the transaction, you looked at your receipt, you noticed you were 1 pence overcharged, they would give you the full price back and keep the product, But there was a website called Tesco Price Mismatches, and everybody.
I remember this.
Do you remember when we all were, like literally, we were all running about Scotland, England, Wales, getting Xboxes, tellies, everything, fucking frozen peas, chicken. Like, I never bought messages for about a year. I just went in and bought everything that was getting put up on that site, for tellies to everything. There was me and a guy that were travelling circles.
Love it. I love it.
But look, at the end of the day, right, if they were to overcharge you 1 pence on a jar of coffee, how much they actually sell in a week, man? It's millions of pounds.
Yeah.
But they stopped all that, but that's why they stopped it, because of that website, because like they literally. But that's what I mean. So, like when I say before, like devise ways where you fight against them, where it hurts them, but it's their own system. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Sir Tesco wants everybody on benefits today, full-time shifts, which works out as £1.12 an hour, according to what you get for 38 hours, right?
Yeah.
And he wants you paid in a Tesco card so you can then buy the products at Tesco.
I know.
You know what I mean?
Ring lights, like what?
But no, it's like I've never come across anything like that around here. So I mean, that's all new to me.
Yeah, they didn't have that. They didn't have that policy anymore, man. Because like literally, like everybody, like, honestly, folk didn't believe it was true, and then when folks started posting their pictures and they would see it, so were like, holy shit. You were walking into some Tesco's, right? You're walking into some Tesco's. They had employees going on the site to check it out, to find out what the fuck. As soon as you were walking in first thing in the morning, they were trying to pull things off the shelf as you were taking them off.
Do you know already before anything?
Aye,
Brilliant.
they were pulling them off, man. You're like, get out the way, give me that. They're like, the bastard. You again. Yep, I'm here again. Shocking. But my kids, they had all the best consoles. It didn't really cost me anything. So you know what I mean? There is a nice thing. I never went about selling the shit, if you get what I mean. If that makes sense. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, I ate it and it got handed down to like Ken. At the end of the day, there's no point getting them a console and putting it on a 14-inch CRT, is there? You know what I mean? He's well getting a 32-inch plasma if they've fucked up their pricing. And it's
I
got
rid of technology. It's like, get rid of it all. Don't want it in the house. I've got this, because I've downsized massively since I've moved. It's like I've got this compact everything. I've got so I know that I can pack my bag and go. But I also have everything I've just got downsize. So I've got basics now. I live with what I need rather than shit.
No, I get that. Just for me, the consoles and shit like that, they're good for teaching children hand-to-eye coordination and that as well, to be honest with you. And technology, whether we like it or no, is here to stay. And it's one of the best instigators of technology on kids. But you've got to watch them on it because it can be addictive as well, if you get what I mean. But the whole world is based on numbers, and that's why coding's the next thing that everybody really needs to try and get to grips with, because coding's just number systems. It's no different.
I am that is what I'm learning at the moment. So it's been a bit of a battle in my head actually, because I love to learn, but I like to delve into theory, philosophy, and what like Wingnut or yourself might introduce me to a new thing, and I'm like, oh, I need to research. But I understand now. I understand now that actually I need to learn more about things like coding and how to create something like that, because it's a new thing for me, if you know what I mean. Yeah. I'm good at the computer. I understand it. I understand how, I've got my decks, I can do it all. I completely get it. But the coding side of things is brand new to me. It's a new thing.
Yeah.
I've started learning about it.
That's still like to me it's like a whole new, I wish I knew how to, but when I was going through school, we were learning ROM and RAM and DOS and all that other stuff.
Yes.
But even then, it's like I totally forgot most of that, and then I look at some of these guys that are doing this coding now, and it's like it blows me away. I kind of wish I could, because I mean, like for instance, you know how like you got all these bots that are floating around, social media and stuff like that, right? I knew a guy that built those, all right, and he's got them all over Twitter. I mean, he's got bots all over Twitter that, like, I mean, literally, you think you're talking to a real person or you're chatting with a real person. No, it's a freaking AI bot. And the what now?
Yeah,
it's more than likely going to be Python, the code they use.
Probably. I'm not sure exactly, but I've seen some of the stuff he does, man. I'm just like, that's just craziness, man. But then I start thinking about it. It's like, if I did it, I know hell, for some of the bots like I see in the chats here, for instance, I would like to invent a bot to go after those bots. You know what I mean? That's what I would do personally. I'd have attack bots that would just like, they would just go after them suckers. But or I have so much more malicious ideas, but I can't do that stuff.
Yeah, but that is, for me, I'm Mrs. Fluffy, right? I can't help it. It's just I am. I just see the good in everything. Let's make things more positive. That's just the type of person I am. But someone like yourself is fantastic because it's a completely different angle, and to build a society, you need everyone to be different to create and do what we do. Yeah.
So here's the thing though, right? See, if you look at every society in history that we've got documented, right?
Yeah.
They all seem to crash at the same point. And that's actually when they try and integrate every other society into one society. And every society that's documented, right? It's the same point. And just before that, they start money manipulating, like in Roman times, it was shaving the coins and all the rest of it, to make new ones and all the rest of it. That's basically nowadays called inflation, right?
Yeah.
That's always been the major catalyst to before the implosion or that civilization pretty much fallen. Or the premise just before that civilization falls because of war, for example, or when the crash comes, famine, for example, people starving. It's always the same premise for every civilization, one of the three, but it's always at the same point when they try and integrate everybody as one. And that to me is like, that's quite weird because that is repeatedness, whether I like it or not. There's a thread that goes through that. And if you look at how our society's now got, most of the problems are they try and integrate, but nobody integrates. They want to take over. And that depends on where you go, the host nation. I'm pretty sure we did the exact same as English people or British people or whatever you want, Scottish people, as Vikings, as whatever, right? Over history. They've always never integrated in. You get what I mean? If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just something that is always like stunned in the back of my mind. I mean, I'm no anything. I didn't believe in anti-integration. If you get what I mean, I'm no that type of person or anything like that, whichever we want to put it, right? It's just it sticks in the back of my mind, if you get what I mean. And then you hear all these new terms getting brandied about called Chrislam and all this kind of malarkey, and you're like, wait, no, is this history repeating itself again? Is this the
of course
form?
It's all in waves, every single thing. We know we're on the 6th wave of COVID. We're on we go from being fascist to being liberal. I can't think of the word. And it swings, everything flows, everything swings side to side, and generations come and generations go, and the Egyptians come and the Egyptians go, the Greeks arrive and the Greeks go. The Greeks were way ahead when they crumbled. They were really, really, really full on, far ahead, the Romans less so. Yeah, amazing. It's amazing. And these all goes and goes and goes, and it goes back to all in plain sight. This is what's happening. You're right, Joe.
I mean, for me, it's just like I notice cycles, if that makes sense. I can't help
it. Yeah. Okay, cycles.
Again, because of the ism or whatever it is. I mean, it might be the ism or the paranoid personality disorder, but the paranoid personality disorder doesn't actually mean I'm paranoid. It means I joined the dots up there. It also means, though, that sometimes I'm not correct, but that's not all the time. It's more that you're over the target or you hit the target. You know what I mean? But I can't
Yeah.
answer everything, if you get what I mean. It's just my own opinion, but it's just, that's why I'm quite good at like computing, because again, it's number systems, it's coding, it's number systems. That's what it is. It's just a bit different for the decimal. Hex has got like some certain letters of the alphabet in it, binaries over 2 digits. You get what I mean? It's four numbers. You know what I mean? But that's cycles. It's how I remember it, cycles. But it's like, I'm probably a bit like you. You could give me something to read, right? If that makes sense, right? And I'll not take it in as well. But if you show me something once, that's it. I've got it. You only need to show me
Absolutely
one.
right.
You show me one, I've got it, and then within the next 5, 6, I'm honed in on it. If you get what I mean, I'm repetitive.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm the same, exactly the same. As that,
type of person. In the olden days, they would have put me into some kind of like, it would have been like you would have become a joiner or whatever. It would have been a vocation kind of thing you went into rather than the high school. It would have put me into like the joinery type thing. You would have learnt that shit with a council. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Whereas nowadays, you don't get things like what they called apprenticeships and all that kind of stuff.
YTS.
Well, it was a YTS after they took the apprenticeships away, if we're honest.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That was after they said, "Oh, you're big for a job in the UK." I'm astonished folk didn't ken that, where they actually forced people to move house to completely different cities and all that. Formed in new cities like Livingston, you know what I mean? And force people to move house for a job. Pretty much tell them, well, you're moving. We've got a house for you in our council. That was the DWP, yeah. Crazy. And the policy was on your job for a bike and split everybody up. That's probably one of the reasons how the UK got kind of distorted, because they broke the community spirit by taking people away.
Well, we were broken up into different areas, weren't we? So you've got the Cornish lot, who are completely different altogether. Then you've got Mercia and all of that as well, haven't you? So it all got broken up, and that's why everyone speaks funny. You can go 9 miles away and they talk in a completely different accent. It's bizarre. People do that. Yeah.
That's what I do with the landowners and all that kind of stuff, isn't it?
Yeah. I'm gonna head off now, boys.
Yep, I think I'm gonna go ahead and do the same thing. I really appreciate you guys and the conversation. It's been awesome. I really do think it's awesome. So
really enjoyed it.
Yeah. I mean, you know, like I said, I mean, even when it was kind of like a spur of the moment to even start the live in the first place. So I'm really glad you guys popped in. I really do appreciate it a lot.
It was a really good panel. So I was like, oh, that's really good.
You know, I mean, you know, I'll do more. I'm just not like, there's some people, they do like a very set schedule, and I'm just not, I can't really get myself in a set schedule. So I just pop in when I can.
Yeah.
You know? So, but I'm, you know, I want more of this. So I really appreciate you guys coming in. I really do.
It's all good, man. You were just talking about stuff that I was interested in, really, if I'm honest.
Dude,
you know, really.
I hear you. I mean, that's what it's all about for me anyway, you know, because I mean, I like talking to people, and I don't really get to talk a lot about certain subjects and stuff like that, you know, to certain people, because I mean, you know, quote unquote taboo to talk about. So whatever. So I mean, that's the reason I like talking about these things. So anyway.
Well, anyway, it's been dinner time for me. So enjoy your night. Or your day.
I'm so looking forward to researching. I've got all of these tabs open at the top. I'm doing some researching, and I'm going to try and get some of that on the website, especially the stuff you said. Thank you so much. Thank you, Joe.
I've got another 4 videos, right? Ancient knowledge, right? One covers like the God element, right? Spirituality type thing. Frequencies. One covers geometry.
Yeah, nice.
Ancient Egypt stuff. And the last one covers like the Coral Island and a bit more of the mathematical codes and all that kind of stuff. They're quite cool videos. If you want to grab them, or just for the links to them, you'll get them on, because they keep getting took down on everywhere. Fine, why not? You've got one of the links, haven't you?
I'm on
You've got-
DuckDuckGo,
Yeah,
so will
I,
it be
I
on
did.
DuckDuckGo?
I did put one of the links in the private chat, or in the public chat. I've also got it.
No, no one I gave you the day. One you got before, when you subscribed, the one, the Ancient Knowledge one.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you just put that link in, if you've still got it, right?
I don't know if I do. See, everything's on my cell phone, so it's like I don't know if I've got it in there. Or not. Yeah.
Mrs. J, I'll figure it out with you at some point later, man. Don't worry. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Awesome.
And like I said, I did put my email in the private chat and all that stuff. So you can always send me anything through the email and all that too. So,
Yeah, man. I'll be honest. I didn't really store that data. If you get what I mean. If I'm honest, I didn't mean to be cheeky, but if that makes sense, if you get what I mean, I wouldn't want to get into trouble in the UK and then they go scan my phone like the day over here and they get everybody's email address. That to me is no relation.
Yeah.
So,
sense.
very good point. Very good point.
Yeah.
And for myself, because of what my situation is, I don't give a flying fuck. Right? I really don't.
I get it.
I really.
I get it. No,
yeah.
I get it. I know, like, listen, I'm on a contract phone. I've had the same contract phone for over 3 years, so I know, like I'm got, because I'm not doing nothing. That's why I don't give a fuck. All I do is just have conversations and maybe say the wrong words here and there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But generally, in context, I'm not trying to be a cunt. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I can relate to that. I don't care. I've got to that point because I know I'm a ticking time bomb with this situation with myself. It's like I might as well just say it all. I don't care. You know what I mean? And I think it's all I can do with the tools that I've got to give to people what the fuck's happening here. You know, and it's really good to be able to wake people up. You know, and that's what I can do. I can't go on a march. I can't blow up Parliament. Yeah, I can't do any of that.
Remember the 5th of November.
Oh man, we can't blow up Parliament. Too funny.
You know, what I can do is share this incredible alternative way of thinking. And we're not the mad ones. We're the ones that worked it out.
Yeah, for sure. You know.
Yeah.
Because that's the thing is that they're going to try and label all of us the man. They've been doing that from almost all my life. They've been trying to say I'm crazy, I'm loony bin, I'm like a tinfoil hat, crazy tinfoil, conspiracy theorist and all this other shit. I've been having that all my life. You know what I mean? So I'm used to it in that way.
You're just ahead of the curve, and that's how you can. It was going to last me.
Yeah, it bugs me sometimes. It's like I find out this and that or whatever. I try to tell people, they think, "Oh man, you're a wackadoo," and I'm like, "All right, yeah." A couple of years later, they're like, "Hey man, Wingnut, you were right about it." I was like, "Well, no shit."
Oh, my son, so funny, right? Because obviously, as you realised, I've had quite an alternative life, and my son rang me at the beginning of COVID, and he went, "Can't believe it, you were fucking right."
Well, it's like, well, god dang, man, it's like, just because it comes out of my mouth, it's not credible. Come on,
but as a mother, it is.
Right?
Well, mothers don't know anything, see.
At the same time, we always say to people, don't we? Don't believe what I say. Go and do your own research. It's just that a lot of folk,
absolutely right.
They didn't do their own research, so they do the other suggestion you do, which is didn't believe what I say.
I would look an absolute fool if I'd said all of the stuff I'd said and there isn't anything out there to prove what I'm saying.
Right.
What a stupid thing for me to do.
Well, the only problem is like I can have, like I know I even got family members like this. I can have all the legit information and like all this stuff right there in front of them, black and white, and I can hand it to them. They can read it, and they still won't do it. I can take them by the hand and put their hand on the gates of the goddamn concentration camps, and they can still fucking say, "I don't believe it." It's crazy, and It's that cognitive dissonance, you know what I mean? And it's just
conditioning, programming.
Yeah, I mean, but those are the ones that frustrate me the most. You know, it's like, but it's like that. You know, you can't force these people to like accept the help, accept the warning. You can't. I can just show you the door, but they're gonna have to walk through it. I cannot do it for them. You know, I've already walked to my own doors. You know what I'm saying? So all I can do is show you where it's at. There it is. You know what I mean? You're the one that's gonna have to do it. I mean, and me personally, I'm also like, you know, you can think I'm fucking whack and do all you want, but you know, what I want is to, I want you to actually, it's like, well, I'm gonna research this shit just to prove him wrong, and that will get you thinking, because you'll find out what I found out. You know what I mean? You know, because I mean, that's all about. I want people to think. I want people to use that that God-given and critical thinking and that brain that you know. I want them to use that stuff, man, because I'm sick and tired of people just shutting that shit off and letting other people do the thinking for them. You know, I'm sick of it, and I want people to think, man.
Well, when I used to run forums teaching folk how to do stuff that you were really supposed to, that's why we used to say to people, we're no spoon feeding you. Go read that. You know what I mean? Give them the tools. You know what I mean? At the end of the day.
Absolutely.
There is some people, whether you like it or not, you do have to help a wee bit further along, but it's just because they can't comprehend something, and that's slightly different for spoon feeding. You know what I mean? Because you can't spoon feed the mass, really. That's a different. That's communism, isn't it? Basically.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's not allowing people to learn. You know, it's like
it goes back to what I said earlier about communism and capitalism being smashed together.
Yeah.
You know, that's what we're living in at the moment.
Yeah,
on that note, I really do have to go.
And I will be
I know. We'll get on another one. So yeah, we'll have to do this again for
big
sure.
Love, big love. See ya.
All right.
Bye.
Much love, y'all.